Welcome to Graffiti Blueprints, Cityscapes of Creativity. My name is Dr. Marielle Barrow-Megan, and I'm the curator for Big Conversations. Today, we welcome a panel of distinguished guests who are establishing and mapping creative cities across the Caribbean, from Barbados to Trinidad and Jamaica. We are really delighted that this panel has come together. And I just wanted to give a few words of introduction. A creative city is never built on art alone. It is the outcome of many moving parts working in harmony. Artists, designers, musicians, of course, and cultural producers bring the vision, while urban planners, architects, and technologists provide the infrastructure to hold it. Policymakers and local government must champion enabling frameworks, and investors and businesses need to commit to long-term cultural economies instead of simply short-term gains. Equally important are communities, educators, and researchers who nurture participation, knowledge sharing, and intergenerational exchange. Together, these stakeholders weave the social, spatial, and economic fabric of a city, where creativity is not ornamental, but structural, transforming public space into shared heritage, innovation into daily practice, and cultural identity into a driver of sustainable development. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Debbie Estwick, a design strategist, an expert in the economics of innovation, and founder of Flourish by Design, who will be moderating the conversation today, and she will introduce our other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barrow. Here we have on our panel Andrea Dempster-Chung, co-founder of Kingston Creative, Jamaica, Dr. Deborah Thomas-Austin, town planner from Trinidad and Tobago, Deborah Hickling-Gordon, cultural economy policy specialist, Jamaica, and Israel Mapp, architect, multidisciplinary designer, and founder of Union Collaborative, Barbados. Welcome to Graffiti Blueprints, Cityscapes of Creativity, Innovating Sustainable Urban Spaces for the Future. In an age of climate urgency, population shifts, and the digitization of life, how do we design cities that are culturally vibrant, sustainable, inclusive, and economically viable? What does it mean to build livable, resilient cities powered by creativity? This big conversation brings together architects, artists, urban planners, and policy visionaries to prototype futures where art, culture, and infrastructure can co-create well-being. And today we'll explore how creativity can come together to shape Caribbean cities that are not just livable, but that are lovable. And this is Graffiti Blueprints. When we think about creativity and what we might imagine for the future of the city, we might ask, what does it mean to build livable, resilient cities powered by creativity? And when we start to ask those questions and let our imaginations run wild, we can start to see possibilities for the future where we experience new things that we haven't thought of before, that delight all our senses, that can engage us, entertain us, keep us safe, and do so much more. Visualized here is it's used with permission, a future vision for the city of Bridgetown brought together under the Barbados Investment Development Corporation's, now Export Barbados, Blue Flame Innovation Challenge, with a team visualized by designer Lex Carrington, where we have right in Bridgetown, persons having a kayaking race through the city. We haven't done this yet, but when we imagine it, we can put the things in place to make it happen. We might also think of what could happen with some of our historic buildings when we start to rethink their use. Even if they're not buildings that we can actively use every day, can we entertain on the grounds? Can we see culture and art and socialization and people connect with each other in new ways in our cities? So, this is an activity for all of us, panelists and audience. Let's take a trip into the future. we're going far into the future. So forget the things that hang us up today. Let's go further. The year is 2050. It's a Friday afternoon, much like now. And let's say it's 12 p.m., high noon in this future, and you're in town, in your island's capital city, whatever island that is, and it is a good day. Who are you in this vision? What do you see? What do you do? I encourage you to be imaginative, and you're free to shift your identity, your occupation, and more. Are you an 8-year-old child? What are you seeing? What are the smells that you smell in that town? How are your senses engaged? You could be a teenage fashion enthusiast. What's that experience? An elderly city dweller. Your experience might be different. Or a physically challenged entrepreneur. I welcome you now to imagine, and feel free to share what you see, what you dream of, what you think in this future city. I'll start with our panelists while the audience is thinking. If you want to engage, you're free to do so, but we'll start with our panelists.
Well, since I'm sitting right next to you, Debbie, I'll jump right in. So it's 2050, and I'm in Kingston, and I'm just a girl, right? I've just graduated with my digital media, which is art and technology, because in 2050, there's nothing without technology, right? So I've gotten my AI and art degree. And perhaps what I'm doing on that Friday afternoon is meeting up with friends for a premium in real life experience. I feel that in 2050, with the advent of AI, certain things connecting with real people is gonna be at a premium. So what we're doing is we're hosting actually and curating an in real life experience that people from around the world have come to. Because in the age of AI, where so much is replicable and so much is imitated by technology, culture that is, driven by actual human interaction is now at a premium. So that's what I'm doing on Friday. I'm hosting an IRL cultural experience in my city of Kingston.
And I will be the elderly city dweller, which will be very true in 2050. And I'm thinking of myself as an elderly person trying to navigate the city of Port of Spain where I live. Is it a safe space for me to be as an elderly person? Can I go to public events, go to public places and feel welcome and feel safe? I also imagine how do I get around the city as an elderly person? Not as mobile as I used to be in my youth, not as fit as I used to be. How do I get up onto these sidewalks that seem to be a mile high? The sidewalks that are not level, if I'm using any sort of assistance to walk. So I imagine a society that provides barrier-free access for all persons, regardless of age and disability, and also provides safe spaces with activities that are age-appropriate for people my age. I don't want to be in a nursing home sitting down waiting for Basil to knock. I want to be able to engage in activities that are relevant to me and my age with my other friends, and to be able to do that in a safe and comfortable space.
And I'm a mother of young adults. 2 young adults, all of whom have been taught that they are able to match their artistry with their technology, and it's okay, that they are legitimate, that there are opportunities for them that exist within that city, and that they are not excluded, that they are included at every level financially, that they are seen and understood, and that their creativity, as Andrea says, is at a premium, and they should be proud of it, that they are Caribbean, and that of itself brings a premium, and that of itself is something that they need to develop, that maybe they will work in Jamaica, maybe they will work in Belize, maybe they will crisscross from Trinidad to Barbados, and that will be easy. It will be simple, because we're all going to be working together to ensure that they feel legitimate and understood as artistic Caribbean people.
I don't know if I can even stand in the shadow of that. That's amazing. Thank you for dreaming. I'm leaning on, you said the word livable, and I bring contrast to how it is now in Bridgetown. And I love my city to be more livable to its citizens. And I imagine myself as a chef, I imagine myself going and reigniting my family's restaurant, which is now closed, and partaking and bringing back that to life, going to the markets, but being able to move easily, as you said. And the movement is not only about the city, but how we move across the island and improving our mass transit systems, that we don't have to walk from one side of the city in the hot sun to the other side without feeling encumbered by the elements. I mean, it's a very simple gesture, a concept that responds to the everyday, and I think that's something that we need to respond to, the everyday.
Thank you so much. These were some amazing visions. I might say that what we've heard, we're picturing a future where we're seeing artificial intelligence come in. So we're in touch with what's happening in the world. We're globally connected and we're visionary, we're progressive. We're seeing safe spaces for the elderly. We're inclusive and we're thoughtful and we're empathetic. We want them to feel safe. We want them to be able to navigate that future city. We're seeing artistry and technology and inclusion and Caribbean pride. And I might think of something that our Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Mia Mottley, calls cultural confidence. That's part of what we're seeing in this future city and how we're shaping our way and getting there. We're also seeing, I would say, with Israel's vision of the chef, we're seeing reviving of life in our cities, where some of our cities have had some declining numbers and some of our islands over the years as people leave, they die out and these kinds of things. We're bringing life back into cities. And he spoke about legacy. We're leaving a legacy and building a legacy for the future. And we're being practical. Take a cool walk through the city. Today's hot. We're going to find a way to cool it down. And hopefully while we're doing that, we're finding a way to cool the earth down. We're not just thinking about our immediate comfort today. We're doing things sustainably. First up in our talk, we have Andrea Dempster-Chung, co-founder of Kingston Creative Jamaica. She's going to be presenting on placemaking, sustainable development, and the future of Caribbean cities. Andrea is an engineer and creative industries consultant, the co-founder and executive director of arts nonprofit Kingston Creative. She is a member of the Global Creative Economy Council, sits on the board of the Global Cultural Districts Network, and has held senior roles within the government of Jamaica and Caribbean corporations like Grace Kennedy and Digicel. During her career, she has served on boards of the Jamaica Conservation and Development Trust, the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, the National Land Agency, and the Public Health Committee. Andrea managed the arts portfolio of the British Council in Jamaica and founded Bookophilia, a bookstore and cafe in Kingston. She holds a Master's of Science in Structural Engineering, a Bachelor of Science in Civil and Environmental Engineering, and is also a Prince 2 certified project manager. She studied art and finance at Sotheby's School of Art and was featured in Forbes magazine as a woman leading the charge for a sustainable future for Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrea Dempster-Chung.
Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. I'm so pleased to be here with you in Barbados at Carifesta to speak to you about creative cities, innovation, and infrastructure. I am the co-founder of Kingston Creative, and I will be telling you, and I'm a doer, I'm a practitioner. We have several people on the panel who are making policy, who are working with the state. We're an independent nonprofit, and we are practitioners in this creative space. So I'm going to share some insights from our on-the-ground doing, and hopefully that will help to inform our thoughts on how we can develop Caribbean spaces for culture that sustain the Caribbean creative economy and, by extension, creative people. So, creative placemaking, what is it? Where did it come from? It's really emerged as a very simple but powerful tool. On the left, you can see a space. On the right, creative placemaking has taken place. It offers a way for urban and community development, a way to weave culture, creativity, and innovation into the physical and social fabric of cities. Essentially, it is taking the authentic identity of a place, working with the community that owns the space, and making it into a place that attracts people, that can grow the economy, that can educate its populace, that can preserve the built heritage, that can increase social cohesion, identity, and ultimately safety. So, recent research from the Global Cultural Districts Network, the GCDN, underscores how intentional investments in cultural infrastructure, arts programming, and public space design can generate not only aesthetic and social value, but also a measurable social impact, economic impact. So by embedding creative practice into city making, communities can cultivate a sense of identity and belonging while still attracting tourism, nurturing entrepreneurship, and looking at long-term investment in these cities. The Kingston Art District, which was founded by Kingston Creative, is a member of the GCDN. I encourage everybody to check out gcdn.net. Their research papers are amazing. And as one of only a few Global South members and cultural districts, we know that our approach to cultural investment differs greatly from the Global North. And even our approach to developing cultural spaces should also be different and is different as our realities, our cultures, and our economies are different. Much of the global discourse on creative placemaking has been dominated by paradigms that originate in the Global North. You have models from New York, Berlin, or London. I think this is Times Square on the screen. And they're often exported wholesale to cities like ours in the Caribbean with the assumption that, you know, if it works there, it's going to work here, right? That they represent some universal solution. But these paradigms do not always translate seamlessly into Caribbean contexts, where there is histories of colonialism, there's limited infrastructure, and very different socioeconomic realities and communities. And this requires more nuanced, localized strategies. So for example, while cultural districts in Europe often build upon a strong existing public arts infrastructure, museums and the MoMAs of this world, many Caribbean cities must simultaneously contend with informal economies, right? People who vend on the streets, extreme safety concerns in your urban centers, a shooting just down the road from your art district, lack of data to make these investment decisions. So even when you need an investment, and it seems obvious, there's no data to substantiate that. And therefore, there's a resulting just overall underinvestment in the creative sector. Now, one example of one size does not fit all is the experience of smart cities. It offers a cautionary tale. In the early 2000s, there was a huge buzz. I think everybody in this room would have heard about this concept, the smart cities. It promised a high-tech solution to all urban challenges. And we in the Global South were feeling the pressure. I'm sure you remember, they were telling us, you have to have Wi-Fi everywhere. You must use sensors and data and connectivity, so that you can optimize your city life, or you'll be left behind. However, the hype outstripped results even in the Global North. Many smart city projects have become overly dependent on very costly technology. They served corporate interests rather than community needs, and they have been scrapped. The reality for us is that most Caribbean cities struggle to provide basic services like consistent electricity. We will not be able to attain the ideal of a tech-driven city. Smart cities may have been a good future concept for some, but definitely it's not one size fits all. Now, cultural districts or art districts, it's another future city concept that everybody's hearing the buzz about it, and we believe it's an excellent city development tool for the Caribbean. Why? Our cities and our cultures are driven by culture. Whether it be carnival, crop over, John Canoe, dance hall, reggae, zouk, or soca, it makes sense when you have so many people that create culture, powerful culture that goes across the globe. It makes sense to organize your city development around culture. And the community of creative people, it just makes good sense for us in terms of employment and just development as small island developing states. Globally, the cultural district is a well-developed concept, and the research is positioning the art district as the next big thing in city regeneration. But art districts are not without risk. Many were used to gentrify, deliberately to do so. The districts boomed and they busted. Cities invested very heavily in expensive anchor museums and capital-intensive star-architect projects, and many overlooked the issues of sustainability, inclusion, equitable development, and they did not prevent the displacement of communities, both the residential communities that have a history and the communities of artists that made the place a place to be in the first place. Cultural districts in the Caribbean, as we develop, because we are advocating for the development of these cultural districts, but we must avoid the mistakes of gentrification and displacement of the very artists and communities that give these districts their original vitality. So I'm going to share a little bit about downtown Kingston's blueprint. Downtown Kingston, of course, well, Kingston is a creative city of music, as designated by UNESCO in 2015. And it provides a compelling case study of how creative placemaking can be reimagined, if you will, for Caribbean cities. The graffiti blueprint in downtown Kingston illustrates how grassroots, bottom-up cultural interventions led by artists and non-state actors can actually transform an urban space at a much lower price tag than some of the other models in the global north. Through murals, public art, cultural programming, what was once considered a neglected and unsafe area in downtown Kingston has now become an award-winning cultural district that attracts both locals and tourists. Kingston Creative developed 118 murals, has put on over 50 festivals. We've provided travel grants, employment and income earning opportunities to hundreds of artists, musicians, and dancers, because it's not just about the place, it's also about the people. We've developed an app integrating technology for navigation of the district, for e-commerce for individual creatives, and we've invested in training thousands of creatives so that they are ready to leverage this space. We've provided grants and seed capital. Physically in the district, we've installed benches, plants for greenery, shade, signage, and even a climate change art park in Southside. So as a result, the organization won the World's Best Creative Destination in 2023, the Expedia Award for Sustainability in 2023, and Best Attraction, a Diaspora Award, in 2024. So what was this blueprint? When you look at the model in different places, it shows some interesting results. In that creative placemaking and these art districts address social challenges, as shown in these 4 well-documented case studies. In Bogota, Colombia, under Mayor Antonas Mocus, who I actually heard speak in Geneva, and he is so inspiring. He used a combination of public art, theater, clowns at the stoplights, where you would usually have somebody harassing you for change. He paid clowns and entertainers to go there, and different civic campaigns, which led to a dramatic decline in homicide rates in Colombia at a time when we had Pablo Escobar and all the attendants, things happening. There were the return of thousands of guns. There's a famous picture of him sitting on a pile of guns as high as your tent that were returned as a result of his creative placemaking efforts. In Los Angeles, arts-led urban revitalization in downtown districts helped to transform formerly high-crime areas into creative hubs, attracting businesses, foot traffic, and cultural tourism. In Chicago, community mural projects with at-risk youth led to improved school attendance and reduced behavioral issues. And then in Philadelphia, one of the most famous examples for street art, the Mural Arts program found that neighborhoods with murals experienced a decrease in violent crime and property damage, particularly when paired with community engagement. There are lots of intersections: community identity, governance, public safety, physical infrastructure, community development. In Kingston, our art district involves many stakeholders, and we engage around all of these issues. And we're now propagating the model to Black River, with augmented reality murals, to Montego Bay, a project that will launch later this year. And the model demonstrates how small, artist-led actions can catalyze broader regeneration of an area, instilling pride, engaging communities, reclaiming public space, inviting businesses to relocate to formerly neglected areas, and encouraging private sector and government investment. We can't leave out that this is an essential part of it. Your bottom-up must at some point meet your top-down. And just to kind of close out, let's think about the impact of AI on future cities, future creative cities, future Caribbean cities. Looking ahead, we cannot ignore the potential impact. This isn't another smart city fad. AI is going to affect all of us, and particularly creatives. It's going to affect how creative work is produced. It's going to affect how your urban spaces are managed and how citizens engage with culture. So we will have to keep a close eye on this as Caribbean cities and ensure that our cultural district designs, our placemaking interventions are adaptable to this new paradigm as things are moving fast. What we expect to see is AI-driven tools that help Caribbean artists to create and distribute their work in different ways to the globe. Predictive and analytics that can guide tourism flows of culture seekers to our shores. The technology offers opportunities for us, yet it also raises concerns. Is it going to deepen the inequities between artists and creators? Will global platforms powered by AI be available to the Caribbean? Will AI further marginalize Caribbean voices, or can we harness it to amplify them? So I'm an optimist, and my money is on Caribbean cities really leaning into the opportunities and positioning our cities to become an alternative space for people to plug out, the global traveler to come and experience authentic culture, with in real life people to experience the vibe that exists in our islands, very special and very unique. And in a world that just due to the laws of supply and demand, it's likely to value human interaction, creativity, and connection at a premium. So when we talk about creative placemaking, the last thing I want to leave you with is the economic linkage, because decision makers do not care about a set of pretty walls, right? One of the most pressing things for our decision makers, as you can understand, in a developing economy is the economy. So linking creative placemaking and the broader creative economy and the sustainable development agenda is crucial. Culture is not an add-on to these concerns. It can be a driver of economic diversification. It can be a driver of job creation and of social cohesion. And for the Caribbean, a region that is so vulnerable to climate change and global economic shocks, embedding the cultural industries into development policy represents a path towards resilience. So the creative economy, supported by localized placemaking initiatives, it really has the potential to anchor sustainable and inclusive growth for our islands. A quantum approach to development might be useful in thinking about these challenges. Just as in quantum physics, where observation it influences the outcome. In development, where we place our attention can influence the results. If attention is just focused narrowly on GDP growth, cultural vitality and social cohesion will suffer. If instead our attention is focused on fostering creativity, inclusivity, cultural identity, I believe that economic benefits will follow, and we've seen that in downtown Kingston. So in this sense, hopefully we can, the conversation is to look at development as not just being linear, but relational. And really what we as a society choose to value and call for and prioritize will really determine the quality of our outcomes. And in the final analysis, determine who benefits, hopefully the creatives and the regular people in our society. So ultimately, the lesson is clear. Caribbean cities should place creative placemaking and cultural districts at the heart of city development, but we must resist the temptation to copy and paste these imported models wholesale. Instead, let's talk. Let's learn from each other. Let's craft our own blueprints. Let's be honest about what has worked and what has not worked in our own local spaces. And I believe that it's not a silver bullet, creative placemaking, but it is a low-cost, high-impact strategy that when combined with the proper community participation and social programs, it can meaningfully contribute to crime reduction, perceived safety, social cohesion, and urban regeneration, which is what we want for all our cities. So it's not just about beautification. It's really about reimagining sustainable development itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andrea. As you were speaking, I thought about what you were presenting in terms of sustainable economic development with a view to social development. And what came to mind when you shared, I would put it as no to gentrification and no to displacement, was our history in the Caribbean, where we might say these are features of our past. But because of that, what you shared is a vision of a Caribbean where everyone can belong and where we're considerate and where we have learned from the horrors of the past so that we don't perpetuate them. Thank you so much. If we can pop back up so that we can move on to our next presenter. We're going to have an opportunity at the end to be able to just discuss further, but I want to make sure we get through our presentations. We're moving on to Dr. Deborah Thomas Austin, who will be presenting on crime and public safety in the built environment, strategies for safer, livable, and culturally vibrant cities. Dr. Deborah Thomas Austin is the former managing director of the East Port of Spain Development Company, a special purpose state enterprise established by the government of Trinidad and Tobago, a position she held since the company became operational in 2006 until 2024. Previously, she also served as assistant coordinator and town planner with the Town and Country Planning Division of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago from July 2003 to March 2006. She holds a Bachelor of Arts Honours in Planning Studies and an MSc in Urban Planning from Oxford Polytechnic, now Oxford Brookes University, UK, and a PhD in Land Economy from the University of Cambridge, Wolfson College, UK. Dr. Thomas Austin serves as part-time lecturer on the MSc Planning and Development program in the Department of Surveying and Land Information at the University of the West Indies, Trinidad, since 2002 for the past 11 years, and has also lectured in land use planning on the MSc program in Occupational and Environmental Safety and Health in the Department of Chemistry at the UE St. Augustine. She is also a former president of the Trinidad and Tobago Society of Planners. Dr. Thomas has consulted for the United Nations Development Program, United Nations Center for Human Settlements, as a land use planner or project manager, working with the governments of Anguilla, Montserrat, Antigua and Barbuda between 1992 and 2001. She's done some additional consultancy services. And lastly, Dr. Thomas she served 2 terms as president of the World YWCA, a global movement of women and girls with a presence in over 125 countries, advocating for, defending, and promoting women's rights, leadership, and empowerment, and working for justice, peace, health, human dignity, freedom, and the environment. And she's a former president of the YWCA of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So the topic I'm dealing with today is the relationship between crime and public safety in the built environment. There's no doubt that crime impacts how people perceive and interact with the built environment, and that it also impacts their quality of life. Crime and the fear of crime threaten the health and safety of persons in the built environment, and also affects the vitality, vibrancy, sustainability, and functioning of the built environment. So crime and safety and the fear of crime need to be fully integrated into any discussions of sustainability and must form an integral part of the Sustainable Development Agenda. So I want to start with a little theoretical look about ways of thinking about problems of crime and disorder. So the crime problem analysis triangle suggests that crime and disorder result from likely offenders and suitable targets coming together in time and space in the absence of suitable guardians for those targets. So the theory argues that when a crime occurs, 3 things happen at the same time and in the same space. First, a suitable vulnerable target is available and attractive to an offender. And secondly, there's a lack of a suitable guardian to prevent the crime from happening. And the third element is that we have a motivated offender present. So sometimes the offenders can be controlled by other people, who we call handlers, and targets and victims can be protected by guardians. Places are usually controlled by someone, managers. And here's where urban planners and designers have a role to play in designing and managing places and spaces. It also means that there is a presence of social eyes exercising surveillance and control. And the attractiveness and the aesthetics of buildings and landscapes, the visibility through lighting, the way we lay out buildings and so on, And also the citizens, the residents of that area have a responsibility in terms of managing the use of that space. So if we think about the physical environment, when we refer to place, we mean the physical environment that includes buildings, streets, roads, parks, etc. And also accessibility routes, because we're thinking of how people get to places, but it's also how the criminals access certain places and how the escape routes that they use. And these are all variables that urban planners try to address. The crimes we refer to may include burglary, murder, vandalism, robberies, street violence, any sorts of crimes. And then we have the issue of the fear of crime, which refers to the way we feel as we move through the built environment due to the fact that there is crime present in those communities. So effective problem solving requires us to understand how offenders and their victims come together in places, and to understand how those offenders, targets, and victims and places are or are not properly controlled. So if we understand the weaknesses in the problem analysis triangle in the context of a particular problem of crime, it will point us to the way to new interventions. So what is crime? When we talk of the concept of crime, we're really talking about activities that breach some law and for which there are consequences. Understanding safety, we know that crime results in death. It may result in non-fatal injuries, but it also has impacts on communities. Crime results in reduced social interactions, increase in sedentary behaviors because people are not willing to go out. They reduce their physical and outdoor activities, which ultimately would lead to the risk of obesity and other lifestyle diseases. And we also have to remember that crime has mental health impacts. The fear, the trauma of persons who have been victims of crime, depression, PTSD, anxiety, all those things result from it. So the link between crime and public health is evident, but I argue that the link between public health and planning is a historic link. Modern day planning has its genesis in public health concerns. So crime refers to acts violating laws, while safety involves protection from harm in the urban context. But I think we can also think of public safety not only in the context of crime, because here in the Caribbean, public safety also seeks to protect us from harm due to natural disasters, whether or not exacerbated by climate change, and also protection from harm through man-made incidents as well. So the concept of livability, and I would argue that the way we build, rebuild, and maintain our communities affects the behavior of people. And behavior influences public safety. So the degree to which public safety exists affects the livability of communities and the quality of life of the people living in those communities. What are some of the key factors that influence urban safety? Physical design is certainly one. Good lighting and visibility in urban design help to deter crime and enhance public safety, especially at night. So as a planner and a policy maker, site development standards, land use policies, building codes, all those things impact physical design. Social dynamics also influence urban safety. Strong community cohesion and mixed land uses encourage social interaction and reduce opportunities for crime. If we have access to employment and services and other opportunities, that also assists. And perceptions of safety and fear of crime, as I said before, are important. And of course, urban safety is also influenced by the criminal justice system, but that's not my focus today. So we require effective policing and law enforcement and official judicial systems as well. Just to highlight some of the impacts of crime, we talk about social and health impacts. So crime erodes social trust among residents. It weakens community bonds and cohesion and reduces interaction and networking. Poor quality of life, the fear of crime, trauma from having been a victim of crime affects our mental health, as we said. Social stigma, so those places that are considered high crime districts have to battle social stigma. and of course the loss of life, property, and injuries to persons. There are also economic effects associated with crime. We have reduced economic vitality in communities that are impacted by crime. There's low investment, business growth. Businesses close and migrate out of the area, and there's an impact of lower property values as well. These things result generally in urban decline, a depopulation of communities, an increase in vacant abandoned lots. Urban decline and social segregation also impact residents' quality of life. And these things also lead to an underuse of public spaces if people don't feel safe going into those spaces. And I will just highlight the cost of safety. So there's a high cost to some of the safety and security measures that we have to take to protect our homes and business places, replacing assets that have been stolen, health costs that we incur. But these integrated safety measures are essential to revitalizing urban areas and improving people's sense of safety. So we'll talk a little bit about principles of urban planning, because urban planning offers tools to help us design safer environments. And in particular, I want to highlight one particular tool, crime prevention through environmental design. It's also known as CPTED. And it basically says that the way we design, layout, and use the built environment can reduce opportunities for crime and the fear and incidences of crime, and as a result, improve the quality of life. So the term CPTED, you may also hear other terms like designing out crime, defensible space theory, situational crime prevention, also environmental criminology. The basic tenet of all of these is that safety in urban spaces will increase when people feel a sense of ownership and responsibility for their space, that concept of territoriality. We know that crime is also very often opportunistic. So if we can reduce the opportunities for crime in the built environment, it can be made much safer. Some of you may be aware of the broken window theory, which establishes a link between visible signs of urban decay and crime rates. So if you have a lot of urban decay, lack of maintenance, it sends a signal. It says nobody cares about this place, and it's an opportunity for crime to infiltrate. We can, though, design out crime through environmental planning and design, improving visibility in public spaces by increasing natural surveillance and awareness. So from an architectural perspective, you're designing homes and buildings. You want eyes on the street. Where do you place your windows? How do you construct fences and hedges? You don't want something that just creates a solid block, because something could be happening to you on the inside of your property and nobody can tell. So the idea of visibility and bringing eyes to the street is very important. Controlling access. The way we design access can tell people where they should be and where they should not be. What is a private space? What is a public space? That is important when we think of how criminals interact, how they get into communities and how they leave communities with all your belongings and nobody can know and follow them. So thoughtful layout and maintenance are also issues that will be helpful. So the CPTED principles are basically natural surveillance. That does not rule out artificial surveillance, because we still rely on cameras and other measures as well. Territorial reinforcement and access control, very important elements in the CPTED strategy. And just to touch on the importance of integrating safety with urban mobility and accessibility. So I spoke about my vision as an elderly person in 20 plus years time, but even now, how do we create safe transportation networks with transportation systems that reduce vulnerabilities by prioritizing security and accessibility across all modes of travel? Appropriate infrastructure that provides barrier-free access to all citizens, including persons with disabilities and the elderly. Pedestrian-friendly designs. Well-designed pedestrian routes enhance safety and encourage walking, improving community engagement and health. And of course, it's important to segregate pedestrian and vehicular traffic as well, and creating accessible transport hubs. And since we are in the Caribbean, I just need to touch a little bit on enhancing public safety against natural hazards. It's important for us to identify and assess the local hazards to which we are vulnerable, and the impact of those, so conducting hazard impact assessments is important. Implementing resilient infrastructure and buildings, and that could include undergrounding public utilities so that we don't have all these electricity poles that blow down at the first sign of high winds and then the costs associated with that. Developing early warning systems and promoting community preparedness, and overall integrating natural hazard safety into urban planning through land use policies, development and design standards, and building codes. So how do we create safe, livable, sustainable, and culturally vibrant spaces? One of the strategies we talk about is promoting mixed use and inclusive neighborhoods. And I think Andrea touched on this as well. So if we have single-use communities or neighborhoods, only residential development in that area, what happens when everybody's out at work during the day? There are potential criminals just moving around and monitoring who is there, who is not there. Those homes become a target. If we have single-use commercial districts, what happens after 4 or 5 in the afternoon when everybody closes up their offices and their shops and go home? Those are not spaces that are active and that encourage people to be in. So the objective is to create diverse land uses and inclusive communities, inclusive neighborhoods that welcome diverse populations and foster social interaction and cohesion, and of course, that are including natural surveillance and safety. The concept of bringing safe uses into unsafe areas is another important part of mixed-use development. And I will just refer to that concept again a little bit further on the last slide. So some sustainable design approaches for safety, just to mention the possibility of green spaces for reducing environmental stress and enhancing urban safety by improving air quality and providing recreational spaces. Resilient infrastructure, as I spoke about earlier, with undergrounding public utilities and other options that are available. The sidewalks that allow for percolation of water based on the material used so that we reduce urban flooding in some communities. So there's some options for celebrating local culture while enhancing safety. Cultural heritage integration fosters a strong community identity and shared values among residents, strengthens social cohesion. The cultural pride enhances social bonds and encourages trust and cooperation within communities, and enhancing neighborhood safety by active public participation nurtures safer neighborhoods through vigilance and mutual support. And of course, it's very important for us to focus on community engagement and participatory planning to build trust through the residents in the community being involved, making sure that we address local needs and that we are empowering communities. So just to highlight some possible innovative strategies that could be used to create safe communities with a cultural focus. So if I think of Trinidad and Tobago, I noticed in the Carifesta village, the banner behind the Trinidad booth spoke to the land of festivals and the capital of culture. So what if Port of Spain were fully reimagined as a creative city built around its carnival and steel band heritage? It could become a dazzling fusion of music, movement, and urban artistry. So Port of Spain has also been declared a creative city through UNESCO. So we could see Carnival as urban pulse. Streets transformed into year-round parade routes with vibrant murals, kinetic sculptures, interactive light installations that echo the Carnival themes. Public squares designed as open-air stages hosting spontaneous performances. What if we use the steel band not just as an instrument of music? What if we see steel band in our architecture, building sculptures and public art based on the steel band? What if we design buildings shaped with the curves and metallic textures inspired by the steel pan? So we can have the concept of steel pan in our music and our culture, but also in our architecture. And Andrea also spoke to the development of creative districts. So the possibility of creative districts in places like Woodbrook and St. James and East Port of Spain, which is the home of Steel Band, and so on. And how do we integrate that with the digital media and the various cultural activities that we have? So I just want to leave you with two images of using AI to generate what that image can look like. So the murals on the walls with a carnival theme, and perhaps a public art sculpture inspired by the steel pan. What if we had those in our public spaces? The possibility of pan as architecture, building designed around the steel pan. And as I talked about safe uses in unsafe areas, I just wanted to refer to two particular activities. On the left, it's a reproduction of the Canboulay riots, which takes place every Carnival Friday at 4 or 5 in the morning around the East Dry River and Piccadilly Greens. Not a place that many people want to visit, even in the middle of the day. But it's crowded at that time because it's an activity that people identify with, and the activity in the street draws patrons to it. And the image on the right is from the Laventille Steel Band Festival, which happens every year around Emancipation time. It's a street parade of steel bands through the Laventille area along the Eastern Main Road. In its over 20 years of history, there's never been an incident of violence. So again, an activity that brings people out from afternoon into the night, into the streets of Laventille, into places where they would not normally go because they're not considered safe. So I want to use this to invite us to rethink how we see crime in the urban environment, how we deal with it, not just as a criminal justice issue, but also an issue that's relevant to land use planners and urban designers, and that we can use our creativity and our culture to assist in creating safe spaces that reduce opportunities for crime. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that very rich vision with us. As you were speaking, I thought of the Moco in Trinidad. Usually a person is maybe 5, 6 feet tall or thereabouts. But when you think about what you can design and put into place, and you put these supports and these structures in place, when the Moco man stands up, he's over 8 feet, 10 feet tall on his stilts. And that's what I saw with your vision, walking through the streets at Carnival in Trinidad. The Mocos, you see them coming from far. You see the fabric billowing. You cannot miss them, and it is beautiful. So in terms of what we think of when we're looking at our economic and social development, what stood out was an opportunity to design well. We think of the cost of safety, and it looks like an expense. But what is the cost of failing to design well? Designing well can have, from what you were saying, in terms of our built environment, designing that well can have ripple effects into our social dynamics, into how we relate to each other, the opportunities that we might gain, and there's so many more. And I might suggest that what we're really seeing is, as opposed to having a reactive approach to crime, when we think about designing crime out, rather than just call the police, deal with the problem after it's a problem, be proactive. There's an opportunity to be proactive in dealing with crime through policy and through design of the built environment. So thank you so much. We are moving on to Dr. Deborah Hickling-Gordon, who will be presenting on Caribbean Artist as Creative City Citizen. Who cares really? A public policy perspective. Dr. Deborah Hickling-Gordon is a culture in development and communications educator, consultant, author, and advocate. Her research, advocacy, and cultural production intersects the disciplines of cultural economy policy and media and communication for countries of the Global South, predominantly the Caribbean and Africa. As a two-term member of the UNESCO Expert Facility on the protection and promotion of the diversity of cultural expression, she has led UNESCO Cultural Economy Development missions to Belize, Trinidad and Tobago, and St. Lucia to lead capacity building activities and participatory governance for cultural and creative economy policy and cultural policy operationalization. Her work in comparative media and cultural policy in the Caribbean and Africa includes sitting on the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America, the Culture and Development Specialist. As a Culture and Development Specialist, she is a lecturer and coordinator of the Bachelor of Arts in Cultural and Creative Industries in the Institute of Caribbean Studies at the University of the West Indies, Mona, where she teaches and supervises students at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels. As an audiovisual producer, she has local, regional, and international production credits. Dr. Deborah Hickling-Gordon.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really delighted to be here in Barbados to be able to share some thinking on the development of cities of the Caribbean. On our way here, we drove through some spaces that evoked memory. We saw relics of plantations, which we described as we came as sadly beautiful and beautifully sad. On August 1, 1838, and I want to take us back there. I want us to imagine ourselves on the night, midnight, August 1, 1838. The Africans were displaced in the Caribbean. Those of them who had been here for 500 years, for the first time became citizens of the respective countries they occupied. Three things happened at that time. The first was their citizenry. The second was the establishment for the first time of Caribbean cultural economy. The formerly enslaved were able to make choices, exercise decisions for themselves about how they worked and how they engaged in or interfaced with leisure for the first time. Cultural economy is where social, political, and economy overlap with the cultural fabric of a nation. And that was the first moment that we saw cultural economy for all people of the Caribbean. The third thing that happened on that August morning, in a split second, the Caribbean's informal economy was formed, with unattached workers seeking to find their way. Many migrated to cities. People make up cities, and policy serves people. Recently, Stephanie Thomas Gilbert Roberts and I, a Jamaican colleague from Europe, we worked on some funded research, which was funded by the EU, and we focused on public policy for Kingston as a creative city of music. I'm also, in Jamaica, the opposition spokesperson on culture for the People's National Party. And while campaigning and supporting other candidates, because I'm not running, we found that each of the communities within each city, and the rural ones too, had its own heartbeat, its own cultural style, and its own cultural offerings. And we came up with a concept for the policy which I was asked to design for the PNP of community creative districts across urban and rural spaces. But today is not about politics. It's about people. Our focus, therefore, is about the artist in the city and towns, the people who actually work in these creative cities, because ultimately, as we said, people make up cities, and our cities are meant to serve our personhood. I was simultaneously working on another project, and this is and the pieces come together as we see where we're going. I'm working in Belize on delivering the roadmap to implementation of their cultural policy through UNESCO. And I was able to do some comparisons based on some other work done in St. Lucia, Trinidad, and also in Belize, and also being on the periphery of the Jamaican Cultural Policy Project. The ultimate mission is to develop new policies for our cultural economies to help our artists, our creators, our storytellers, not just to survive, but to truly thrive. It's a noble pursuit. And I've been traveling from island to island, meeting with brilliant minds, seeing incredible talent, and envisioning a future where our culture is not just celebrated, but is a cornerstone of our prosperity. And I found that the realities in the Caribbean we may not necessarily have faced in the discussions that we're now having about cities, is that we really have more small towns and hamlets than we do cities. And some of these small towns and communities exist within cities. And that must be the unit of analysis, the unit of development that we must start with, the community. We also have larger cities across the Caribbean that take on international designations. But it's not enough to take on the designation. We must then use that to develop the policy to help the people who work within those cities. Very often, we get stuck at the designation. So as I worked, a disquieting pattern emerged. It wasn't about a lack of talent or a lack of passion. It was about systems. We found that our cultural policies, our frameworks, our well-intentioned plans were suffering from a collective illness, a five-fold disease that was slowly but surely holding our artists back, and by extension, holding our creative cities back. We found that we failed to see our artists as citizens, an inhabitant who has the privilege and rights of the city, a member of the community who owes allegiance to its government and one who is entitled to its rights and protections. And across our cities and towns, across the Caribbean, we see where our artists have been forgotten. And they've been forgotten. It's seen in both the built environment, where accommodations are hardly made for them, and where they are made, we see degradation, we see the absence of performance space, we see the absence of opportunities that exist for our individuals. So today we want to talk about the artist as citizen. And there are 5 things that we saw in the Caribbean, and that I've seen in the Caribbean territories that I've worked in. Illegitimacy exists, inequity exists, precarity exists, inaccess exists, and there is great immobility that exists for our artist communities. Now, we've decided, as we're looking forward, to flip the script. We found illegitimacy. Artists are often not seen as professionals or entrepreneurs, but as hobbyists. Their work is not taken seriously enough to warrant formal investment or legal protection. Their contributions are seen as nice to have, but not a necessity. So we must address illegitimacy. And we must do that with formal recognition. That has to be the first place that we start. The research we did with Stephanie Thomas Gilbert Roberts showed that in many of the countries that exist, the artist is not defined in the Caribbean. And certainly their role is not defined. And that has to be the place that we start. We need to create comprehensive legal frameworks that protect intellectual property, simplify business registration for them, integrate cultural statistics into our national accounts, which Andrea also spoke of cursorily. Let's make the artist a recognized and valued citizen of our creative economy. And each picture is really relevant. I see Kim Vasquez from Belize, and she took me to this place, which is the Garifuna community in Belize. And these are some of the themes that emerged from some of those visits. We found inequity, inequitable access, funding, opportunities, recognition, inclusion, concentrated in a few hands, a few places, leaving the vast majority of creators struggling in the shadows. We fix inequity with equitable access. This means decentralizing resources, creating microgrants for emerging artists, and investing in community-based cultural hubs like the cultural districts I spoke to you about. It means building pipelines that bypass the old gatekeepers and empowering new voices. The picture here is of the issues of inequity that are. There's a dialectic that happens in every country where there's inequity that exists in Jamaica. It's race, class, and color. And very often, it's also political, orange and green. In Belize, I found that their inequity is measured based on the relationships with a diverse group of ethnic groups. And this picture is of St. Lucia, where their diversity is measured in two groups, which is seen through the Festival of Flowers, which is the blue group and the red group. And it is remarkable to see how their societies are structured around these groupings, as are the dialectics that exist across the Caribbean, which are unique to each country. We found precarity. The artist's life was a constant tightrope. Little to no social safety net, no retirement fund, no health insurance in many cases. It's a career built on individual hustle with hardly much of a support system. So how do we fix that? We combat precarity with structural stability that leads to contentment. We need to explore innovative social security models for freelancers, provide financial literacy training, and forge public-private partnerships that create a steady stream of income for artists, their projects, and not just one-off gigs. They need jobs. They tell us they don't even want grants. They want to be able to sustainably earn to be able to move their businesses forward. We found exclusion. And to dismantle exclusion, we have to provide access by building inclusive governance. Artists must be at the table. We need to co-create policy with them, not for them. And we need to establish cultural councils composed of a diverse cross-section of creators and the policymakers that work for them, and make their recommendations a central part of our national policy agenda. And finally, we found immobility. And to overcome immobility, we have to provide mobility and fluid exchange. We must lobby for streamlined visa processes for artists. We must try to fix the issues of getting around the Caribbean more easily and more quickly. I remember a story someone told me Someone told me a story once of the 1940s or 50s when the university had just started and they literally had banana boats. And the creatives would jump on the banana boats and it would take them 3 months to do the full round. But they traveled to Dominica, they traveled all the way down the Caribbean and back. And in those times, they had a whale of a time. Usually it was in the holidays when the students were at university. But they found ways to share. Now we have the internet. Now we have airplanes and all sorts of things that can get us and our culture around. We have absolutely no excuse for not sharing in this sort of diverse way. I've been very excited about what Carifesta looks like this year. So the question that started to haunt me as I close was perhaps the question that brought you here today. Who cares really? Who cares about the painter struggling to make their rent? About the musician who can't get their song on the radio in their city? About the poet whose work is not considered valuable in the halls of power or who can't afford a co-making space? And my work has led me to a simple yet profound answer. We all should. Because the path to fixing these 5 problems is the same path to building truly robust, vibrant, and resilient Caribbean creative cities. It requires a radical shift in perspective, a shift that moves the artist from the periphery to the very center. It's not a romantic notion. It's a public policy imperative. And this is a Caribbean opportunity. Our islands are not just sun and sand, they are furnaces of creativity. Our artists are not just decorators of our tourism industry, they are architects of our identity and the innovators of our future. So when we recognize the artist as a creative city citizen, with all the rights and responsibilities that that title implies, we will unlock the immense, untapped reservoir of potential. We transform our policies from barriers into bridges, and we ensure that our creative economies are not just surviving, but soaring. In Jamaica, we say, we little but we talawa. I've gone past that. It's time to transcend talawa. So who cares? We all should. Because when we do, we don't just care for our artists, we care for our cities, we care for our future, and we care for the very soul of the Caribbean itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I love that thought, not just surviving, but soaring. As you were speaking, I love the title, From Chattel to Citizen. I thought of the chattel house. Formerly slave properties very often, you can easily move it around, and in its design that was quite smart. You can move it from here to there, but there was a feature on it, on many of them, the fretwork. Gorgeous, intricately detailed fretwork. And we might overlook the artist sometimes. You talked about legitimacy, equity, contentment for the artist, access and mobility. When we forget about all these multiple little things, those intricate little details that need to be there, we can end up erasing what could be. If the fretwork was not on the chattel houses, on the historic houses, would they be as valuable as they are? Would they be as beautiful as they are? We must remember the artist and to value the artist and to put the conditions in place for the artist to thrive. Thank you so much. Thank you. Israel Mapp from Barbados is our next presenter who will be presenting on Making Place, the City, a Quilt of Stories. He's a multidisciplinary designer, excited by the creation of great things out of nothing, from placemaking towards successful live work and play spaces to a new useful object of beauty Israel has design ethics that synergize thoughtfulness, beauty, function, and performance. In addition to being the principal designer at Archipelago, Architecture, and Epoch 11, product design, he co-founded Barbadian creative startups, the Artists, Designers, and Makers Collective, Tandem Movement, and nonprofit Union Collaborative, Inc. He's the 2023 Tilting Axis Fellow. Israel explored ideas intersecting materiality, intangible heritage, innovation with co-creative spaces. He is currently the Cultural Impact Fellow with the Clara Lionel Foundation. Israel.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. And thank you, Andrea, Debbie, and Debbie? There are 3 Debbies on this floor. You guys set this table so well. Andrea speaks about being a doer. I'm a doer. I'm all about praxis. Debbie number 2 spoke about people. I'm really about people. And specifically, Debbie number 3, I'm really about creative practitioners. Everything they said today, this afternoon, aligns, resonates with me so fully. I'm so happy to tell our story from Bridgetown, Barbados. I'm going to present to you the city, a quilt of stories, and it's really stories about people. I'm going to start off, but I need at least 2 volunteers from the audience who loves to read. Anyone out there? Who is this? You'll go? That's your name? Okay. I will let you know when you need to go. All right, so have a time. No. Hey, moms. This is Dr. Evelyn, everybody. Thank you, ladies. I'm going to start off. So, a couple 100 feet from here, there's an amazing space called Union at Beckwith. And it's a centuries-old building that we pretty much adopted in 2016. It's a long story, but I really want to get to the kernel of things, which is about the people. I'll go first. Levi. On Saturday night, March 15th, on Prince Alfred Street, was never meant to be activated as it was, but art does that. It spills, it calls. As Gotham by Keyshawn Abrams featuring Che Quarles opened in Dream Space's Pod 8 studio in Union at Beckwith, and a bar off-grid speakeasy flickered to life with streams of Smoker's Delight by Nightmares on Wax, lit oil lanterns on cocktail tables spilling into the street, Bridgetown began to breathe again. Then came Levi, a street entrepreneur, one of many quiet itinerant hustlers of Bridgetown, washing cars with a rag and a bucket, collecting bottles for cash, or doing odd jobs to occupy their earthly time. That night he rolled up on a BMX bike, somehow maneuvering it with a shopping cart full of vegetables. A man with a mission, hawking sweet potatoes, chives, cucumbers, onions, limes, and Scotch bonnets. The only thing missing, he said with a grin, is the pork. Then this would have been pudding and sauce. So Barbadians in the audience, I listed out the ingredients for the pickle in pudding and sauce. He placed 4 modest sweet potatoes on the bar. These were $5, he told the bartender. Would you like to buy a cocktail with those potatoes? Asked the bartender. You, sir, Levi replied, are an intelligent man. The drink was mixed, trade was made, and Almost House was christened. The street usually quiet, closed, and emptied out by sunset and sometimes disturbed by dust and noise raised by cars, trucks, buses, and motorcycles whizzing through, became a marketplace again, not from the memory of bygone 18th century Beckwith, then filled with butchers, but from an opportunity of possibility. Art cracked the pavement, and life poured in. In a moment that echoed Gabby's Bridgetown, where the people used to gather, talk, and laugh the whole day long, a new verse was written. Sorry, I couldn't sing it, right? This is what happens when creative placemaking meets lived experiences. When an art residency unintentionally regenerates a city block. When value is measured not in dollars, but in exchange. When a shopping cart becomes a cultural artifact. Bridgetown, you're still alive. I like to credit Che Quarles, Amy Mayers. They provided some of the photographs, as you all can see. You've had time, you studied the photographs? Yeah? All right, we're going to the next one. So you're up, Adil Abu.
Right, but okay, I'm on now. So Adil Abu sees the world differently, always has. Letters, numbers, they don't sit still for him. They shift, blur, and scatter like a language that never wanted to be learned. In this time, humanity now understands more. He would be diagnosed with severe dyslexia early in life. But then and now, reading text and numbers is difficult. But patterns spoke to him. He could see symmetry, rhythm, repetition instantly. Now a retired carpenter, following 40 years at the Ministry of Education in Barbados, he built by intuition. Blueprints were a challenge, but spatial logic, natural. He didn't just measure, he understood structure. For decades, Adil Abu has been weaving long before his studies in fashion design 3 years ago. The loom felt like home to him, each thread a language he could understand. And now he pursues fashion. He's creating all the textiles to be used in his new collection, from yarn to garment. He's not just designing clothes, he's crafting every element that brings them to life. To support his final year project, Adil Abu was awarded a Dream Spaces Residency for Arts, Design, and Making at Union at Beckwith, an emerging creative cluster in Bridgetown developed by us, Union Collaborative Inc., a nonprofit social creative enterprise that provides access to space, tools, programming, and community for creative practitioners. The Dream Spaces residency offers 260 square feet of studio, exhibition, or workshop space for 1 month, encouraging independent, experimental, and contemporary creative expression. Through the residency, Adil Abu didn't just gain space, he became a part of a growing, supportive community of creative practitioners, a group that understands what it means to create with your whole self, to start again even later in life. His newest collection launched last May at the Barbados Community College, the Visual and Performing Arts Fashion Portfolio 2025, a journey of textures and tones. It's not a reinvention. It's a return to the language he's always spoken, one of structure, material, and movement. From saw to loom, from wood grain to warp thread, Adil Abu is still building, only now he's weaving a legacy.
Thank you, Latoya. That's amazing. So, ZOOP. Does anyone know what a ZOOP is? Okay. So, in our flagship building, unit at Beckwith, we have an amazing green space, which you can't really tell from the street edge. And we made it since 2023 to acknowledge the non-human, meaning plants and animals have the same agency and interests as the human. So we've included them in all of our decision making and the things that we do. And it's not only the green space, but also the near shore, because we're, I don't know, a couple meters away from the ocean, which you will see soon. So that is what a zoop is a Dutch word. So essentially, you're acknowledging the non-human as part of your community, an active part of your community. How do I make this play? Oh, plays itself. Okay. I'd like to credit Christian Paul Gibson for taking the film. He's one of our Give Back students. We have a program here in Barbados where university students give back to different organizations. And he helped me compile and design that film. And yes, that is in the middle of the city. So, Dr. Evelyn, you get to speak on behalf of the ZOA. Or you're speaking as a ZOA.
Right. This is Voices of the Courtyard. It's called Banana. We are the banana trees in the heart of Bridgetown. Rooted in stone and soil, we rise green against the gray. Our leaves have caught the wind of conky season, and now at last, we offer our first fruit. We know our purpose, to nourish, to shade, to cradle conkeys in our leaves, to mulch the earth when our cycle ends. Even when we are cut down, our spirit lives on in the suckers we push forward. Continuation, resilience, legacy. In this courtyard, we are oasis. Birds drink from our stems. Lizards skitter through our shade. Ants climb our stalks as if ascending mountains. The humans call this place cool. They feel peace here. We call it balance. The rural breathing within the urban, the slow inside the fast. We are alchemists. With nothing but sunlight, water, and the carbon humans exhale, we create sweetness. Out of air, we bend life itself, food, oxygen, and atmosphere. The humans call it science. We call it magic. We do not ask for much, only love. And in return, we give without measure. So listen to us and remember, be like a plant, grow, give, and turn even thin air into possibility.
Thank you. Thank you, Latoya. Thank you, Dr. Eveling. It's so good to hear those words coming from other voices. And both of you did it so well. Thank you. So I'm going to try something. It might or might not work. But we have another. Okay. Jian. So just let me cue it up. So Jian is from Switzerland. Hold for me. Okay, maybe I will have to read it. But she sent me a voice note. But I'll read it on her behalf. I don't have a French accent. Bridgetown is in the midst of a transformation. A significant stretch of the waterfront is a hive of activity. Cranes are constantly in motion, while fluttering banners announce the birth of a modern new neighborhood, promising jobs, growth, and a fresh face for the city. Just a few steps away, on this quiet Saturday afternoon, Bridgetown's formerly grand colonial buildings, somewhat neglected, seem to be dozing, if not completely abandoned. Accompanying a friend, I hesitantly push open the weathered door of a building that looks long deserted. We cross a room cluttered with tools, paint, cans, and sculptures, and exit through another door. A wonderful surprise awaits. A beautiful place, square patio opens up before us, wrapped around a lush green island of thriving plants. Children are everywhere. There's a storyteller, an activity leader, crafts table, books, notebooks, snacks. The space is bursting with joy, energy, and life. It's a reading workshop for International Book Day, my friend explains. I'm instantly swept away by the magic of the place, the children's laughter echoing around me. Barbados never fails to surprise me. And yet, I still have absolutely no idea where I am. Suddenly, the creator of this hidden gem appears, Israel, a multidisciplinary designer who abandoned his career as an architect to pursue his dream, an artistic and cultural collaborative center devoted to Bridgetown's community. This complex of two-story buildings once housed a well-known Beckwith Mall, a popular spot for Bajans, before being gradually abandoned. From 2016, Israel fought for months to be allowed to adopt the site. With the help of volunteers who spent months clearing the courtyard of rubble and overgrowth, sanding, reinforcing, and repainting. Thanks to donations and grants, Israel, who defines himself as a creative placemaker, breathed new life into the space. Rebaptized Union at Beckwith and created by Union Collaborative, Inc., a nonprofit run by a 5-member board, nature has reclaimed its space, and hope has too. Israel believes in the project. Little by little, he's taken over the forgotten spaces, an old flea market, a cobbler's stall, and transformed them into creative hubs, a studio for ceramics and weaving, a library that fills features, a stunning street mural by the late renowned urban artist Azibo, and a street-facing gallery window for showcasing local work. Soon, a women's ceramic workshop will open its doors. This ever-evolving place, growing as funds allow, now hosts artist residencies, cultural identity talks, book launches, writing workshops, kids' activities, and teen debates. The possibilities are endless and goodwill is everywhere. Only funding is scarce, but Israel keeps pushing forward tirelessly, seeking investment to fulfill his double dream, give Bridgetown residents a vibrant space for cultural expression, and above all, to preserve the soul of Bridgetown, saving the heart of the city from bulldozers. That's from Gian. So I just let the artists, I just allow the city dwellers and the visitors speak for me. And there's nothing more I really can say. But these ladies lay the table perfectly. You can see how things resonate and are weaving like Ade Labu. So that's it, making space. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. Adelabu Zua, regenerating life in Bridgetown. Genesis, new beginnings. That's what came to mind. In design, we talk about placemaking. We spoke about that today. And there's another part, world making. Genesis. And in the world that you're creating, there's an opportunity for us to be sensitive enough to see who or what might be overlooked. When we heard to give voice and to listen to perspectives that we wouldn't normally think of or wouldn't normally hear. You know, that when you talked about capturing the beauty of nature, even in the city, and we saw the big, abundant harvest of bananas. There were bananas, right?
There are bananas. We also have plantains and figs.
But you don't always think of these big harvests in the city. You don't always think of hearing the voice of those that don't speak, that we don't usually listen to or consider. And it made me think of the time when we used to hear those utopian songs, Feed the World on CBC TV, Channel 8. It made me think of utopia, this opportunity for design to help us make a new world, to envision it and to build it. So while I know you refer to yourself as a former architect, I might think that maybe you're just being an architect in a different sphere, designing and building a world of possibilities. Thank you so much, panel. We are soon out of time, but I have one more question for all of us. At the beginning, we pictured this world in 2050. What do you think we might put in place now to help make that future world? Your world can change, by the way. You don't need to stick to the one you gave earlier. But we've listened to each other. We've heard some perspectives. What might we put in place now to help make a better future city a possibility?
Test. I think that there are so much effort is happening in the different spheres, from design to the artists and the placemakers to the policymakers. I think that while we're gathered here for big conversations, and this conversation has been a joy, like I think I enjoy this more than any audience member. Everything spoke to the work that we do, and so I'm absolutely thrilled to have had this conversation. It was a real conversation, y'all. But I think that what needs to be put in place now is execution. Execution. We have had a lot of talk. I'm sure many of you know the things that Israel is trying to do. Understand the concepts that Deborah is trying to bring across. Get the whole safety by design issue that Deborah has been working on her whole life. I think that what we need is execution. We have to hold people accountable to making this happen. If it is one thing you do when you leave here, find a way to hold the decision makers and our leaders accountable. Otherwise, it will just be another conversation. So that's my hope.
Yeah. So I'm thinking so many things at the same time. I think it's important to connect the dots. Things don't just happen by chance. We have to know what future we're trying to create. And I think the idea of asking people to envision 2050, what it's going to be like and how that world is going to impact us. I think it's important. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. When you buy the 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, you have no idea where to start with all the pieces in the box unless you had that picture on the cover. So I think that's the 2050 vision. It's seeing what that end state is, and then what are the various pieces that we have that we need to put together to create that, because we need to bring them together. And I do agree that implementation is important. I think it's important to have clear policies to guide implementation, and that's what also helps us hold people to account in terms of are we delivering based on the policies that we set. So that is important. I think it's important to keep people at the center of development, for us to see our part in development. You know, at East Port of Spain, we had a slogan. So if you write the word development, you see the letters M-E in there. So we see ourselves in development, and we see people at the heart of development. And I think that has to continue. And to do what we're trying to do, we need to integrate all of that with the proper resources. What are the resources that we need to give life to these creative cities and to, yes, to create the visions that we have articulated today?
I'd like to say ditto to Andrea and ditto to Deborah. I think we both need execution and to connect the dots. But I think we also need to take responsibility for that process. So just to add a little context to what Andrea and Deborah have said, we've been having these conversations about what we call the cultural economy in the Caribbean from about the mid-1990s. In 2015, our former Prime Minister, P.J. Patterson, went to the CARICOM heads, and he spoke to all of them. He presented a paper where he outlined the utopia we spoke of today. It's 2025. And we've had different countries doing different things. Some have policies and never implemented them. Some are on a path to implementation. Some are just starting their policies. Some have sat on their policies for 20 years. And I think it's time that we get up and decide that I am going to take responsibility for making this thing happen. I am going to go and gather 20 people and sit at the door of my Ministry of Culture to ask them, when does the policy come? I am going to go and write a sector policy with the people that I work with and take it there. I am going to gather and get together in a guild, a professional organization, whatever it is I choose to do, but I'm going to do it. And I think that's the only way we can have implementation and connect the dots, because we can look to somebody else to do it, and it will never get done unless I do.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be a little bit more esoteric. I'm calling us to be more generous. I'm calling us to build more trust. I'm calling us to ensure that we see each other, that we make each other safe, that we support each other. This Carifesta 15, as everyone has recognized, is special because we're all asking for that. I participated in a symposia earlier this week, and I've discovered people doing the work that we're doing. I did not know they existed. And it's comforting to know that the work is being done. We're quietly doing it, and people always wonder, like, I didn't know this was happening. I said, but we're just caught up with the work. And so rest assured, do not be disheartened. It's happening, as you can see, it's happening. So I'm giving you, that level of encouragement. That's it for me.
Thank you so much, panelists. I want to thank you all for participating. Andrea, Deborah, and Israel. This is the Council of the Judges. I'd also like to give a special thanks to Dr. Marielle Barrow, Mark, Lisa, Kim, and the team, and also the audiovisual team and the Carifesta team. All of you, thank you so much for making this a possibility. I might also add that as we think about how we move forward, taking initiative, making sure that we find community, have other people come with us, keeping people at the heart of things, holding each other accountable. These are all important. And I'll pull in some design language here because we touched on the full gamut of design. Generally in public, when we hear design, we might think of fashion design or graphic design and these kinds of things. And those matter, those are real design disciplines. And then we go further along the chain and we look at system design, looking at policy. And all of these can influence how we create the future. So I'd say perhaps we should challenge ourselves. When we talk about design, we often talk about the making of things, everyday things. It's a book, a design book. And we see designers who make things that we hold and we feel. But can we look to make the futures that we will live in, that we will feel, that will reshape our lives, that will reshape things for the next generation? That's our challenge for today, to move from just making it in terms of things, but to move to making it in terms of thriving in the future and making these futures a possibility. Thank you so much, everyone. This has been Graffiti Blueprints.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a great honor for me to welcome you to this panel, which is titled Yard Rhythm, Sounds of a Nation. My name is Brett Piper, and it's a really great honor for me to have been able to travel all the way here from Johannesburg in South Africa. I'm a festival practitioner. I've worked with African musicians in the context of the transition from apartheid in South Africa since the early 90s. And I'm currently an associate professor at the University of the Witwatersrand, or WITS, in Johannesburg. I'm also a scholar of festivals, and I'm really struck by how the 1970s yielded these incredible festivals that were tied to processes of nation building. Carifesta, of course, starting in 1972. In 1977, we had the extraordinary festivals, Festac happening in Nigeria, the creation of film festivals like FESPACO in 1969 that continues to this day. So festivals were definitely part of the post-colonial experience across Africa and the Caribbean. And I feel that this series of discussions, these big conversations that have been part of Carifesta 15 are really reminding us of that longer history and helping us to build on it and inviting us to discourse with each other in that context. I'll be moderating today's discussion, and I'll be introducing my two fellow panelists briefly, just also to communicate the apologies of some of our panelists whose logistics around today being the last day of the discussions and the challenges of mobility around the region, which we'll have reason to speak about. So just to explain that we've had apologies from some of our panelists, but I'm still convinced we're going to have a really engaging conversation. There are few aspects of Afro-diasporic and Caribbean culture that have resonated around the world to the extent that music has. Music has been foundational to many of the ways in which culture is defined and circulated from this part of the world. And I'm also mindful as a scholar of African popular musics that really it's impossible to tell the story of popular musics in Africa across the 20th century without recurrently referring to the influences that came from the Caribbean, the influences of calypso, the influences of reggae, the influences, of course, of so many musical practices that themselves have roots in the African continent. So we're going to be talking today about how something that can be as profoundly local as music, something that can literally have the rhythm of a metaphorical yard. On the panel that preceded us today, there was reference made to the ways in which so much of culture in this part of the world is intensely local, and music often conveys deeply rooted local meanings. But at the same time, almost paradoxically, music resonates beyond those contexts. And music is one of the great currencies of the globe. And music can't be contained by any particular geographies or political dispensations. I think in my own experience in South Africa, and I grew up in South Africa in the late apartheid era, we knew that an icon of South African music like Miriam Makeba had been part of collaborations with Harry Belafonte in the 1960s, and that in a sense, South African music had become part of the musics that had originated in this part of the world, and had, of course, been profoundly tied to histories of anti-colonial and anti-racist struggle. And so we proudly tap into those histories today in this panel as well. I'm delighted to be able to introduce colleagues who are working across these geographies, and they're going to speak in particular ways to that experience. And the first is the colleague to my left, Bernard Sobki, who's also traveled with me, or like me, from Africa to be at Carifesta 15. Bernard comes to us from Accra in Ghana, and is going to speak to his work in forging collaborations and creative exchanges between West Africa and the Caribbean. And we're going to start with a brief video. So if I could please ask that we go to video 1, and then I'll invite Bernard to introduce himself and the work he does. Thank you so much.
About 500 years ago, Africans were carried across the Atlantic to the Caribbean. We lost our names, we lost our languages, but one thing survived: our sound, our drums, our rhythms, our voices. They became our music, our shared language. Today, the internet is our new ocean. It carries our rhythms faster and further than ever before. But too many creators still lack the space, the skills, and the support to thrive. That's why we built Jumbo Spaces, a creator hub in Accra, which has become home to creatives of every kind. Creators come to learn, grow, and most importantly, collaborate. Music has always been a strong arm of Jumbo Spaces, and we have a fully equipped studio and engineers to support our community. From this community came Molly, a Ghanaian singer and songwriter. She joined forces with Jamaica's Silent Addy and gave the world the smash hit, Shake It to the Max.
And if you hear this sound, then go on your back, go on your knees, baby, shake it to the max. The DJ please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. Shake it to the max.
This was not just a hit, but a movement, born from our shared rhythms, celebrated across the globe. This is the power of collaboration, Africa and the Caribbean building together. Because when we make music together, we don't just make hits, we make history. Let's come together and take it to the max.
Rice and peas, body hotter than the last. I feel bigger tears anyway, you see my past. And if you hear this sound, then go on your back, go on your knees, baby, shake it to the max. The DJ please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Thank you very much. Thank you. If we could jump to the slides, yeah, great. I wish the song didn't have to end. I wish I could enter this presentation dancing, but I don't want to get carried away. So let's just go straight into it. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to be in Barbados. Not to give away my age, but over almost 38 years on this planet, I've tried to figure out how to connect with the Caribbean. And it's been something that I've always been like playing in my head. How do I connect with the Caribbean, especially for someone who works in marketing and is curious about markets? But interestingly, because of this project I'm about to share, this year alone, this is like my 6th time in the Caribbean. And I've been to Barbados twice already this year. And it's exciting. It's an exciting time, and there's so much more to come out of these collaborations and what we are working on. So to tell you about myself, my name is Bernard Kafui Sope. I pride in calling myself a West African brand and culture custodian who is enabling creators monetize globally. I've been doing this. I've been working for over 15 years in working with local brands, working with multinationals, working with creatives across the entire spectrum, from fine arts to poetry to film and to music, most importantly. At some point, I was working at Twitter as a senior partner manager on the continent of Africa. Well, until Elon Musk took my job and sold the company to X. But currently, I'm a co-founder of Jumbo Spaces, which is Ghana's first digital creator incubator, and I'll tell you some more about it. So Jumbo Spaces is basically what I term a home for Africa's digital content creators. It's a creative hub that is focused on helping creatives turn their creativity into currency. We know a lot of creative people just want to be about the talent and about the passion, but we try and guide them, or we've built that space to guide them so they can make money from their passions. There's so many stories of African creatives who excite and entertain people all their lives, and then in their old age, they are very broke, and then they die very miserable deaths. And we don't want that. So we want to be able to tap into
opportunities to make money as a creative. We operate Jambo on 3 pillars. One is space. The next is education and resources. When it comes to space, we have music studio, we have podcast studio, we have co-working spaces, we have event spaces, and basically any space at all that a creative can thrive and excel in what they do. When it comes to education, we organize master classes, workshops, and currently an academy, which I'll share more detail in the coming slides. And then lastly, with resources, we provide the necessary resources, connecting them to people who can fund them, who can give them grants, and equipment and any tools at all that can make them excel. So that is Jambo Spaces in a nutshell. But music is a very strong arm of Jambo Spaces. And it's not surprising because the youth are drawn to music and are drawn to music very easily. They gravitate towards music. It's something that they pick up quite early. So when you come to Jambo, you would see a lot of young people in the studio making music, interacting, trying to get their first hit song. And so because of that, our studio is state of the art. It's built properly, acoustically padded. We have sound engineers that support them. We run workshops and master classes that teach them production and anything in the music business. But one thing that Jambo Spaces stands for, which, like I said, is a digital creator hub, is we teach them how to use their mobile phones to their benefit. Because as a young, thriving creative, you don't necessarily have the funds to be able to shoot a big music video or to pay media houses. So we teach them how to create content. I'm sure we all here have at least one TikToker or one Instagram influencer or Facebook influencer that we follow and we constantly go to for content. So that is what we teach at Jambo. That is the thread under which everything we do falls on. So even as you learn to make music or we teach you to collaborate, we teach you how to create content, use your phone, try and get viral moments, and because that is from that you would get the leverage and the foundation to attract everything else that you want in the space that you are working in. So we come to Molly, Shake It to the Max, which I played and shared a video earlier. So Molly Montgomery is a Ghanaian musician, and she collaborated with a Jamaican DJ called Silent Addy. Molly spent a lot of time at Jambo Spaces. She's always creating TikTok content. She's always recording music. She's always interacting with the community. And she had Silent Addy reach out to her because of some songs she had put out on her TikTok. And they worked on this beat together, which is currently Shake It to the Max. And she decided to do a video with her family. And they created content and it went viral. And that video went so viral that it caught the attention of a lot of people in Africa and gradually seeped into the Caribbean, Jamaica especially, and then went across to all the other African countries. So Shake It to the Max is an African-Caribbean music collaboration, which is fueled strongly by TikTok, Instagram, and digital content creation. Just to say that this isn't the first of such collaborations. We've had Beanie Man work with Stonebwoy. I don't know if Brett, you're familiar with Reggie Rockstone, but like we have the legends. The legends have been collaborating for a while. We had Davido work with Popcan. We've had Shatawale and Vibes Cartel, but this time we were able to create something different. And the unique thing was the fact that there was a viral element to it, the fact that there was TikTok, there was, I'd say, not cheap, but a completely less expensive way to promote the music without having to pay anyone, basically from the phone. And that's what made the difference between this song. So like the video said, 500 years ago, our main connection from Africa to here was the Atlantic. But now, I would say the internet is our new ocean. We don't have to necessarily come here. We don't have to necessarily pay anybody to come and meet our brothers and sisters out here. We basically need to leverage on the tools that we have, which is our phones, our social media, learn to create content, and learn to collaborate to using these tools to drive engagement. So some stats that came out of this hit song was they had over 235,000 TikTok dance videos across Africa and the Caribbean. There was a Caribbean remix that had Skilly Bang and Shensia on it. And now we even have Sean Paul. And just yesterday, I was sent a message that because Busta Rhymes has Jamaican descent, he's just done his version too. And they keep popping up because everyone now wants to jump on the bandwagon because the Caribbean has a rhythm culture and we love to see it. So the Caribbean remix smashed past 100 million YouTube views, making Molly have the most viewed video ever by a Ghanaian artist. It is top charts worldwide, hitting #1 on Billboard US Afrobeats charts and Jamaican charts. And also, I just saw online that the VMAs have added a second nomination to the song as the biggest summer song of this year. So, based on that, we had always wanted to create an academy under Jambo Spaces as our core product. But based on that, that's strengthened our zeal to even roll it out quicker. And we created the African Digital Creator Academy. So basically, it's an academy that helps creators use their skills, like I said, to monetize. We teach them brand building, we teach them storytelling, we teach them how to pitch, we teach them IP and legal stuff, and very soon we're about to add music production courses to it. Our first cohort ran for 8 weeks, and we had 25 participants who actually paid for it. And it was very successful. Some of them have been placed in companies and are working, doing internships. Some of them have started running their own businesses. Some of them have grown their audience so much since that time. And we ask ourselves, what is next? We want to scale it up. So we had an idea. Why not build a Caribbean Digital Creator Academy? The initial one was the African Digital Creator Academy. We call it ADCA. We're going to call this one CADCA. So CADCA is going to be an extension of ADCA to the Caribbean. We're going to promote Africa plus Caribbean exchanging skills, collaborations, and digital innovation. We are going to ensure we build on the creative economy and ensure these collaborations are much more frequent and put us more on the global map. And to think about it, that collaboration was purely Africans and Caribbeans, but the whole world is bumping to it. And we didn't need to have an American on it, or we didn't need to have any foreign person on it. But this just shows that our collective effort collaborating can take us really far and make history. So, as a dreamer, how do we move this from vision to action? Currently, I am looking to build partnerships. I've been talking to Mariel already on so much that we can do together. So I'm looking to build partnerships with the Caribbean creative community, government bodies, cultural organizations, and African hubs that are interested in taking this to the next level. And then short term, I would like to do a pilot of CADCA. Even if it's not this year, we would love to do it early next year when the next cohort of ADCA starts, and run training and exchange programs. It would be beautiful to take some Caribbean musicians to Africa and also bring some Africans here and do some really cool exchange programs. And then long term, obviously scale through festivals as big as this, run digital campaigns and collaborative music projects with tech and AI, which is now a big thing. So the key things I would like to leave and also to add to the conversation that we are building on now is that music is the strongest connector of Africa and the Caribbean. Also, digital content creation is our biggest media platform. It's free. It's just on your phone. You just need to figure out the ropes around it. And you don't necessarily have to be an influencer, but you might be able to get your message out there, even if it's not related to music. And then lastly, well, not lastly, we're looking forward to having intentional collaborations because those are quite sustainable beyond policy. Those can even drive policy to be put into place just because there's no way to ignore it anymore. And then lastly, we need to tap into our shared rhythms because we are very much alike. Yesterday, I was telling a friend that every time I come to the Caribbean, I see somebody that looks like another person back home. And some of our expressions are very similar to Africans back home. And it's so uncanny and it's so interesting because some of us have never been, some Caribbeans have never been to Africa and some Africans have never been here. But when they meet, it just feels like we've been hanging out together. And you can see that it's years of genes and shared history over time. So why not we build a shared future together? So yeah, let's reshape our culture together with collaborations, leverage on digital content to amplify it, and let's take it to the max. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Bernard. And how wonderful that we've been able to start with this really successful current example of what happens when musicians who are using this new ocean, as you refer to the internet, and thanks so much for this wonderful, powerful metaphor, people who are tapping into this new connectivity in ways that are really generative. So I'm going to speak to, I'm really glad Bernard in many ways has spoken to the new music economies, the ways in which digital economies are making new kinds of connections possible. And what I think is really exciting about having this conversation at this time is that these new economies have not displaced, but they've added to the economies that really are still centered on musicians playing together in real time, in person. And we're needing to think about how those economies link to each other. So I'm going to ask that we play the next video, please, and then after that we'll go to another PowerPoint, and we're going to be looking at another case study from Southern Africa, and I'll be speaking to some of my colleagues' experiences in that. And so this is a video that documents the first decade plus of a project called Concerts SA, Concerts Southern Africa. And basically, for just over the last decade, we've been quite deliberately trying to build live music circuits at the local level, but also at the regional level, which I think is going to resonate in interesting ways here in the Caribbean. Thank you.
Action.
Where the live music scene is today wouldn't be quite where it is at the moment if it hadn't been for the support and initiatives of something like Concerts SA.
What's important about this program is that it speaks to what music can do for educational purposes. It speaks to what music does for entertainment purposes. It speaks to what music does for individual well-being.
Other countries, there are foundations that really help musicians to create and not worry. So to get something like this is very important so that people can take the music to the people.
I got digital mobility funding in the thick of COVID where we were hungry, guys. Yeah.
It helps the nation understand itself. It helps us feel better about who we are, and it helps us become more of who we are instead of living in small, frightened cages.
It
can be really tricky when you're making music like for the artistry of music, but at the same time you have bills to pay.
You were my friend and you called me love.
Because the beast itself is designed to put us in competition, shrink the soul of the song, not care for the vessel. The vessel is always under threat.
Dreams, that's all there is.
As a living, very tough. You have to be strong. It really can't be okay if you're not using your gift. I believe a gift unused becomes a curse. You want to allow your creativity to just go big.
Music is not just cerebral. Music is deeper than that. It's what you are.
It's a healer. And we need to nurture it because it's vital that we create spaces for music to be able to blossom and heal.
We as musicians have a very important role to fill in society. We're like healers of some sort. We're therapists.
We need to sell the truth about the importance of something like this and get support for it.
I believe that if Concert SA were to disappear, there is nothing in the wind that would replace it.
If we get to a place where we don't have that, I'm a little bit scared.
So thank you. As you can gather, it's been a really important project that's supported all kinds of music. We heard jazz, Afrofusion, choral music, classical music, and so that full gamut. So Concerts SA began, and if I'm going to see if I can just control the slides. Excellent. Concerts SA began in 2013, and it was in fact a collaboration that was funded by colleagues in Norway who had had experiences building live music circuits in Scandinavia. Africa is obviously a very different setting for that. Distances are greater. Deep colonial histories and histories of deliberate division by design in a country like South Africa had to be overcome. And live music still is, as we've heard elsewhere today on other panels, a precarious thing. One can't just assume that the venues that support it, who often do so without subsidy or without any other form of economic support, that they'll always be there. A festival is a gift because you can't ever be sure that next year you're going to have the same sorts of resources available to produce. So a project like Concerts SA set out in 2013 to try and build a more sustainable ecosystem for a range of live music performances. But as I've said earlier, Bernard speaking to the digital becomes super relevant to the story because, of course, in 2020, although not by design, the crisis around COVID meant that Concerts SA had to grapple with the opportunities to try and move live music into a digital space. So you will see that the project offered work opportunities, not only for professional musicians, but for the whole ecosystem that supports live music, technical support, media support, but it doesn't stop with the gigs themselves. You would have seen from the video that there's a very deliberate attempt to develop audiences and socially inclusive audiences, given histories of exclusion within South Africa. Digital mobility became a huge aspect of this work, especially after COVID. Supporting audience attending in small venues, in rural areas, in peri-urban, peripheral areas, and not only supporting big live music venues. And it's a project that's sustained by partnerships. These partnerships are transnational in terms of funding arrangements, but also lots of workshops, lots of local support. The sharing of skills has been an important part of this project, and it's involved all 9 provinces within post-apartheid South Africa, but also importantly for us, and I think especially for today's conversation in the Caribbean, 11 countries in the Southern African development community. It's been very productive for a project like Concerts SA to start building networks where musicians can start in South Africa or end in South Africa, but perform in Eswatini, in Zimbabwe, in Botswana, in Mozambique, in Zambia, and in Zimbabwe, and so on. So that's what the project has involved. And over the 10 years that reached 2013 alone, really upwards of 26, almost 27,000 opportunities. We've been doing research at my university as to what the decade of support tells us in terms of how live music venues have shifted, what kinds of activities have predominated in terms of genre, in terms of geography. So close to 4,000 concerts, nearly 2,000 venues and spaces across those geographies I mentioned. Lots of educational opportunity. Nikki Sondo is in fact a very wonderful venue owner in Johannesburg. If you come to Joburg, Nikki's Oasis is a wonderful place to catch live music in. And she speaks to the ways in which schools programs link with her work. And she recently has actually reached out to me because she wants to study as a postgraduate student her professional experience. We've also been able to move colleagues and musics into digital spaces, especially at a time that artists couldn't perform live in 2020 and 2021. And we've built a lot of workshops, skills sharing, the kind of work Bernard does. And we've reached out to schools in terms of audience development. I'm part of a small team that works with Concerts SA as a group of researchers because we think that analyzing who's been applying for funding, what kind of funding they've needed, and the shifting needs and nature of the sector helps us to develop policies and recommendations within South and Southern Africa that we hope we can also offer to a conversation with colleagues here in the Caribbean. There have also been really important studies, for example, on gender representation in the music industry and the particular challenges that women face working in the nighttime economy, in a range of spaces, and what kinds of interventions can be made for gender equity in the music industry, where a lot of work remains. So Concerts SA is a really exciting project that helps us to build on the South African and Southern African experience, and especially something that I'm very passionate about in my own ongoing work as a cultural producer come lecturer, is to be very deliberate about building audiences that enable intergenerational and inter-community conversations. As I said earlier, South Africa for over 40 years was divided by design. Apartheid literally meant in the Afrikaans language separateness. And so we had cultural and educational and political policies aimed at preventing people from getting to know each other culturally. So the work of redress in post-apartheid South Africa is about being very deliberate in allowing the young artists and audiences who are coming up to see themselves as part of a greater, much more diverse and much more integrated story. And that's something we can tap into Caribbean experience in very meaningful ways. So I'm going to thank you for your attention and invite further partnerships with this kind of work. And we're so grateful to Carifesta and for the big conversations, for indeed inviting us to think big about being very deliberate about doing this now. In 2025 and 2026, there are so many opportunities, as Bernard has demonstrated. So thank you sincerely. And with that, I'm going to just acknowledge, I'll pause to acknowledge the work of Andre Leroux and my colleagues at Concerts SA. And now we're going to move to our other panelists, but I'm going to invite much interaction from colleagues in the audience. And of course, we're also very grateful that we have an online audience for this wonderful series of big conversations. So I've been delighted in the last 2 weeks to firstly online meet Nicholas and to be able to really get a sense of the kind of ways in which artists, professional artists, are navigating careers here in Barbados and in the larger ecologies of the region and indeed the larger world. So please join me in welcoming Nicholas, who will be responding to what we've been discussing. And Nicholas, with that, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Nicholas Branker. I was originally born in England, but don't hold that against me. I grew up in Barbados. I am a Barbadian through and through. These two gentlemen have given us a wealth of information, which I think we can try our best to utilize and take advantage of. It is important for me to give you a little sense of what my history is. I have been a professional musician / producer for my whole life. I have never had what people call a day job. I have always supported myself. It is important that I say that because there are not very many of me. When we think about the Caribbean, we have Carifesta, we speak of the Caribbean as a place. The Caribbean is a region full of countries whose populations are vastly different in terms of number, in terms of economic power, and in terms of access to resources. So when we speak of the Caribbean and then we speak of Jamaica, it is unfair to Dominica. It is unfair to St. Kitts. I know that I have to speak sometimes what appears to be negatively, but it is practically. I think that the smaller islands in the Caribbean are suffering from a lack of non-political artistic investment. I think that it is important for us to recognize that all of the music that we're talking about, all of the music from Africa and from the Caribbean, is rooted in the struggle for freedom. It is a political statement. It has always been a political statement. We use it commercially in order to generate resources for ourselves to further our fight for freedom. So, governments have either tried their best to suppress artistic expression, or they have tried their best to fund it in order to control it. What I find is problematic in terms of developing a really fertile artistic environment, what I find problematic is that most of the largest avenues for exposure are controlled by government, which affects whether you think it obvious or whether you think it subconscious. It affects what is said. It affects what is represented as artistic expression. And I think we need to think about ways, which is why I was listening to you, gentlemen, very carefully. And it sounded to me, even though you weren't really fully specific about it, it sounded as if your funding was outside of the political spectrum, which is a crucial thing. But you have large societies, so it is maybe easier to get that done. I think it is an important point for us as the artistic community to think about ways that we can generate resources that are not attached to artistic control. I think, for example, of our carnivals, which we perceive as being the most amenable avenues for musical expression. But they are extremely limited in what they allow or what they can promote. The music is very specific, and because of its specificity, it is difficult to export it. But the amount of time and resources and energy that is put into it, I think it is counterproductive. I would like for us to think about ways that we can firstly have year-round musical creation, not seasonally specific musical creation, because in a lot of ways, what we make for carnivals is much like what we make for Christmas. It is played for 4 or 5 weeks, and then it has no value after that. We may love it because we love it, but it really only has 5 weeks of commercial value. That song that you are talking about, that you did, can last for years. I think we may have 10 songs in the last 40 years that we could say that about. I'm not talking about Jamaica right now. Outside of that, maybe 10 songs that we can speak of as being legitimate commercial successes internationally out of our musical environment. To me, that's not really a good sign, considering that we put out thousands of songs every year, regionally. The second thing that I want to say is that for my own personal warm part, as we say in Barbados, I am committed to the increase in quality of the musicians that we produce. I also find it important that we give them a sense of where they fit in the relay of this musical life. A lot of young musicians in the Caribbean do not know the musicians that came before them. They do not understand the struggles that they had. They don't know what their artistic statements were, or what their artistic direction was, or what the environment was that they came out of that caused them to do what they did. My work, I have a band. I am functioning as an NGO, but I have a band. We have 3 generations of people in it. Well, 4 really. There are people in the band that could be my grandchildren. I shouldn't have said that. It's not that I am old, it's that they are young. But the point is that I tell them about things that they have never heard about. Things that happened in Barbados, about musicians that grew up in areas that were very similar to where they grew up in. They don't know who they are. I have another kind of configuration where we have musicians from the Caribbean playing together in one unit. There aren't many of those units. In fact, I don't think there's another one where everybody is from a different country in the Caribbean playing music and exploring one of those rhythms. Those are the things I would like to see more of, so that we would have, I think, a more valid statement to make when we get to a place like Ghana, when we get to Africa. We have more to say because we have a greater sense of what makes. We are very similar in many ways, which is a good avenue in, but we still need to be different in order to have viability, in my mind. And I think that we need to spend more time in this region working on that. What happens at Carifesta doesn't happen any other time, in my mind. And Carifesta happens once every 2 years for a week. And we all come and we are all excited and we all talk about all the possibilities. And then 2 years from now, we will be having these same conversations again, because we go back to our regular lives and to what we do daily. And the feelings of collaboration and togetherness that we have now, we need to find ways to sustain, maintain, and develop. Out of that, I think we will begin to create a much more vibrant artistic community that is more diverse than it is now, and therefore more scalable is the word that economists like to use, and bring more revenue into this part of the world, more attention to this part of the world. But it is a work in progress, and I hope that in my lifetime I will get to see a much more all-encompassing approach to artistic development and remuneration. So that's my point for right now. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Nicholas. And so we'd really love to hear from anyone who's in attendance who may want to add to the inputs we've heard, or to ask questions, or to offer suggestions for alternative futures. And I think where Nicholas has ended up is really important for us, how the energies of something with as long a history as Carifesta, how one can build these more sustainable circuits for both live and virtual performance. That seems to be the key. And it sounds fantastic to me that you have those intergenerational dialogues and intercultural dialogues happening within your band, and that certainly sounds like something that we'd love to hear more of in Africa. Would anyone in the audience like to pose a question, offer another perspective? We really value your presence and your attention. May I ask, within this kind of space and this kind of conversation, if one were to, outside of festival time, visit not only Barbados but the region, where would one go to find the places where the intersections happen between musics of the African diaspora, in a broader sense? It does strike me as an opportunity that this panel is having a conversation across hemispheres. Are there places anywhere in the Caribbean where, outside of the context of a big festival, something like that happens, where African musicians and musicians from the African diaspora in the Caribbean can be creating together and be developing an audience together?
I don't know of any. There is a lot of collaboration on the internet, right? There is, well, I shouldn't say there's a lot. It depends on where you go. There is collaboration. I know of Trinidadian people that are doing collaboration with people in Africa, and I do know it in Jamaica as well. I know in Dominica there is some connection, and definitely in Martinique and Guadeloupe, who are French speaking, there's a different kind of connection altogether. But it is not, I wouldn't call it a movement. It is sporadic, it is not consistent, and I do not know that it is like a model that can be followed. I think it is based largely on personal relationships that were developed over time, from like historical connections between musicians or whatever it is. I think the fact that it is so difficult for us to move from one island to the next makes a lot of the collaboration that we would want to do, the physical collaboration, extremely difficult. It is cheaper in some cases for us to get to the United States than it is for us to get to another Caribbean island. And that is problematic because, as you would very well know, most artists are not wealthy. And so how you do that kind of physical collaboration is difficult. But as I said, the festivals are brought into being, and they do provide a template, but the amount of resources that is required to put on like this Carifesta, I mean, we can't do this every 6 months. You know what I mean? It is impossible to do. So we have to find ways to maybe reduce this singular expense and spread that investment over time so that it has more longevity. And that's just my thought.
Very interesting. Please, Dr. Barrow.
Hi, good afternoon. So, of course, the conversation has been intriguing so far. And while I am not, my background isn't solidly in music, I wanted to share some examples from other subsectors that I think are potentially instructive. So in the visual arts, we have spaces like Tilting Axis and Linked, where they do regional residencies. And this brings Caribbean artists together to dialogue, to, engage. They also share, they also do conferences at various locations at various times. But this is done through international funding for the most part. And it really then becomes about whether the individuals or the organizations that are doing this work are able to secure that international funding and what are they leveraging to be positioned in this way. Again, I don't know much about music, but that's how it happens, or how it has been happening in the visual arts over the last 7 to 10 years, perhaps. And it has been really, really effective. I mean, even on the last panel, we heard the introduction to one of the panelists, and it said, I'm a Tilting Axis fellow. right? And so he was speaking specifically to that institution that has been built around the region. So I don't know what the possibilities are for music, but I suspect that they are greater because music has more popular appeal than the fine arts and visual arts. So I think there's so much that we can draw on and build on from there.
Thank you. And of course, as you mentioned that example, I think where an enormous opportunity lies is, in fact, collaborations across those kinds of spaces. Galleries are wonderful places for live musicians to play in, and vice versa. And we don't have to take the kind of canonical separation of genres as a given. That's one of the wonderful things about festivals, is that they do actually encourage us to make art of all kinds in spaces of all kinds.
Good afternoon. My name is Stetson Wilshire. I wrote a few songs in my time. I worked quite a bit with Mr. Nicholas Wanker. Nicholas mentioned something earlier about the fact that there are not many like him who was able to survive only on music. What do I say to a young person about getting involved in music when clearly here in this region it's extremely difficult to make a living from music?
Well, I can only tell you what I did, right? I mean, if you look at music as a service industry, you can survive in a certain way. Barbados is a hotel tourist destination. There are a lot of hotels. You can get work in hotels. You can work, reasonably consistently for a large part of the year. You can earn a reasonable living. But what you will be playing is what the tourist expects, which is a very specific kind of musical expression. It is not. You wouldn't be able to call yourself a creator. You would be able to call yourself a creative, in the sense that you'll be working in a creative industry, but you will not be creating per se. Most of the people that come into this want to be creators. They want to make a statement, and they want to have an avenue to exploit it. In this time, I think that you are really going to be having to think of yourself as a world citizen as opposed to a Barbadian. You're going to have to think about, I can't just make music for the people that live around me. I have to find a way to make what is unique to what we do palatable to a larger audience. And then we have to find ways to do like what Bernard is doing in terms of leveraging social media in a constructive and viable way, which is also very difficult from this part of the world, given the kind of agreements that we have with the platforms, where it is not as easy to generate income as it is in other parts of the world. But it is going to be a struggle, and you're not guaranteed any success. Most of the younger people that I meet say, well, I want to sing a soca song so I could get in crop over, and then hopefully I would get a hit, and then I could sing in Trinidad Carnival, and I could sing in whatever, and do that little circuit for a year. That happens maybe to 2 people, if that. You know what I mean? So what I try to encourage is that you think about being a master of more than one trade. So if you want to write music, you can write music, but you also have to be able to interpret music. You have to be able to play an instrument. If you want to sing, you shouldn't be just a singer. You should learn to play an instrument so you can accompany yourself. Because a lot of the singers don't actually know how to play anything. They can't accompany themselves and go and sit down in a bar or whatever and write your own songs and perform them and generate a kind of your own little fan base in a space. And it's little things like that that you have to try and do in order to make yourself marketable while still making a statement that is of value to you. Am I making sense?
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everybody. This question is directed to Jambu Spaces. My name is Taja Julian. I'm from the island of St. Lucia. We're known as the Fettin country, where we have St. Lucia Jazz, there's Grosley Friday night, so we have our people all immersed in that. We are actually creating a space called Engulf. Engulf is a space for artists, and we're looking to collaborate. And I was so thrilled to hear the way Jambu has put together like collaborations across the region and just getting everybody excited. Today I could see the song Shake It to the Max. Even our Minister for Sports is dancing and singing that in Parliament office when he does a big deal. So it's like Shake It to the Max. So we all know about that. So what's exciting is that dance can be applied and you have the Afro beats right in there. And that's exactly what we are, Caribbean people. So my question to you is that, how do we use that space to pull our young people? They don't want to hear much talk right now. They don't want to hear no history. They just want to make some money. Yeah, they want to shake it to the max. So when we say, we need to listen to them and understand what they mean, because instantly you could become a success. Just like in sports, music just drives you up in terms of your earnings and what you could do, your popularity in minutes, that can happen just because of the internet. But the problem it's not a problem, it's something that can be fixed. And how do we, if we have a space already, how can we use it virtually to do a collaboration? How can we collaborate virtually in our space, the Caribbean countries around, joining the Afrobeats? Because we have a space already. It's called Engulf. Yes? And how do we collaborate on a virtual basis? Because we know to travel from one, at some point we can meet, we can do those big events like what we have here, and it will cost us some money, but it's worth it. You know, our sponsors that we get, it's worth it to them. So I want us to think out of the box right now. I want us to embrace that opportunity, especially with seeing you there, Jambu, right? To really make it happen, because I'm not, like the young people at UE right now should be here to really, because when I heard the tune, I was like, okay, there we go. Something that I know about, and I know the dance too, because it comes with a dance virtually. Everybody's doing it. Yeah, so there's a communication going on there. So that's my question for you. I want a virtual space for us to collaborate. That's my calling.
Okay, so I mean, it looks. Thanks for the question, first of all, and I'm also curious to know more about Engulf, right? Yeah. So after we're gonna talk, but it looks right now. It looks so good. Like as you watch the video, and how like Molly is a big artist now, but it wasn't something that happened overnight. It's a journey, and in creating spaces like what you've created, you need to accept that it's going to take some time for it to build up. I remember we're in our third year, actually. I remember in our first year, I had people walk up to me and said, why are you spending so much money on, or why have you dedicated this building to this? Why won't you turn it into apartments and rent it out? Because that's the big thing in Ghana now. And I said, I have a vision, and I know it's a space that people are not focused on, but I also know that with time and me constantly showing up and proving a point of what I'm trying to do is going to build the community. Spaces like ours are very dependent on community, and you need to wait it out. But the end goal is to have quantity, right? A lot of people that you're impacting. But in the first few years, you need to focus on quality, not quantity. So even if it is 5 people who show up for a workshop that you've created for 100 people, if 2 out of that 5 go out later on and follow through with everything that has been taught and have become super successful, they become a case study for all the others who are eventually going to come. So, for example, with Molly and Shake It to the Max, people know and are familiar with the fact that a lot of them know her from being at Jumbo Spaces, creating content there, and she posts about us every now and then. So we have an influx of people who constantly now want to participate in our academy, in workshops, in masterclasses, just because of that one case study of Molly. Nicholas said something that over like 1,000 musicians who put out music, 2 of them might become successful. And it doesn't mean that it's not a viable space. It's just that they need to start thinking of other ways in which they can make music beyond just being a hit artist standing on stage with 1 million people standing in an audience. But there are other ways you can write for people, you can do other things. But back to the matter, I think you need to wait it out and constantly show up. Whatever you've been set out to do. I don't know how long Engulf has started, but I was in that position that you are like worried about now, of not having like a lot of people showing up for things like that or looking to tap into the opportunities. But wait it out. Even if you're talking to 5 people a month, I mean, it burns through your resources, but if you can find a way to keep showing up, one single case study or one single successful young person who benefited from your space or can talk about how Engulf changed their life or made a difference will bring in 10 more. And it's now, currently for me, it's quite easier to get people to engage with Jumbo Spaces because they have seen evidence of people who are successful. When I say, oh, I'm from Jumbo Spaces in Ghana or Nigeria, people say, oh, that space that did, or that space that did that. And the emails are becoming more, the conversations for funding are becoming more, and it just gets easier. Just like any business, traction is what shapes what you want to do. But you're right, digital is the best way to even scale further, but you need to first make sure that you impact a few people that are coming, and then with time it will catch on. I don't know if I answered your question. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, so I have 2 thoughts. The first question is speaking more to what Nicholas would have touched on earlier, where when he talked about the Caribbean, he said the Caribbean is rubber stamped as the Caribbean, but we're a very diverse region. I believe that Africa suffers the same thing. People say Africa or Afrobeats, and we kind of brush Africa with one brush, but it's a huge continent with so many diverse cultures within it. My question is, and I know you asked earlier if there is a space where we as a region kind of meet outside of these big festivals. I want to know if in Africa, like you have Jambo, but is Jambo specific to Ghana or does Jambo reach other nations within Africa itself? And then are there spaces where there are creatives that meet outside of festivals that happen in Africa? Have you been able to manage or find spaces? And Africa is huge. So I know that even being able to travel and all that is also difficult. So virtually, etc. Is there a space outside of festivals where the creatives kind of collaborate outside of that? The second question, because I don't know who's going to answer that first one, but the second one speaks to, well, we use the example of Molly Shake It to the Max, but I do believe that a large part of Molly's success outside of having that musical collaboration that was genius was also that we are now a very visual world, and TikTok is very visual, and along with the music comes the dance. She just spoke about her minister dancing. So as big as the movement was with the music, I feel as though like the dance aspect of it also played a major role. And a lot of her viral moments happened from all the dances that she was taking to the streets, etc. And just a food for thought in terms of how do we then branch beyond the music itself and then look to work with the other creative industries, whether it's the fashion and what music we put behind the fashion, or how do you push your song with the person that's already having a collaborative space in fashion and add your music to that so that every time somebody sees that your Caribbean song is behind that, etc. So I'm just thinking in terms of collaboration outside of regional collaboration, but how we across the different areas of the arts collaborate.
The first question was, oh God, I remember. I can't.
If other countries collaborate.
Yeah, so Africa suffers that same thing with what he said, because we are 54 countries, all of us very different, very nuanced. When I was building Jambo with my co-founders, Jambo is a Swahili word. Everyone in Ghana asked me, why are you using a Swahili word? We don't speak Swahili. But it's just because of my vision of eventually impacting the whole continent. And Swahili is the biggest spoken African language in East Africa and some parts of the South. So in my thinking, if it blows up the way I want it to blow up, at least the widely spoken language it's going to relate more to it. So I am not even a quarter way to impacting the whole of Africa with Jambo, but it's still part of the vision. So I think it's okay to. Currently, we are serving Ghana, but with time, I'm eager to have more Africans tap into it and grow beyond Africa and even get into the Caribbean. Also, I don't think that is necessarily a problem with sometimes people, how they call it, encapsulating the whole continent or the whole Caribbean as one. This is my thought, if one country excels, it pulls the entire continent with them. If, for example, Jamaicans are, from my point of view as an African, we see Jamaicans as the loudest and most vibrant and everything. And even up to now, I'm still learning about some Caribbean countries. But when I'm thinking about the Caribbean as a whole, whether it's Jamaica that was championing something or not, I embrace the whole Caribbean as, oh, you guys are doing amazing. I don't think it's a bad thing, and I think we can leverage and ride off the successes of our neighbors to be able to tap into things that will also benefit us. When you speak about places in Africa that do things outside, let's say Jambo or festivals and stuff like that, there are a lot of things like that in Africa. Nigeria has their big thing. South Africa has a lot of big events and things that bring creatives together, and East Africa, because like I said, we are very different. For example, Ghana has something called Dirty December. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's like a pilgrimage of people from the diaspora coming into town and just coming to party and do a lot of creative and cultural things for like 2 weeks. When I go somewhere, when even another African goes somewhere and they say, "Oh, you're from Africa. Oh, do you know Dirty December?" and they claim and latch onto it and use it to sell or push whatever agenda that they have. So I think it will take a while for people to recognize each Caribbean country for what it is, but it's also okay for us to ride off the successes of our neighbors to be able to push our agenda, because you never know. Because someone likes dancehall, they might be drawn to soca and be drawn to something that is unique to a specific Caribbean country. What was the second question?
Before you go on, the reason why I brought that up was not specifically as y'all are describing it. What I was talking about was the fact that, Dominica has less than 100,000 people. As a nation, it's 100,000 people. So there are musicians in Dominica that need to survive off of 100,000 people, right? And that is what I was talking about. So if you talk about the Caribbean, economically speaking, there's a wide disparity between what is demographically big and what is small. So that you can't think of the opportunities in the same way. The possibilities in terms of what you're speaking about actually do exist, but the average person who wants to just survive has a different challenge. And that's why I was speaking about it, because we don't always think about what impact the size of the geographical space and its population does to the possibilities for success in the business. That's what I was really talking about. Because I'm sure that festival you talked about for 2 weeks, more people go to that than live in Dominica and St. Lucia.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean? So it's like, when you think about the scale, it's a whole different way of thinking. And we have to try to think about that, but also be realistic about the environments in which we are functioning, because we just don't have those types of resources. But we have to think about how we would kind of allow for that and compensate for it, you know.
Yeah. And to touch on the last thing you said, I totally agree with you about the cross-selling of various creative arts and how they can support each other. I don't know if any of you have gone to see Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa, the theater thing that's showing by Chief Moomin. Chief Moomin is from Ghana, very good friend of mine, and he's been doing this for years. An example, Mansa Musa is a good example of how poetry, fashion, music, and film come together in one production. And that's a good example of how we can cross-sell each other. Because, for example, if Mansa Musa goes to the kind of heights where it's on Broadway and is being shown in like beyond even like in like bigger markets, it can get to a point where labels might come to him and say, hey, we want to plug in maybe this song by Beyonce in one of the scenes because your thing is so big and people are constantly watching it. And that's an avenue for him to make money. That's an avenue for him to also amplify other people's music in the space and his commercial approach. So, yeah, I think we should be creative. We are creative, so we should be creative about how we can tap into other avenues. If it is fashion, whatever it is, that can push whatever agenda that we are pushing as a creative person. So, yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think it's something that we should explore.
Please, sir. Thank you very much. I want to say something about the scale issue that Nicholas is referring to. One of the things that I perhaps would like to ask of the others is, are there not musicians who come from small towns or villages who face the challenge that Nicholas described for people from a single country, in our case, a sovereign state, but who are operating on the same sort of scale that a small town in one of the bigger countries have? And I presume what they do is they migrate to the urban center because it's all within one sovereign state. So is it not just a question, Nicholas, of mobility within the region that hampers somebody being able to grow as a musician when they originate in one of these very small states?
I mean, so there are musicians in Barbados who are from other islands who work here. It happens. My point was that there are people who can't do it. And I have met people who have phenomenal talent who just, we can't get them, you don't know how to get them out, right? And I think about how, so it's one thing to do, you do a little video and people see it and they say it's great, but the physical presence is a problem. And I also think that what happens a lot of the time is that we don't really, I don't know how your incubators would work, right? But a lot of our performers do not get to perform regularly. So their performance skills are not developed. So when they get a popular song, they're not ready for it, right? Because they live in an environment where maybe like they're working in a studio with somebody and you sing the song and you may sing it 2 or 3 more times, but it's not like you're not on a stage every day. You don't have an audience in front of you all the time to try and learn how to work a crowd, how to build your stage presence. All of those things are things that used to happen as a matter of course because, like how you said, in the 70s and the 80s and even in the 90s into the 2000s, there was a lot more possibility for live performance because people were able to perform much more. There was more venues. There were more bands. There was more of an economy that supported that kind of thing. And so a lot of people, like, for example, I mean, I'll give you a very basic example. There's somebody that I worked with the other day that had a song that was popular. And I said, well, come and work with us. And we were doing a show. And I said, well, okay, so you're going to sing the one song, but then you got to sing 2 or 3 other songs. He's like, well, what? So how long are you all performing? I said, like, well, maybe 20 minutes. 20 minutes? But that's a long time. And at the end of the 20 minutes, they were hoarse. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like how you democratize the resources across the Caribbean so that people in islands that don't have opportunity feel like they do and can develop the skills that are necessary. You know, it is that I'm thinking about.
And if I could perhaps just ask a different question, and that's about diversity. Because one of the things I think we've had in the region is quite a significant diverse creation of different genres of music from the different communities and cultures that all find themselves in this region. But I'm not sure that there has been as much cross-collaboration between those cultural genres as there probably could be. Or perhaps I'm wrong in that it is because of that cross-collaboration that all these genres are being created. I wondered what your thoughts are about that kind of cross-cultural collaboration. Well, all 3 of you involved in the industry.
I just spoke. You.
So thanks for the question. And again, you know, given South Africa's history, we, for example, have an extraordinary history of jazz musicians, many of whom were forced into exile under apartheid and have come back. And there's an incredible newer generation of musicians, but the audiences are not intergenerational. So it tends to be an older audience for jazz. So there are some deliberate projects on the go right now to try to bridge that divide. And of course, the full range of improvised musics can talk to one another musically. And festivals can also be really wonderful, fecund kind of platforms for that. The way that musicians can be commissioned to produce something new that will speak outside of the boxes that are seen to be, you know, mutually exclusive. Most musics are families of other musics, but the ways that they're marketed and the platforms for them tend to be quite segregated. So it does take some deliberate creative and also marketing backup. And because you're a marketer, I'd love to hear your opinion.
I think I was going to touch, as he started speaking, I was going to touch on no matter how small a place is, or no matter how unique a sound is, if it's good, it's going to cross borders. A good example is even South Africa. They have a sound called Amapiano. I don't know if anyone here is familiar with Amapiano. Amapiano started in South Africa because South Africa had at a point was so big on house music, and I think they started adding like the keys to it, and it became its whole thing on its own. And it was just like one DJ who started it, and now Amapiano is like played across the entire continent of Africa, and even in the US and wherever. My whole thing is, I don't think like a country needs to be no matter how small a country is, or no matter what collaborations that come out of different sounds, if it's good and it's marketed well, it is going to make the impact that it's supposed to make. Young people are very impressionable people, and in the advent of TikTok and Instagram, if you're able to market or create trends or create viral moments out of whatever sound it is, it would catch on, and before you know it, people will start trying to replicate it and it becomes a trend. So, I mean, that's a good thing about the youth, and that's a good thing about understanding how they think and positioning musical material for them to jump on. It is an art that is tough to crack, but I mean, that's what we teach at Jambo. That is how we try to get into the minds of these young people and see what can get people taken. Like Molly's dance is just a very simple dance that she covers her face and she winds her waist a little bit. And we realize that people who are shy and don't want to show their face but still want to dance will still do it and cover their face and do it and put the video out. And it caught on like wildfire. So it is not cut in stone, or it's not specific science, but there's a lot of chance to it, but you can keep trying until it works out. But it's not impossible to, yeah.
Okay, so I would like to ask a question.
Yes, please.
So I'm glad that Bernard spoke about music crossing boundaries or borders. You can hear me? Yeah. So my question is to Nicholas. So Carnival was born out of resistance and of the enslaved people against the brutalities of slavery. And so it carries a deep history of defiance and resilience. So you know when Bajan say, if you say A, God say B. So my question therefore is, how then do we preserve and balance that cultural foundation when in an effort to generate income, we move away from art forms rooted in Carnival?
I don't think you need to move away from the art forms rooted in Carnival at all. I think that it is about authenticity. It is about sincerity. It is about honesty of expression. Whatever that is, right? I think there are always layers. There are different levels of a thing. So what we call pop music that generates all of that income is an offshoot of a more serious music, all the way down to whatever the nut is, that seed that gave birth to everything else. It becomes more and more diluted the more accessible it becomes. But the root is always the same. I think where we as a people have a little bit of a challenge is the lewdness of what carnival music can now be is offensive to some people. I think that is because we don't recognize that generations continually have to push the envelope. So if we as adults don't have no problem wearing skimpy costumes and walking up, and then the younger people who come after them have to do something more, because that's just how it works, right? And so I think that we need to encourage, and this is why I was saying earlier, with everything that I said kind of comes back around, about how involved the leaders or the governments are in what is being expressed, because they can't really be involved in promoting excessively lewd lyrics. But there is a market for it. And we can't say that you can't make it, right? But if that is what is selling, because I was reading up to yesterday in the Guardian in England, they were talking about some of that bouillon music that is a little bit risque, that is doing, like, had Notting Hill confused, but it's not something that people can talk about, because it's like, well, you can't really say that you're promoting this kind of lyrics. But it is a natural thing for us to express ourselves in that way, because that too is part of the resistance. It is about us being comfortable with ourselves and with our expression and the way that we feel about our sensuality and our sexuality, You know, people are pushing boundaries just because they feel it is important for them. So you gotta let them express themselves. But at the same time, I think that is where, like, the foundations that are responsible for the development of culture should fight to preserve the essence or the original expression. Like how, for example, you would have the Kennedy Center in America preserving classical music, and you have the New York Symphony Orchestra, which is funded, and you know, like people who, those things can't function as economic enterprises on their own. They are supported by the state, and those are the things that we should be thinking to support, and then let the young people just do what they're doing, and we follow them and see where it goes, I think.
Follow-up question. Nicholas, you had mentioned about artists making music for the world.
Yeah.
What exactly then is music for the world? Because if I had to highlight one of your biggest songs, Raga Raga, in my opinion, it was basically a social commentary. You know, I don't understand one thing when I try to listen to one dancehall.
Right.
That's basically speaking about the infiltration of dancehall on the Barbadian society.
Right.
So then what is music for the world?
I said it just now, it has to be authentic. You gotta be saying that people believe you are saying. That song is 32 years old, it is. It was a whole different time. The way people listened to music was different. What people expected from music was different. What is big now is a whole different kind of music. And you have to sell, you gotta sell a culture, you gotta sell a way of life, you gotta sell an aspirational kind of existence. And so I'm not caught up in what the song should be about or how it should be structured. I am caught up in the authenticity of it and the sustainability of it, the ability to try and harness it into a movement. So you don't just have these one song here and another song here and another song there. You try to do it in a way where there's a movement, like how hip hop was a movement. Like you had a whole set of people that just were doing this thing, and it became, I mean, like the voice of the world in a way. It is really about trying to harness that kind of creative potential and make it feel like a movement, so that it has a certain kind of lifestyle surrounding it, and people then buy into that. You know, 'cause I mean, like reggae music is not just about reggae music. It's about, you know, the way they dress and the way the hair is and the herb and the Rasta thing. It's a whole existence that, you know, we have to think about how you package things.
So I think that Nicholas has, in a way, brought us full circle to where we began, thinking about how deeply rooted musical expression can be, even as it circulates transnationally now in the blink of an eye on that digital ocean that Bernard so beautifully described. It's clear that there's enormous vitality, but still depth and history in these practices, tied to histories of resistance and histories of self-liberation. And I think that message the music carries in ways that are forever fresh and new and compelling. So I want to thank you all for your attendance, for your participation, for your thoughtful questions. We certainly would love to continue to dialogue with you. You know, since those big festivals that I mentioned at the outset, since Carifesta began in 1972, and we had these big Pan-African festivals happening, like FESPACO and like Festac. Festivals were spaces of play and creativity and art, but they were also spaces of discourse, of reflection, of taking stock of where we are and where we need to be. So it's really wonderful that Carifesta 15 has reinforced that aspect of the festivals. Thank you to Dr. Barrow and to her team for curating this really important series of big conversations for us. We're clearly touching on big issues that need ongoing engagement. And we thank you, and with that, let me thank you all and wish you well for the remainder of Carifesta 15.
Good afternoon and welcome to Big Conversations. Today, our topic is Open the Playing Field, AI, Access, and Open Source Futures. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome today Miss Maxine Williams, hailing from Trinidad and Tobago. But Maxine is the VP, Head of Accessibility and Engagement at Meta. And she will be in conversation with Senator the Honorable Jonathan Reed. Today, in this fireside chat, Maxine Williams explores how artificial intelligence, open source models, and inclusive design create opportunities for everyone. Enjoy the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. She gave you a great open title, but she didn't say that you were my friend, you know what I mean? So let's start with that. And let's start a little bit friendly. Okay. Heavy title, lots of work, lots of responsibility, but I really want to understand you, the person, right? Okay. So I told someone I was doing this chat, they said, that's Maxine that used to be on Westwood Park?
Yes.
And I said, I think so. And I Googled it quick, all right? So let's talk about origins. How do you move from that start in Trinidad, acting, and then heading up now the role that you have at Meta?
I think it actually makes sense. You know, in Trinidad, we're very creative, dynamic. I think the diversity of the population is the fuel for that. And so we have all kinds of skills. You can't find us in any place. And so I went from being a lawyer, but also a human rights activist, an actress, a television host, a soap opera star, to working on things, all jokes aside, everything that I've done has been something that, to me, has been in service of bringing us closer together,
right?
In service of justice, fairness, trying to build a better society.
Right.
Even the creative stuff, how we express ourselves, what it means to put ourselves out in the world. And ultimately, what happened is that I was working on issues of diversity, representation, opportunity, and a place called Facebook was looking for somebody to come and do that type of work there.
Right.
And I put up my hand, and I went. And again, I felt that being from where I was from, ironically, put me in a good position. I think you come from these countries that we come from in the region, which people consider small, sometimes they consider inconsequential.
Yeah.
But some of the skills that we learn being on the other side of that equation is how to look out there.
Yep.
We are looking out, and we are learning, and we are taking in, and we are understanding, and we are applying, and we are creating. And so I went from being from a small place to being in a big position at a big company in a big place, but feeling very much able to bring my skills or assets to the problems that we were trying to solve.
I don't want you to go too fast. I want to slow you down a little bit and take one step back to an interesting part you just brought up. And I used to work for someone who was a good friend, as you know. I was the chief of staff to the prime minister. And I think more than anything else, the lesson learned from it is we have the capacity, in this, although we're from a small space, to amplify our voice on matters of social justice in a way I think we don't always fully recognize. You know, from the founding of the Black Panthers to, you know, the independence movements that then translated independence all over the world during the 50s and 60s. We had such a powerful voice to play that for all the way from small places. I want to drill down a little bit more about the social justice work and why did you start there? What inspired you to be involved in that work, and how does that translate to the work that you do every day now?
You know, cognitively, it just never made sense to me that we would exclude people and still think we could be successful at anything. That was like the bottom line. I had an early experience once where I went with my brother who was signing up for a cricket club in Trinidad, and I must have been about 8 years old. And he was signing up, and I went with him, and I said, you know what, sign me up too. And the people looked at me and said, oh, no, girls don't play cricket. Right. And I remember in that moment going, well, that's stupid. Right. Why would you, how you know I could be the best cricket player there was ever going to be? Why would you exclude me?
That's a very Trini attitude, by the way. I just want to put that. I just want to put that on the record.
You mean my reaction was very Trini?
100%.
Well, that's my point, is that we learn how to question things, to be analytical, to apply your cognitive sense to it. And it didn't make sense. So exclusion, injustice, unfairness don't make sense to me, and never did. And I could always see where we would collectively be in so much of a better position if we tapped into everyone's potential. And so, yes, it's social justice, but it's economic justice, right? It's just what would be just and right, what would be good for all of us. And so I've always had an inclination to work. When I was a practicing lawyer, I represented lots of unions. And so you're looking at workers' rights. I ran a human rights organization based in Barbados for a couple of years called the Caribbean Human Rights Network. And whether it was issues of prison reform or land rights in Suriname or those of people with disabilities, women, gender, whatever it was, the real thing it comes down to is how we can get the best from everyone by supporting everyone, including everyone, so that we all get to the greatest place, the greatest manifestation of ourselves and collective selves we could get to.
So that then ties to the second part of your opening salvo, really around the idea of you're doing well known in a space, small space, but doing well, good work and doing work that you're proud of. You go to a large space that has its own culture, its own way of operating, but you arrive as yourself, to represent yourself and to represent a region and represent a group that is not as well taken care of perhaps in the global space as it should. And so when you arrive in this space, are you daunted? Are you coming with a sense of, what are you coming with? How are you feeling when you first arrive at a very large space doing a very big job?
I'm curious. And that's what I say about, I think that's something we get coming from these places that are left out, because we're curious about the other. Okay, you say that's great, well, what about it is great? And we are learning about them, right? We're learning about the world all the time. So I come with curiosity always. I come with an interest in solving problems. That's where I talk about the cognitive development and the approach, which is analytical. I come with that. Then I also, though, do have a little dose of, can I do this? Yeah. But not because of do I not have the ability to. I've now walked into a very technical space. Yeah. And that is something that I do think we can get back to talking about, where I'm with people,
we will.
Yeah, who are, in those days it was like coding, developing a type of software, talking about things that I just hadn't heard about, right? Just want to be a software engineer, but do you know about data structures and algorithms, processing big data, and the type of, I didn't grow up with that exposure to those types of sciences, to that type of, they talk about makers labs. That was different. And being in a space where I didn't understand the language and the discipline, that was a little challenging. But then you get to realize that, you can't know everything. We have people who could do that. They have other things I can do. And applying my mind to the problems that they were trying to solve with those tools was something that I could uniquely do. My perspectives were unique because of where I'm from, because of what experiences I've had. We all come with unique experiences. And so you kind of then have to come around to recognizing that and reminding yourself that you are bringing something that nobody else has and that it will contribute to the greater good.
A friend of mine, doing well, executive in St. Lucia, tells me this thing all the time. He says high-performing Caribbean executives are the best executives in the world because you operate at a pace of such scarcity that you have to become a high-performing jack of all trades, right? So you have to be able to do a little bit of everything very, very well to succeed at a high-performing level in the Caribbean. And when you go to global organizations, you find yourself being so incredibly well-valued and able to go through the ranks very, very quickly and get more responsibility that, people who are pretty siloed about their skill sets are always surprised by the range of things that we can do. Was that your experience?
Yes. And I think, you mentioned something before about the Trini personality. Yep. So there's a way in which we, for better or for worse, and sometimes it's for worse, don't box ourselves into anywhere. We don't really follow rules. We question everything, which creates commerce, but it also creates a mindset of, well, what the hell, I could do that too.
Of course.
And so that confidence, when you bring that, helps. There's a way in which you don't fear taking risks or trying something. So I remember the first time I met one of the biggest executives at Facebook who was running the whole business. I went up to her and I introduced and I was 3 weeks at the company. And I introduced myself and I said, hey, I'm here to do XYZ. Listen, you know, you wrote this book. I think it was great, except I think that what you said about this thing wasn't right.
The rocket ship part or which part you didn't say was right?
There's a whole other part which would be outside of the scope of this conversation. But I said, I don't think you were right about that. I think you should have done this. And she immediately said, and I love this attitude of like, well, help us make it better.
Awesome.
How could we have done better? And I said, you could have done better if you'd done this. And she said, okay. By the time I got back to my desk, there was an email from her saying, come and help me on this other thing. Let's make that better.
Oh, wow.
But the fact that I had the confidence to go up to her and say, here's a way to make this thing better.
Is it okay if I say that hasn't been my government experience so far?
No. It is useful to get us to the best place, to be open to, you know, feedback, to invite input. But then remember, I didn't just go up and say, your thing wasn't good.
100%.
I went and said, here's what, I noticed this. I think we could have done this better this way. Here's how I think we could do it. You come in with a solution too.
Yeah. I want to drill down a little bit, obviously, on the technical part. We have an hour, so we have a little bit of time to think this through. But I really wanted to start from the perspective of something I think of often. And in my previous role, I would help, you know, thought processes around this. It's really around, you are a point in time in our history, humanity's history, where our highest value tool of economic activity is available for everyone at the same time, right? So the internet, AI, mobile technologies are available to everyone, whether you're a poor kid somewhere in Tunapuna or Grosettes, or you're a rich kid somewhere in Manhattan, right? So you have this spread of the use of the highest value tool. And there's an opportunity, I think, for the Caribbean, if it's specific outlook on the world, it's out specific problems, it's specific skill sets, to utilize those tools that simply wouldn't be used the same way in New Zealand or Sweden or Bangalore, right? So if we utilize our specific way of expressing, our specific thought processes with the best tools available, what are the amazing outputs that we'll have that become ubiquitous in the world? Do you think about those kind of things in your role? How do you think about encouraging a space to be able to take up the tools to do more with it?
Oh my gosh. I think we live at such so two things. We live in a moment that is a transformative one.
Yeah.
And we should be conscious of that, how lucky we are. The other thing is that we, as Caribbean people, you know, what you said just now, one should not take for granted. You said we can access X, the internet, AI, these tools, as much as somebody in Manhattan. But everybody can't. We in the Caribbean, maybe, we have a high penetration of electricity, right? Basic.
Yeah.
A lot of people in a lot of places don't.
100%.
So they can't access it. We can. So we have plenty of opportunity here.
Accessibility hitting me on my wrist, no problem.
No, it's true. So we have a lot of opportunity to use the same tools that others have, to which we can apply our interests, our desire, whether it's a business interest you have, an artistic one, to create things with these tools, to reach markets, to reach people, to build communities. There's so much we can do with these tools. And they have been made available essentially at a very low access point in terms of cost, right? You know, think of other revolutions, where the Industrial Revolution, where they've created new amazing machines that transform agriculture, but everybody can't buy that machine. And everybody doesn't have access to that machine. But now in this revolution, actually, people like us do have equal access, almost. And so we have the opportunity now to do and to build and to create in ways that we just didn't have before.
Yeah, I agree 1,000%. I mean, I have a role where I have to say this, I suppose, but personally I am as well. I'm absolutely bullish around what AI could do for the transformative power of Barbados, the Caribbean, the Global South, really. And with any new technology or tool, there will be downsides of it. There will be people who will be negatively affected. Same with moving from horse buggies to cars. Same thing with the first time we had flight. When they are transformative technologies, they are winners and losers, undoubtedly. And we have to put safeguards in place for the losers to be able to live a healthy and sustainable life in society, 100%. but the ability to move and positively impact people's lives, specifically for the place that we deeply care about, which is, of course, the Caribbean and the Global South, I think is phenomenal, right? So if the equivalence of the steam revolution or electricity revolution come in at the exact same time the rest of the world has it, small places have never had that ability before.
Right.
So how do we fully capitalize on it? Yeah. So I want to connect that to the work that you do on a day-to-day basis and utilize that, part of your title, accessibility. You've moved from a place where doing legal work, doing human rights work, driven by the power of your pen and the power of words, to a place now where you're managing hardware and code and software. I didn't wear my glasses for any reason to show off because I know you got some fancy things to show us just now as well. But tell us that transition to moving into an organization where it thinks much more about digital presence, the actual physical presence, and helping people in the physical world using digital tools.
Yeah, so I had a job before where I focused a lot on people and creating opportunities for people to come into this space, to build, to have as much cognitive diversity as we could possibly have among the builders of the technology, so that the output, what we built, would be relevant, would be useful to diverse populations all over the world. Now that I work in accessibility, I'm very focused on our products. I work a lot with designers and engineers and prototypes and researchers as we try to ensure that the products that we're building are useful and usable by everyone in the world. So to give you an example, think of when you create something on Instagram to get captions created, right? The captions are so that people with certain disabilities, think of somebody who is deaf or hard of hearing. So if you just had your video with people speaking, they wouldn't be able to hear or understand what was going on. But the captions allows them to understand that. So now this product and this output is accessible to them as well. Now, side note, what has been discovered is that something like captions, which you build for certain populations to have access, it turns out, who knew, that people who are not deaf and hard of hearing love having captions. And you see in certain environments that 80% of the people who are looking at consuming certain media are putting on the optional subtitles or captions, even though they don't have the disability. So they are getting value from it
all
too.
the people watching like these South Korean soaps and eating,
No, they're watching things in English.
Artisan.
Yeah, but turns out, well, I have theories for why, but 80% of people love having captions. The other thing to note too is that it may be that you are in an environment that's loud and you can't hear, you have the ability to hear, but you can't hear, so that's called a situational disability. Anyway, the point is that as we develop these technologies and try to make them accessible to everyone, we are learning about the value that they bring beyond that community, which is also good for the product. It's a better end result. But yes, now I am deeply embedded with the researchers. We're doing all sorts of things with electromyography, where wristbands that can read a pulse, a muscular intention, can be used to help people navigate computers, people who don't have hands. I mean, it's really amazing. It's high tech, it's high science. It's a new learning path for me as well, which is also exciting.
But so let's go. I mean, the reality is that you're learning, but the company's also learning, right? So you came into a company at the time where it was Facebook, right? One product. The famous thing is, your founder, as this quote in the movie that everyone's seen, talk about, he's just going to drill down and focus on Facebook. He wasn't diversifying to anything else. Eventually, of course, he has, right? You've evolved what you think of it, purchased other platforms which are also ubiquitous in terms of Instagram and WhatsApp, and then obviously moved on into the physical world as well. So the company has evolved, right?
Very much so.
So not only has your role evolved, the expectations of its executives, the expectations of the global market has evolved. Talk to me a little bit about that, because I mean, we're from a space that the scale of Facebook is unimaginable for a small Caribbean space, right? The amount of PhDs you have, the revenue lines, the customers you have, the daily considerations, the range of expertise, all the matters that you have to come with, I guess, when you're in your executive bullpen. Tell me a little bit about transitioning from Facebook, the company, to Meta and all the pillars that's under it.
Yeah. So I've been at this company for almost 12 years. And the company is only about 20 years old, and that is counting from a dorm room. So when I joined, we still used to talk about it being a social network. You haven't heard that phrase in years because we've moved so far beyond that. Yes, with Instagram, with WhatsApp. Then it was a messaging, and we were connecting the world. And now we talk about presence, bringing presence to people. You mentioned these glasses, well, the hardware. One of the pieces I love the most are these Meta Smart glasses.
Show us now. You're talking about it and you're showing us?
They're AI glasses. So, and again, an accessibility story here. One of the first prototypes we saw of these glasses was designed by Meta engineers who were themselves blind or low vision or had blind or low vision people in their families. And that perspective allowed them to understand that there was something valuable in being able to get information about your surroundings without having to touch it yourself, without needing a sighted person to tell you what was around you, without losing, if you're blind, you might have a cane in one hand or you might have a guide dog in one hand. And so already one hand you can't use and you're using the other hand sort of to help you. But what if you could have use of this other hand by getting the information some other way? And it was that perspective that started them hacking to put what would be called optical character resolution and text and all of these things on the glasses as a form factor. So if I put on these glasses now, which we do in conjunction with Ray-Bans, so they're very stylish. The case is a charging case, but I don't know if you can hear with my microphone.
Go for it.
Put it right up here. Hey, Meta. Hey, Meta. What is great about Carifesta? This microphone is not the best to do this.
Yeah.
Hey, Meta. Oh, no. Meta, can you all hear it talking? No. Oh, sorry. Okay. Not a great demo. If I had a lapel mic, I could put it up there inside and you'd hear. But basically, the AI is talking to me and telling me what's great about Carifesta. I could ask it now, describe my surroundings, what's in front of me. It would tell me there's people sitting on chairs, they're this, they're da-da-da. I have been out with a group of blind people, and it is the first time in their lives, and they're wearing glasses, that they don't have to ask me as a sighted person at the table what's on the menu, because this is going to read the menu for them. It's going to tell them what currency is in their hand when it's time to pay the bill. You can't feel the difference between a $5 bill and a $10 bill, but these glasses will look at the money in your hand, and the AI will tell you there's a 5 and a 10, how much you need, 20, put this one and that one together. They can go shopping in the supermarket by themselves because the AI will look at the shelves and tell them where the dog food is. They read their mail through this thing. Like literally, people have talked about how it's revolutionized their lives. But as a sighted person, I went recently to Malta, a country I've never been to, and I used these glasses and navigated the whole place. What's this building? Oh, it was a church built in the so-and-so century. Who are the Moors? And it is going, and I am deep in an area that I am interested in, learning, exploring, using this hardware with the software, with the AI. So what we've seen is what it can do for everyone, but with like supercharging what it can do. You mentioned before, there have always been people who've been left out.
Yep.
So people with disabilities have often been left out of a lot. And the idea that people are saying this has made them feel for the first time included and able to live an independent life of value is...
How does that connect to the work that, the origin of your work really around a lawyer and human rights, and you have things that are driven by the law, your advocacy, and now you're in a space where your advocacy has this physical benefits on an individual basis.
Mm-hmm.
Do you tie those things together? Do you see a connectivity? Do you say, well, I wish I had that tool back then? How do you process that?
Yeah, I think of it as a macro and a micro, where, when I was doing human rights work, I felt like on a macro level, you were trying to change the way people thought, the way people treated each other. But when I would represent people in court, then it felt very micro, like, okay, for this person, I'm going to try to make a difference in their lives. But then I didn't see it had a macro impact. Now, in this company, I feel both. So I feel like on the macro level, because of the scale, we impact so many people's lives. I remember when I first joined, I would get random complaints. Like, people will try to find you however, right? And if you have half of the world, which it is, 4 billion people are using our products, a lot of people will reach out however they can. So people might write me on LinkedIn and say, oh my gosh, my Facebook page is broken and this is ridiculous and da-da-da. They're screaming, we're going to tell the president, I am driving right there now, I'm going to... And I'd be like, why are they so concerned? It's a free thing. They don't have to use it. Like, they're getting it like if it's basic healthcare. And then I came to realize, actually, it was. Like, this is what people were relying on.
Identity is tied to it.
Yes, but also their businesses.
Yes.
In fact, yes, people were getting health information, and this is where the internet and penetration, like, people, like, if I told you some of the apps that people are building on top of the AI, there's something called Jacaranda Health in Kenya, where they've built an app using our open source AI models that gives pregnant women who live in areas where they cannot get to a doctor, they don't have consistent medical care, but they're getting through this, the updates on what they're supposed to be doing during the course of the pregnancy, when they have a complication, what to do, how to reach. Like, it really is actually changing people's lives on an individual level and then at scale. And similarly, you had asked me a question before, which I feel I didn't really explain or answer well about Facebook versus Meta.
You're going good.
And the Facebook versus Meta thing is, yes, going from focusing on one thing, which was connecting all of the people of the world, to this like really distributed, think of Instagram, which began as like art and creativity, people sharing their art. And then, now in the hardware, seeing how literally these individual lives and lives of groups are being changed by this thing that they can hold in their hand, which is giving them presence.
Yeah. I mean, I think of that a lot, right? So I think of like, at some point in time, you create a social media platform, you have a specific intention, it grows, and it goes to a space that you don't fully, the founding team, and is expanding, it goes to a space you don't expect it to go. Now it's gone to this space where between WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook, you've created millions of businesses, right? Tens of millions of global businesses,
thousands,
right?
Yeah.
So all over the world solving all types of things, whether it's daycare to deliveries to medical services. That's unbelievable things, and this responsibility you have as a platform that allows a significant part of the global economy to just to function, right? How does the organization think of that? Does it carry that burden in a very heavy way?
So.
How do you process that?
Oh my gosh, no, the burden and the responsibility are very, very present. How you process it is ultimately you try to do your best with the information you have. There are so many trade-offs constantly. I talk about the glasses and the value they bring, right? So some people have come to me and said, listen, if it could do X, that would be even better. But X is a thing that would require way more battery power, and it would make the glasses heavier. If we do that, like we can do it with the technology we have, it would help this person's life a lot. But if we did that, less people would probably wear the glasses because they would be heavier and more uncomfortable. And so now you're making a trade-off about what you do. By the way, these glasses, people are saying, are the best assistive device. Assistive devices are devices that are used to help people with disabilities. So a wheelchair is an assistive device. A Braille book is all of these things. This is the cheapest one that exists. Like the next best thing that can read you your surroundings would cost 10 times this price. But the reason we can produce this at 10 times less is because we can sell volume.
Scale.
Right, scale again. I want people to be able to afford these things.
Right.
So I can make you an affordable thing, or I can make you a thing with all of the features you want. It's going to be heavier, it's going to cost more money. They're constantly trade-offs. So the responsibility, yes, you are receiving a lot of, this is what the world wants, this is what this person wants. Policy-wise, you're always at challenging intersections. One person wants, I remember early on, content. Content used to be a big, big thing, it still is. But Some people want you to allow all of the content, free speech. Other people are like, no, 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 safety and boundaries. You can't have both. I remember once somebody posting a picture. It was a famous picture of, you know, the photo of the young girl who is, it's in World War II, and she is running away from the bomb that's been dropped and all, she's naked. And it's a famous picture, and somebody posted it on Facebook, and somebody reported it for nudity. And yes, she was nude because the napalm had like burnt off all her clothes. And we took it down, and then like a very high official in a northern European country was like, are y'all crazy? How are you taking down nudity and in a historical photo? So the like balancing, because the world is diverse.
100%.
And because we are serving so many people in the world, and our goal is to serve everyone. You're very aware of the responsibility. You know, people are using the tools during times of war to find safety, to find food. And people are using it in times of war to find people, but then also people are using it in times of war to maybe misdirect people. You know, different governments use it different ways. Like, it is a challenging thing that we're very aware of. And in the end, the way we deal with it is trying to be thoughtful, trying to apply a diversity of thought, views, considering different angles, to then come up with what we feel is the best thing to do.
So,
the principles might sometimes be at odds.
Yeah, so I asked a question about responsibility from a kind of corporate business level, and I'll ask you from much more of a personal level. Right? So you are this Caribbean person through and through, in a senior ranking position at one of the world's most powerful companies. What is the sense of responsibility you have as a social justice warrior, as a creative, to bring forward a generation of Caribbean thought, leadership, products, experiences to the global market? Do you carry that? Is that heavy for you? Is that a burden?
It's not a burden, it's a privilege. And that's why I'm doing things like what I'm doing now. That's why I come back to the region. I'm in the Caribbean Film Festival, and I'm doing stuff in education and supporting the arts. And I'm trying to bring as much as I can in terms of the understanding, the exposure. I want people to take advantage of these tools that exist, and learning more about what they can bring, what they can do is the first stage to then being able to take advantage of them. And then on the other side, I bring to them an awareness that we are here, that we exist, that we are meaningful, that we create, and that we matter.
So I want to connect that directly to the framing of the conversation is really about open source futures, and what open source ultimately represents for small regions is the ability to build on top of, right? So your framing, I like around the origin of the glasses. I'm just finishing Henry Ford's book, his autobiography, and obviously he's done a couple of things that we don't love, but there's some incredible insights in terms of this thought process of someone who obviously changed the world. And thinking about from his assembly line process, he says, listen, I hire everybody, right? If you have no feet, no arms, I'll find work for you. And I'm not doing it from charity. I just think ultimately everyone has a specific skill set that they can do at optimal level, and I could pay you for that work, right? So if we think of the Caribbean's contribution, building on top of open source platforms, what was really the thinking about the idea of making it open source? Like, where were you really thinking of that? And then let's get some more specificity. How do we as a Caribbean region benefit from that? What's your thought process around that?
So we are a company who have long stood behind the principle of open source. And should I break down a little bit what we mean by that?
You must.
So you can build software, you can build anything, and you can put a gate around who gets to use it. And that gate could be, well, people who pay for it, right? You could license it. And if you pay the licensing fee, then you can use it. You could make it only accessible for people who you choose, right? It's only privately accessible. Or you could make it accessible to everyone by having it open and essentially free to use. Now, the companies may make different decisions about this. They may be like, but I invested all of the research and development money and time to build this amazing thing. Why would I just give it away for free? Our principle has been, that is where, A, you will get the benefit of allowing people everywhere to create with this tool, these tools, if you make it available to them. We will learn and see things created in this world we could never have imagined by making it available to everyone. We can't assume that we are the only people who know what the best thing is to do with this. And the other thing is that in that creativity, you also get collaboration. We open source our code. We've done this for a long time. So what we're talking about right now is that with the sort of surge in AI use by consumers, we have something called large language models. These are AI models which can understand natural language and respond and create. So you will hear people talk about generative AI, where you can generate something. You can create something based on your prompt with the AI, right? Design a picture for me now with two people in a tree, and it will create that. That is generating something from your command. These large language models, which are the base of this, and we can talk about multimodal as well, so it can understand language and it can interpret photos,
Voice,
different media,
etc.
voice, etc. Like, it's really complex. But once you have that model, you can then build something on top of it. So think of it like that being the engine, and then you build a truck, I build in a car, the next person build in a helicopter, using this model. It is very expensive to build these models. Very, 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 it is prohibitively expensive, right? Certainly for individuals, but even, for most companies, for most countries, to build these models. We've built some of the biggest, best models, and we have made them open to everyone in the world to use for free. What we then see from that is, as I said, like I've seen all over the world, I met somebody recently in Nairobi who was building 3D prostheses for amputees on top of the model. We see people solving agricultural issues that are affecting cassava. We see apps for dyslexia. And people are all over the world using their own culturally specific understanding, needs, interests, and then building on top of that model to produce something that is good for, right for, that serves their needs. So you move away from, well, this foreign company built this thing, to, but I am using it to solve a problem I want to solve that is relevant to me, to my people, etc. And all of that is available to us now. And because it is open source, you don't have to pay. So you get the advantage of that. And it's back to the issue of access. Right? It makes it just far more affordable to build the thing that you want to build.
But you don't have to go far, because I don't normally do this, but I'll do it because we're on stage doing this, that I've been harassing you for the last couple months to help my development team have access to things that we were building for Barbados, right? So we want to leverage the power and the reach of WhatsApp to make things ubiquitous, right? So I have it on my phone, demo right now, actually, I could show some people, is we've created effectively a chatbot that has all the information of Barbados, right? That's available online, that's available on government websites, so laws of Barbados, school codes, driving codes, everything. So I could ask it a simple conversational question, what uniform is, green and has green and yellow in it in Barbados, and it'll tell you, and you'll break down, you'll have a full conversation with it. So we've built that using your open source platform. And a next team, we thought a lot about payments, right? That everyone is living on WhatsApp. What if we could make payments conversational, right? What if I could stay within WhatsApp and I could pay my bills? So we have a demo of that as well, also on my phone. So I'm a living testament to it.
Yep.
Yeah, so we could do some cool. The idea is then your problems are nuanced in a Caribbean space. You have a particular lens. You have a particular approach to a problem you might want to have. You will now have platforms and access to tools in a way that we simply didn't have 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago in the comparative decades of development. How do we fully leverage that? I mean, what are some of the things you say to yourself, I wish I saw from the Caribbean? I know you're a Caribbean baby. I know you like Carnival. I know. What are you thinking that, yes, and I wish I saw this thing come up from?
I wish I saw more understanding of what these tools are, what they can do, and more expertise to even do the part which I keep talking about building on top of. I think I see an underrepresentation in the region of people who have taken the time to understand what is available. And then you go the next step to figure out, okay, well, how do I build and use this? You know, I started off saying I didn't grow up hearing about data structures and algorithms. And I went to very good schools in Trinidad. It wasn't a thing. I know people who did grow up, like, I mean, Mark Zuckerberg began this whole company, you could say, when he was like 14 and he got a computer, or he started using the computer in his father's dental office. And he started like breaking down, okay, how does this thing work? What's going on behind it? What is this code thing, right? And started writing code. It's not that hard.
Right.
You'd need the exposure to it. Now we are in a place, AI, in fact, is making it even easier.
Yeah, you don't write code anymore.
You don't have to write the
You
code.
prompt
The AI
it.
will write the code for you. So what we need is to have the intent and enough understanding. I think we know what our problems are. I don't think we have enough understanding of what tools are available to help us solve them.
Yeah.
So you knew that, oh, there's a functionality here in WhatsApp where the AI is now built in that we could feed it all of our data. This is the on top part, right? Making it personal to you. All of our data for Barbados, and it will be able, using this natural language understanding, etc., to analyze things and produce results which will be helpful to the citizens, to consumers, etc. You knew enough to know that. I don't think enough people in the region have taken the time to understand where we are and what is available. And then the next step of, okay, how do we build on top of it? You do need a little technical skill to build on top of it, right? And we need to have at least that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go to a couple parts a little bit ticklish, and I'm intrigued by your thoughts on it. I think about it a lot. Is the idea of intellectual property in the age of AI, and what does it mean to? Has that evolved? And I think the natural answer is yes, right? So. I almost think of it, and a friend of mine is in the crowd right now. We talk about this a lot. It's almost like the prompt is now your IP, right? The prompt is the conversion of the concept that you have that spits out the results on the basis of your thought process, right? So the AI is an aggregator of information, but it's not a creative, original thought, right?
Correct.
So how do you then think of, how does you as an individual and a lawyer and the company think about IP in this age of AI?
I think that is still developing because we are learning how people are using AI. Remember, you put it out in the world and you start to see, you know, I saw yesterday a Nigerian artist developing with a Japanese, using the AI to create sort of a new form of their art, which is Japanese influence. Now we have access to everything, right? So you have an idea, you are the prompt. Right? It's your thoughts that are prompting. So this artist was like, I feel like my work with a Japanese bent is really the concept that I'm looking for. And the AI will pull in all of that material and merge it, present it to you. Now you get to respond to that. So you're able to create with like no boundaries. The question is then, okay, now this thing I've created, who does that belong to?
Yeah.
Who owns that? If we start off with a concept which is mine, but we take it in a different place, who owns that end result? I think all of this is stuff that people are still grappling with.
Yeah.
Countries are still grappling with it. I think a lot of the regulatory frameworks are still kind of nascent.
Yeah.
Principally because we're in a revolutionary, transformative moment. And people are still kind of harkening back to what they had.
100%.
Right? What was copyright? What would it mean? Well, it meant a different thing when you couldn't just generate
100%.
new work like that. And now you can. And so it's calling on us as well to respond with a flexibility, with an openness in this moment to then make the roadmap. We need new blueprints for how we operate. And I think those are still in development.
But even that is opportunity, right? Even that I think
Yes,
I think
to
about that a
influence.
lot, right? So I used to have a design firm, and I thought about like what's the output of my work would be if I had this tool 10 years ago, right? And even then, the ideas were still the ideas. I think of this way. I think of the ideas are really the gold, and the capacity to do the ideas become the expression of the gold, right?
Yeah.
So and you have tools available to you now that allow you to then translate your thoughts in a way that you simply couldn't before.
Yes.
But the goal is still in the thought, right?
Yes.
So how do you then monetize that, own that in a world where that is murky? I think we're still figuring that out.
We are.
And I don't think there's any reason why the Caribbean can't take a stake in figuring that out, right?
Absolutely.
So building tools, building machines that ultimately track, hold, monetize, leverage this new moment of intellectual property in a way that the world needs, right? So
Yeah.
I think there's so many levels of opportunity. I'm really, really bullish and excited by the future, quite frankly.
But we have to want to do it, and we have to take the time to do it. You have to do the learning to do it. My friend Van Jones had a quote I love. He always says that we know very well how to download apps, and we don't take the time to learn how to upload them, right? You need to take it. It's not a lot, but like, look, I struggle. I am not a technical person, God knows. I have put myself in this position now, but I'm a person who has a lot of ideas and things I want to talk about, and I love communicating with people, and I'll have an idea, and like how a musician will have a melody playing in their head, and then they'll be like, I had to get this down. And they will talk about how, I put it down on a track.
Right.
And they will have like tracks and demos there for years that they don't do anything with again. Or an artist might get out an easel, and I see a great artist sitting here, Sheena Rose, in the front there, and put something, and then you might come back to that painting for a while, but you had to get an idea. I am like that with ideas, with words, with thoughts, with concepts. And now I'm starting to use this technology. What I didn't like was the technical part, like editing that video, clipping it together, what lighting. Oh, good, I don't want to do that at all. People often say, oh, Maxine, you should do a podcast. I was like, if I could just show up and have the ideas and do the talk, but all the technical stuff, yes. Oh my gosh, I hate it. But in fact, with the AI, with the tools we have now, it's making it so much easier. I use an app called Edits, which is created by Meta, but where, I can talk in front of my phone, and it takes a video of me, and then I upload it into Edits. And in Edits, I can just say, take out the like silent moments, and it'll just do that. And I say, take the light to this. I can voice command. It's like amazing how much easier it is, so that my form of art and creativity becomes so much easier using these tools, which are available and free. And who owns the output of that? Well, in this case, me still, right? But I am collaborating with a technology, with an AI, to help me do that.
Yeah, I mean, so a couple of things. I think there's a rabbit hole that sometimes you go down seeing new apps, and a new AIs, and there are thousands, tens of thousands, and millions of them are awesome. And I use a stack of them every single day, right? So I use a couple of your competitors' things. I love the one where I throw a 200-page PDF and it gives me a podcast. Or I think about the ones that allow me to convert my Microsoft Word document into a presentation in seconds, right? So I think people's resistance to AI is exactly how you frame it, that you don't have the education around its functionality, its usage. You control your use of it, you control your input into it, and optimizing it for your life, right? I think really there's going to be a wave of that's happening over the next couple of years, and I have a role where a lot more of the work that I do is around public education of those things, so I'm going to be ramping that up.
Well, personalization is one of the treasured pieces of AI. Is this can be tailored to what you want, but also, and I think this is important coming from the places we come from in the Caribbean, we have been challenged forever by the size of our nations. We've been challenged by the fact that a lot of us, not everybody, so shout out Guyana, for instance, but a lot of us live on islands, little rocks surrounded by water. And our geographic, in some ways, isolation, the size, which is small of our populations, has limited our ability to connect with, to share, even to build our businesses. As an artist here, you would have typically shown your art to whom, right? Just the people in these surroundings, and if some fly in. Now, A, with the internet, where it can reach, B, with the technology. I have met artists who say we didn't even talk about quests and the metaverse, but using our Quest headsets, which give you this immersive experience of presence, they have built galleries for their art in Quest, in Horizons, that people from all of the world can come into and experience, like you're walking through the gallery, the imagery is right there. And they have been able to sell their art to these people who they could never have reached before.
Absolutely.
With the AI now, to go on top of that, you can find people, no matter where they are in the world, who have an interest in the type of art that you do. So you are no longer limited in your market to the people who are in your physical surroundings. Now you can find the people wherever they are who have that interest, who like that style, who can connect that style with another style.
Absolutely.
But it works for you if you participate in it, of course, right? And participating means you have to understand how the thing works. You have to know how to bring your stuff into the atmosphere, and then how to use the tools to connect with others. But that's when we talk about democratization, when you talk about globalization and personalization, right? You can personalize what is the type of art I like, and I can literally find out that the AI is exquisite in helping you get to just exactly the nuance that you're interested in, and vice versa. You can find the people who are interested in you.
I mean, absolutely. So, I mean, the context under which we are here, obviously, is the Caribbean Arts Festival. So, naturally, a lot of the conversation around AI tended to was the idea of arts. But I mean, it's ubiquitous in every sector, every industry, right? Manufacturing, transportation, housing. That's the range of its usage, and what we optimize as a result of this technology that has been built is just phenomenal.
I mean, health is, of course, we haven't talked about that, humongous. I don't know if you all know, like, you know, you're using the AI to analyze X-rays. I just went and did a mammogram last week, and I was like, are we still doing this in 2025?
Yeah.
Where I have to go in this prehistoric machine and squish up my body, and it's uncomfortable. And I called somebody who is a top AI researcher, and I was like, sorry, are we still going to have to do this in 2026? And he was like, nah. The AI superintelligence, I'm like, they're going to figure out how to do the scanning for cancer with probably not having to use a machine.
Some already have. I mean, we have this partnership. The government of Barbados has this partnership with NVIDIA, which I know is one of your collaborators. And they have a program called Inception, where they track amazing startups all over the world. And the main focus of the Inception program that we have the partnership is with the health division. So we get extraordinary AI health companies coming here and demonstrating things from mammograms to cancer research to, that's the radiography, that's the range of things that you could do. They're doing surgeries in the metaverse to help surgeons practice. Like the things that they're able to do is just phenomenal. So I mean, like, I wish I was born in 10 years' time, right? So the
that would be native.
Yeah. 100%. So
and we didn't even talk about education. Oh my gosh, what it's doing for education. I'm very interested, for instance, in how we are losing potential in the region by not addressing learning differences early on. We have a significant number of people who learn differently, who do not learn in the same rote way that we have done forever, and we marginalize them and say, well, they're dunce, or they're bad, or they're problematic, they don't want to learn. And you know what happens at the end of that? If you do not invest now, you prosecute later. You're going to see people, in prison, doing crime. They're not developing cognitively. But we could solve some of that if we addressed, first you have to identify what is the learning difference, and then address it. One of the bottlenecks on doing that is, well, we don't have enough teachers to teach in all the different ways that you would need to teach, because you might be dyslexic, but I might have dysgraphia, or I might be autistic, or this one might have ADHD, like all of the different ways, and then you need to have specialized, individualized learning. Well, with the AI, now we are able at scale to do that. And so learning how to use this tool to solve some of our biggest problems is something which, again, on us, we need to take the time to figure out. But yes, we have classrooms that are using Quest headsets. We have classrooms that are using AI. We have people who are not in classrooms. I know a South African company that developed an app for learning. Millions of people are using it now. And it'll do things like, you're dyslexic, but it's going to, the AI again, is going to reformat the language, the text, in such a way that it is more comprehensible to you. You're trying to get to understanding and comprehension and cognitive development, right?
Yep.
However you get in there. And we're able now to personalize the learning,
100%.
to individualize, to, again, we back full circle. We might be also at time to realizing everyone's potential.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the kind of a great space to end on, quite frankly, that in the context of, and we're right across the road from the Ministry of Education, was going through its massive education reform in Barbados at the moment. And the idea of having entrepreneurs, innovators, teachers, whoever, right, who are dabbling with open source tools to be able to solve problems from a micro scale for this kid in the class who's hugely interested in go-kart racing and cricket, and I could give him compositions or morph examples specific to his needs and help him get the context to understand the fundamentals. Or I'm going through specifically a case in a hospital in a small space where I don't have the radiologist or all those tools. I can leverage tools available to it. So the accessibility, despite being in a small space of this tool, again, I think is where we share our excitement around. So I really want to kind of let you lead and end on that note of really what your thoughts on the levels of optimism you have around kind of Caribbean futures with this tool, and what would you like to see, and what would you encourage people to come at you with?
I encourage people to learn more and do more, take advantage of the opportunities we have and the access we have to these tools that could fundamentally improve the quality of our lives individually, nationally, and as a region.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to our penultimate big conversation, Haiti's Cry, Our Echo, a people's reasoning on Haiti. And Haiti has a very special place in my heart. Firstly, because I did a good portion of my research on Haiti and had the opportunity to visit with Saint-Soleil, Artiste Résistance, and a whole slew of neighborhoods that do art. So they do art not just as a practice, but as a lifestyle. And I think that is one of the things that is so rich about Haiti. The intensity of the passion of the persons, the diligence. Haiti is not just a story, it is really an experience, and I invite you all to consider joining us in that experience. Haiti was not only the first Black republic forged in fire and resistance, but also a beacon of radical imagination. From its birth, Haiti charted a course for freedom, dignity, and Black sovereignty, rooted in African memory, spiritual knowledge, and unyielding belief in human possibility. Haitian thinkers, artists, and leaders redefined universal human rights from the perspective of the oppressed, while diplomats and statesmen advanced anti-colonial and Black liberation struggles across the Americas, Africa, and beyond. And I can go on about Haiti, but tonight, we have a range of panelists who have been long doing the work of Haitian origin and also collaborators with Haiti. So to begin our panel, I'll invite Ms. Dr. Lisa Suarez to introduce a performer to start the conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Barrow. This performance is a really important performance as it's from the Honorable Dr. Anthony Mighty Gabby Carter. So just to give a little bit about Mighty Gabby, of those who are not familiar with him from Barbados. So Mighty Gabby is a legendary Barbadian calypsonian and folk singer known for his sharp wit, sarcastic style, and powerful lyrics that often critique politics and social issues. Gabby has been a dominant force in the calypso world for over 4 decades. Some of his achievements include Calypso Monarch titles, Crop Over Road March titles, Folk Singer of the Year, and he's also one of Barbados' prominent cultural ambassadors. Gabby's music often reflects his strong national identity, commitment to social justice, and also he has an important dedication to mentoring young talent and promoting the art form of social commentary and believing in our Black identity for the future of future generations. So with that, Gabby, we welcome you to sing and share with us a tribute to Haiti.
Good evening, everyone. I haven't sung this song in quite some time, but I believe I should still remember the lyrics. Thank you, and thank you for coming. Blood, sweat, and horror, veiling in sorrow. That is the picture I see. A nation mourning, in pain she groaning. I cry for Mother Haiti. They make Haiti believe massive aid she would receive. Don't know why. They tell Haiti another lie. That's why I cry. Haiti, oh Haiti. You make me shed a tear. How much more can you bear? Haiti, oh Haiti. After all the wrong they do, they turn wrong and blame the whole thing on voodoo. Haiti, oh Haiti. Whatever you do, my heart goes out to you. I know that you will pull through. My heart goes out to you. Did lie. Bam 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 bang dum bang. de lelo lelo laida, ba da de de, da 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 de, da la ba da be, la de, la da de lo de da de lo da da. For 80 long years after independence, Europe will not trade with you. The USA too totally ignored you and broke your country in two. They brought their factories, paid you starvation salaries, then without shame claim Papa Doc was to blame. Man, they really make me shame. Haiti, oh Haiti, you make me shed a tear. How much more can you bear? Haiti, oh Haiti. After all the wrong they do, they turn wrong and blame the whole thing on voodoo. Haiti, oh Haiti. Whatever you do, my heart goes out to you. I know that you will pull through. My heart goes out to you. But in the die, la da die, la 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 la, oh lo le, la da do do de do, dum by dum by dum by dum by dum be, la da de die, a la la la, a le le le, a la la la, le lo le lo lo le lo lo le lo. You make me so proud. I'll say it aloud. When you defeat Bonaparte, that wicked Napoleon, yeah, he was a demon. But you threw fear in his heart and caused him to depart. But Napoleon was very smart. It hit even a poison dart. Yeah, I say that wicked Napoleon, yeah, he was a demon, and he put you in trouble too. And that's why I'm so proud, Haiti, this evening to sing about you. I say, Haiti, oh Haiti, you make me shed a tear. How much more can you bear? Haiti, oh Haiti. After all the wrong they do, they turn wrong and blame the whole thing on voodoo. Haiti, oh Haiti. Whatever you do, my heart goes out to you. I know that you will pull through. My heart goes out to you. Haiti, Haiti, Haiti. I love you, Haiti.
Absolutely breathtaking performance. Thank you. Can we please give another round of applause for that? Haiti, I love you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Shaina Silva. I'm Haitian American, based in Washington, D.C. I am the founder and CEO of the She Builds Global Initiative, which is a platform that aims to equip women entrepreneurs and creators of color with the tools, networks, and capital to scale their impact in local and global markets. I have the absolute pleasure of being the moderator of today's panel and touching on a topic that is deeply personal to me as a Haitian, which is Haiti's past, present, and future. From its birth as the world's first Black republic, Haiti played a pivotal role in the fight for liberation in the 1800s.
inspiring freedom movements across the Americas. Today, Haiti, as the country grapples with complex challenges, this conversation will invite us to examine its past, understand its present, and explore the possibilities for its future. I am thrilled to be joined by our esteemed panelists, whose expertise and experiences will guide us in this discussion and help us understand and reimagine Haiti's role in the Caribbean and the world. To my direct right, we have with us Margaret Prescott.
A mi derecha tenemos a Margaret Prescott.
Margaret Prescott
Margaret
is
Prescott
Barbados national from Lodge Road, Christchurch,
es
now
de
based in
Barbados,
California.
de Christchurch, Lodge Road, que ahora está en California.
She attended Girls Foundation School and is part of Global Women's Strike Working Group on Haiti.
Ex estudiante de Foundation.
For several decades, she hosted and produced the nationally syndicated public affairs show Sojourner Truth on Pacifica Radio.
Ella produció un show en Pacific Radio.
She is the author of Black Women Bringing It All Back Home.
Es el autor de Black Women Bringing It All Home, Back Home.
Margaret has worked in support of the grassroots movement for democracy for several decades.
Ella ha apoyado a los que trabajaban para varias décadas.
She has been on the ground in Haiti on several occasions, including with U.S. Congresswoman Maxine Waters.
Ha trabajado en varias ocasiones, incluyendo con Maxine Waters.
Margaret's team were the first international journalists to be on the ground in La Saline following the notorious massacre there.
Ella fue la primera periodista que estuvo en tierra después de el masacre en Salinas.
The video she made in Haiti is available online entitled Massacres in La Saline.
El video que hizo en aquel entonces se llama Masacre en Salinas.
She is the daughter-in-law of CLR James, author of The Black Jacobin, about the Haitian Revolution.
Es la yerna de CLR James, quien escribió Black Jacobins.
It's an honor to have you here.
Es un honor tenerla acá.
Next to Margaret,
Al lado de Margaret,
we have Monique Kleska.
tenemos a Monique Chesca.
Monique has been a leading voice in Haiti's pro-democracy.
Ha sido una voz cantante en la democracia de Haití,
Pro-social justice and feminist movements.
en pro de la justicia social y el movimiento femenino.
She is a member of the Civil Society Commission for a Haitian-led solution to the crisis.
Es un miembro de la Comisión para la crisis en Haití.
She is a member of the Montana Agreement Monitoring Bureau and a co-founder and spokesperson for the Haitian Afro-Descendant Collective.
Ella es un fundador del colectivo de los afrodescendientes.
She also launched Fuck Yo La, an initiative promoting women in political leadership, and serves on the board of Equipop, an international NGO advancing youth and women's rights.
Ella también es director de Equipop.
Her career spans over 25 years of experience in international development, crisis communication, human rights, youth and women programming.
Tiene más de 25 años de experiencia en varios movimientos para las mujeres.
Ms. Kleska was appointed representative of the United Nations Population Fund in Niger in 2012.
Ella fue la representante del Fondo para los Pobres en Níger en 2012.
After serving as its regional advisor for Africa in New York and regional advocacy and communication advisor for 22 Southern African countries.
Después de servir como la consejera para 22 países africanos.
During her time in Niger, she led national efforts to end child marriage and launched Ilimen, an award-winning girls' empowerment initiative later adopted across West Africa.
En su tiempo en Níger, ella trabajó con el movimiento para terminar con el matrimonio de los jóvenes, de las jóvenes.
For this work, the president of Niger awarded her, as commander of the Niger Order of Merit in 2016, the country's highest honor in the Niger Order of Merit.
Por eso ella recibió el mayor honor en Níger.
Her writing has appeared in Foreign Affairs, The New York Times, America's Quarterly, Le Nouvelliste, to name a few.
Ella ha escrito en varias revistas mundiales.
She is the author of a novel, La Confession,
Es la autora de la novela La Confesión,
a collection of essays entitled Mosaic,
varios ensayos que se llama Mosaic.
and her forthcoming memoir, Silence and Résistance, Memoir of a Childhood in Haiti under Duvalier dictatorship, will be published in the fall 2025.
Pronto va a publicar sus memorias, las memorias de una niña que creció durante el régimen de Duvalier.
Ms. Kliska holds a bachelor's in philosophy from Howard University and a master's in journalism from Northwestern University Medill School of Journalism.
Ella tiene un grado de varias universidades en los Estados Unidos.
Welcome, Monique.
Bienvenido. Vale.
And finally,
Y finalmente,
on the right of Monique,
a la
Luis
derecha,
Felipe Pellicer Peñuela.
Luis Felipe Pellicer
Peñuela.
Penguela,
He is a Venezuelan historian, professor, and researcher.
historiador venezolano y investigador.
He holds a degree in history from the Central University of Venezuela
Tiene un grado en historia de la Universidad Central de Venezuela
and a master's in history of indigenous worlds from the University Pablo de Olvide, Spain.
y una maestría de la Universidad Pablo Olvides en España.
He is a founding member of the National History Center
Él es miembro fundador del Centro de Historia Natural
and the Network of History, Memory, and Heritage.
y una red de historia y legado nacional.
Professor Pellicer has held several key positions in national historical institutions, including president of the National History Center.
Incluyendo ser presidente del Centro de Historia Nacional, ha tenido varias posiciones en historia.
He's also been the director of the National Archives and academic vice rector of the National Experimental University of the Arts.
También ha sido el director de los archivos.
He is the author of numerous books, essays, and articles, amongst which his work Entre el Honor y la Pasión stands out.
Es autor de varias obras y lo que destaca es Entre el Honor y
La Pasión.
la Pasión.
Currently, he serves as full professor at the School of History of the Central University of Venezuela
En este momento es coprofesor en la Escuela de Historia en la Universidad Central
and as researcher at the Latin American and Caribbean Studies Center.
y como investigador en el Centro Latinoamericano de Investigación.
Welcome, Professor Pellicer.
Bienvenido, profesor Pellicer.
We have some heavy hitters on the panel today, as you've seen, with very, very powerful career trajectories. So we're going to dive into that. But before we do, we have a presentation from Monique that will share a bit of her creative work, which will be paired with her advocacy work.
Como pueden ver, tenemos unas presentaciones muy fuertes, pero antes de eso, Monique nos va a hacer una presentación.
Hello. Yeah. Do you hear me? Ah, thank you. Thank you. I will set the stage through the lens of culture and creativity as asked by the organizers with an excerpt of my film, to my French ancestor, and then I will do a TED-style talk. So if they can run with the film, it's an excerpt, 5 minutes. Excerpt.
Una
So
película corta de 5 minutos.
Thank you.
Que quiero que comience.
Mes amis, c'est pas pour m'aller chercher qui mettez moi là. Diagwe, agwe ta ou. Mes amis, c'est pas pour m'aller chercher qui mettez moi là. C'est bon Dieu avec Guinée qui mettez nous là. C'est grand maître là avec Guinée qui mettez nous là.
I knew the day would come when I would have to meet and question you. I knew I would have to learn to know you, to understand you, and even to accept you. You, the ancestor who came from so far away. That day has finally come.
Mesdames, Messieurs, TGV 1901, destination de Saint-Nazaire, départ 7h23, partira de la numéro 4.
Alors, où est-ce que tu vas là?
Bon, là, je vais à Nantes. Nantes.
Faire quoi?
C'est une recherche. On va essayer d'avoir des informations sur notre aïeul, le premier Kleska à arriver en Haïti. Qui était ce monsieur et pourquoi il a été là-bas? Joseph Kleska, tell me, why did you leave your motherland, the country where you were born? Why did you, my ancestor, white as cotton, want to cross the Atlantic Ocean? Why did you come to Haiti 40 years after our independence? While crossing it, did you see the mass underwater graves containing the bodies of the brave African men and women kidnapped by your ancestors? Or did you come because you were simply curious to know us, the daughters and sons of the slaves who had, after many bloody battles, won their freedom from your country? Joseph Kleska, for a long time, something about having your white blood flowing in my veins disturbed me. When we arrive in Nantes, before going to meet you, we make a detour to walk on the banks of the Loire River. It's to visualize the site where thousands of slave ships had sailed towards the slave trading ports in Africa. Afterwards, they had crossed the Atlantic with their human cargo towards the slave-selling counters in Haiti and elsewhere. It is also here, on the banks of this river, that these ships filled with cotton, sugar, and coffee produced by the vile human traffic of slavers had docked, contributing to the immense wealth of this city. I look all around me at the capital of the French slave trade of Africans and ask myself if the people of Nantes bear a burden of shame as I bear the burden of sadness of the stories inherited from my ancestors. At the memorial to the abolition of slavery, I trample on the glass plates that bear the names of the slave expeditions. Where are your monuments, your battles, your martyrs? Where's your tribal memory? Sir, in this gray safe deposit box, the sea. The sea has imprisoned them. The sea is history, writes the poet Derek Walcott. It is in this story, in this moment, that we finally meet. You, my French ancestor, and me, your black Haitian great-great-granddaughter. Agwe, God of the waters, tell them I forgive them. Agwe, Tell them that today I understand that my French ancestor, as much as my African ancestors, are all layers of the identity that is me.
This cinematic letter is an artistic testimony. So through a look at individual destinies, namely the migration to Haiti of my great-great-grandfather, a white man born in Italy, and the review of historical facts, I examined the relationship between this white man and me, this Afro-descendant woman, who is his descendant. Here I am today, his Afro-descendant. Moving from the personal to the collective, this is also about transforming art into advocacy. This is about raising consciousness about the historical trauma of slavery, of colonization. And this is about the urgent need for a reckoning. In this case, I'm talking about the Republic of Haiti's demand for restoration, including restitution. Whereas my great-great-grandfather chose to migrate, my ancestors from Africa did not choose to migrate to Haiti. They were made captives and shipped under dire conditions to Caribbean shores and elsewhere. Today, I choose to speak about resistance, a major characteristic of our people and of our nation throughout history. During the Middle Passage, the seas crossed have our blood, for they contain the bodies and the blood of the warrior ancestors who fought the enslavers. Yes, the sea is our history of resistance. During colonization and after independence, despite the harsh colonization, the illegitimate and shameful independence debt imposed by France, and the grave crisis it created for Haiti, it must be recognized that during the last 220 years since 1804, we, excuse me, Haitian men and women built a Haitian civilization with our own language, Creole, with our own religion, Voodoo, with our own spaces called Lakou, with our own literature, with our own music called Compas, and our own way of life. That is what I again and again call Haitian resistance. Let us not forget that we Haitians also helped Miranda and Simon Bolivar with arms, munitions, men, and money to gain the independence of Venezuela, Peru, and Colombia from Spain. We sent troops to fight the Battle of Savannah in the United States. We welcomed Arab Christians fleeing persecution. That is, again, what I call Haitian resistance. Today, we are in a tenacious resistance movement against an enemy within. I talk about the gangs in sandals and socks, but I also want to include the gangs in suits and ties who have been the state authorities over the last 15 years in Haiti. We Haitians have been under attack from within. Artistic and performance spaces are destroyed. Artists are displaced from their homes, dispossessed of their works. Communities are split up. The capacity to meet, to think, to create is under attack. The gangs are systematically eliminating all the spaces and institutions that make independent thought, therefore creation, possible.
You destroy culture, you destroy democracy. And in Haiti today, democracy is under attack from what is a totalitarian, fascist agenda. Today, the Haiti we knew and we dream of no longer exists. There is a new Haiti geography. One, there are the gang-controlled areas where the state barely exists. Girls and women are being raped. Children are prevented from going to school. Churches, schools, homes are being burned to the ground. There is also in the Haiti, the new Haiti, the area that we call the Grand Sud, the great part of the southern part of Haiti. There is also the northern Cape Haitian area, so far free of massive gang takeover. There are also new areas where the gangs replace the state. And you control culture, you control democracy, so there is none. The gangs promise the people liberation to the folks who live there while they are producing basically obedience, no freedom, or you die trying. We must ask some difficult questions today about Haiti. Who profits in the post-Haiti world if we no longer exist as we want? Who profits in the post-Haitian world when decisions are not made by Haitians, but by others? How can the Caribbean community favor this? We will need to rebuild what is being destroyed. What support can be provided? How can you support Haitian-led resistance movements in Haiti and in the diaspora? How can the Caribbean region reframe its relationship with Haiti? Today and the future, what we want is for our Haitian voices to be heard. We Haitians need to sit at the table. It is not up to OS or CARICOM or the United Nations to decide for us. My ask is that you be an echo chamber of Haitian voices, but not speak on our behalf. In terms of the future, it is time for reparatory justice from France, including financial restitution. It is also time to support the Haiti reparation movement. It is also time to build community to creative vision, as this is a cultural, artistic festival. My performative dialogue is meant to be an interactive experience, so I look forward to exchanging with you and the members of the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique, and thank you for such a moving piece.
Gracias, Monique.
That's taking us a little bit into your ancestry and tying what's something very personal to you as a tool for how we can apply it towards the collective. Now, Professor Pellicer, I understand you have a video also that needs to be shown. Afterwards?
Just for you to see.
Okay.
If you want to put it
It's
now.
possible. We have it ready. Tech team?
Lo tienen listo.
We have a video from Professor Pellicer that needs to be played in silent mode.
No, yo le dije que sí, que sin silencio, que no en silencio.
es Chávez. Eso es lo que quiero, lo voy a decir. Eso, estamos en el 2007.
This was in 2007.
This is Chávez.
Esto es
In Haiti.
in Haiti. This is Chavez.
El pueblo de Haití,
The Haitian people,
gritando,
shouting
y trotando
and jogging
con Chávez,
along with Chavez,
con la esperanza
with the hope
de la redención de la revolución bolivariana.
that they will have something of the Venezuelan revolution, Bolivarian revolution.
Es una revolución de América y el Caribe.
It is a revolution of America and the Caribbean.
Necesariamente unitaria.
It is necessarily unifying.
Chávez corre con el pueblo.
Chavez runs with the
A
people.
Chávez no le importan las pandillas y allí había pandillas.
He doesn't mind being with the gangs. There were gangs there.
Dijo Chávez,
Chavez said,
in this moment, dijo,
at this moment,
estamos en las puertas del infierno
we are at the gates of hell,
y estoy rodeado de ángeles negros.
and I'm surrounded by black angels.
Es un pueblo angelical.
It's an angelical people.
Es la época de Petrocaribe.
This is the time of Petrocaribe.
Antes de las sanciones
Before the sanctions
gringas contra Venezuela.
of North America against Venezuela.
Una posibilidad real, concreta
A possibility of
y solidaria
and concrete and solidarity.
con el Caribe.
Solidarity with the
Venezuela
Caribbean.
es Caribe.
Venezuela is Caribbean.
4.000 años
4,000 years.
somos Caribe.
We have been Caribbean for 4,000 years.
Nuestros pueblos indígenas poblaron estas islas
Our indigenous people peopled this region.
de manera que somos hermanos
So we are brothers.
y tenemos una historia larga de 5.000, de 4.000 años.
And we have a long history of some 4,000 or 5,000 years.
Una historia de 500 años de lucha,
A story of some 500 years of struggle.
cuando trajeron a nuestros hermanos
When they brought our brothers
de África,
from Africa,
esclavizándolos
enslaving them.
con su sangre y su trabajo, financiaron
With their blood and their work, they financed
el sistema capitalista de muerte que hoy rige al mundo.
the lethal capitalist system that now runs the world.
Hace un poco más de 200 años,
Some 200 years ago,
Bolívar llegó a Haití
Bolivar arrived in Haiti
y recibió el apoyo de Pétion.
and he received the support of Pétion.
Bolívar nombró a Pétion libertador de América
Bolivar named Pétion the liberator of America
porque sin la ayuda del pueblo de Haití,
because without the help
la América del Sur no fuera libre.
Haiti, South America could not be.
Si hay una posibilidad de descolonización,
If there is a possibility of decolonization,
hay que buscarla en Haití.
you have to find it in Haiti.
Un pueblo que se liberó a sí mismo
A people that freed themselves.
Un pueblo que liberó a otros pueblos.
People that liberated other peoples.
Un pueblo que creó una manera de comunicarse diferente al de el opresor.
A people that created a way of communicating different to the one.
Una religión diferente.
And a different religion as well.
Una cosmogonía diferente.
A different cosmology.
Y es un pueblo no perdonado por el colonizador hasta nuestros días.
And it's a people that
Su rebeldía.
Has not been pardoned by the colonizer up to this day.
Su insurgencia. Haití no puede gritar sola.
Haiti cannot cry.
Tenemos que gritar junto a Haití.
We have to cry out with Haiti.
Porque ya lo hemos hecho.
Because we have done it already.
Y debemos seguir haciéndolo.
And
Haití
we should continue doing it.
No necesita un ejército de ocupación.
Haiti does not need an occupation army.
Necesita la solidaridad
It needs solidarity
de sus hermanos
of its brothers,
cercanos.
its nearby, its close brothers.
No es la OEA.
It is not the OAS.
No es la ONU.
It's not United Nations.
No. Es CARICOM.
It's not the OAS.
Debe ser Petrocaribe.
United Nations.
Tenemos que regresar a Petrocaribe.
It must be Petrocaribe. We have to go back to Petrocaribe.
Es el ALBA.
And it's ALBA.
Alianza de los pueblos
of the peoples
del Caribe y de América del Sur,
and South
que son
America.
pueblos que comparten
These are countries that share
un pasado, un
past,
presente
a present,
de sufrimiento, de alegría,
suffering, of joys,
pero también de esperanza,
but also of hope
de porvenir,
in the future,
en igualdad, en equidad,
equality,
en respeto
equity, in
a
mutual
las
respect
soberanías.
for the sovereignty.
Venezuela siempre ha sido
Venezuela has always been
respetuosa de la soberanía de los
respectful
pueblos.
of the sovereignty of the people.
Nunca ha habido un gesto
We have never had
imperialista por parte del
any
pueblo venezolano.
imperialist motives.
El pueblo
in
venezolano
Venezuela.
se comunica con los pueblos
Venezuelan people
hermanos.
communicate with their brother countries.
El gobierno de Venezuela
The
respeta
government of
a los
Venezuela
gobiernos hermanos,
respects their brother countries.
independientemente de las diferencias,
Despite
porque
differences,
ese es el verdadero respeto.
because that is real respect.
Yo te amo en tu diferencia.
I love you
Yo te
even with
respeto
your
en tu
differences. I respect you with your differences.
Y te amo y te respeto en tu diferencia porque también
And I
somos
respect your differences. I love
y
you
tenemos cosas que son
because we have
iguales.
things that are equal.
Una historia compartida
A shared history.
y una historia es un presente, es
history,
un pasado, pero también es
present,
un
past,
futuro,
and also a future.
una posibilidad
Possibility
de liberación
of liberation.
para hacerlo con Bolívar,
To do it with
con Pétion,
Bolivar,
con
Pétion,
Toussaint Louverture,
with Toussaint Louverture,
con toda América.
with the whole of America.
Tenemos que hacerlo soberanamente
We have to do it in solidarity.
desde nosotros y nuestras maneras de hacer las cosas
Us and our way of doing things.
y no desde la colonialidad
And not from
que todavía
colonialism,
quieren imponerle a nuestros pueblos
still wants to impose on our people.
por las buenas
While
y por
there's
las malas.
good in a
Con las
good way or bad
amenazas.
way, with the threats,
Amenazas, sanciones,
threats,
saqueo, que todavía
looting
persiste
which
en nuestros territorios
continues
y hacia nuestros pueblos.
in our region.
Tenemos que luchar juntos
We must struggle
y gritar
together
juntos con
and
Haití.
together fight
Y
with
solo
Haiti,
en la unidad no
and
hay
only
manera
in
de que
unity.
sea
There is no way
desunidos
that
se
we
pueda
can be
conseguir la verdadera soberanía e
divided. We
independencia
cannot have sovereignty and independence.
del pueblo latinoamericano y caribeño.
Latin America and
Tenemos la
Caribbean
experiencia para
we
hacerlo.
have the experience to fight
Tenemos
together.
la voluntad
We
para
have the
hacerlo.
will to fight together.
Y tenemos el deseo
And
de hacerlo.
we have the desire to do it.
Gracias.
Thank you very
Muchas
much.
gracias. Now we have 3 different perspectives on this
Tenemos
panel.
Tres perspectivas diferentes en este panel.
One that is a Haitian perspective
Una
from
que es
Haiti.
una perspectiva haitiana,
One that is a Caribbean perspective of Bayesian descent. And one that is a Latin American perspective of Venezuelan descent. Now, before we open up the conversation, I want the audience to get to know you a little bit first. And I will start with Margaret. What was, and this is a question for all 3 panelists, what was the spark that got you involved in this work with Haiti? Maybe it was a situation, maybe it was a person, an interest, a curiosity, but how did you get involved in this work with Haiti?
Right, can you hear me okay? Everybody all right?
pueden escuchar bien.
Well, I'll have to say that in many ways, involvement with Haiti is really an extension of involvement for liberty and freedom and anti-colonialism when it comes to Barbados, the English-speaking Caribbean, and the whole region. So growing up the way I did in the small village of La Drode, Christchurch, I don't know if there are any Christchurch people here in the audience. All right, there you go. And, you know, we went through a lot. We went through trying to get the Federation, which Eric Williams, CLR James had gone to Trinidad specifically to work on that. I was a little thing coming up, but I remember the passion in our village of people talking about it, talking about the importance of it. And since I've been here with Carifesta, I actually came for some family thing, right? And it just coincided that Carifesta was happening at the same time. And the vibe that I'm getting with Carifesta is that increasingly there is that talk about the region being one, of us being one nation. And we think that is a reason that, you know, people blame, I don't know if people know about the Federation. This is related to what you're asking me. And if you listen to the Sparrow song, you know, when he really blamed Jamaica, right, for what happened in messing up the Federation. But we very well know that if all of these islands, English-speaking and non-English-speaking, including Haiti, were able to come together, we would be a force to be reckoned with. We would be millions of people. That is not in the interest of the former colonial powers. That's what the brother, the historian, was really talking about. That was not supposed to happen, all right? So they made it look like it was just this internal struggle, you know what I mean, between Barbados and Trinidad and Jamaica and whatnot. But we know very well that there were other more powerful forces. Where Haiti comes into all of this is that the Great Haitian Revolution, and thank you to the sister talking so much about the resistance of the Haitian people, the culture of the Haitian people, the dignity of the Haitian people, because that Haitian Revolution was very relevant to what was happening right here on this island of Barbados. And it's no accident that after 1804, like our great historian, Sir Hilary Beckles, said at the first big talk here opening this Carifesta, that the first revolution that happened in these islands after the Haitian Revolution happened right here in Barbados, beginning in St. Philip, not too far from where my family's people are from, okay? So somehow, without fax, without cell phones, without the rest of it, the word was traveling. The word was traveling throughout the region. Haiti has always been important to us. And I would really hope that in the schools, in the universities, here in Barbados and these other islands, we understand and we learn a lot more about it, because without Haiti, what would have happened? They led the way to the ending of slavery, not only in Haiti, but throughout the whole of the Americas. You understand what a big thing that was? And not only that, but it led to the great expansion of what they're calling the United States. They call it the Louisiana Purchase. You know, Louisiana, what is it, about 15 states or something like that? Expanding the United States by about 2/3 of its territory. Why? Because the Haitians had twice defeated France. Napoleon, then when he sent his brother-in-law, they kicked him out too. And that was part of France really leaving the Americas. So we all owe a great debt to Haiti. When we're talking about the islands being one nation, when we're talking about federation, when we're talking about looking at our economies and how we're able to trade and work more together and reaching out across to the homeland, to the continent, Haiti is really central in that. And a lot of people, you know, I did journalism for many, many years. You know, public affairs radio show, did a lot of coverage on Haiti. And people would say, Margaret, you're covering Haiti a lot. Why so much Haiti? Your question, why is Haiti so important? Haiti is so important to all of us. Because without Haiti, who knows what the rest of us would be? And we can't forget that. And Haiti has paid a price ever since for all of that. All of us have a responsibility to be in solidarity in Haiti, with Haiti. Because in solidarity with Haiti, we are in solidarity with anti-colonialism, anti-imperialism, okay? And when we're talking about true independence and freedom. So we all owe a great debt to Haiti. So when my friend Danny Glover says, I am Haitian, when Frederick Douglass said, I am Haitian, I'm a Bajan, but I could say I am Haitian. We're all Haitian, and that don't mean, like the sister was talking about, that we then talk for the Haitian people. And we then tell the Haitian people what the heck they're supposed to do. But I also want to say on that front, a sister in a women's organization that I founded, there's a lot about the history I didn't get into because it would be too long, right? Said, each of us are responsible for the points of references we choose. You look at what's going on in Haiti, depending on who you talk to, you get one story. If you talk to Barbecue, Jimmy Chazer, you're going to get one story. And you have a lot of the left in the United States and even in Latin America confused, talking about this man Barbecue. I'll say a bit more about him later, being a revolutionary and whatnot. You're going to hear one story. You know what I'm saying? So we have to try to find out as much as we can from what the people at the bottom, the majority of the Haitian people who are up against everything, and even though they have been up against everything, they say, we intend to complete our revolution that was stolen in a way from us back in 1804. You see what I'm saying? So when it comes to what moved me or what touched me about Haiti, my own freedom and liberation is dependent on Haiti. Because if Haiti is not free, ain't none of us going to be free. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you for speaking on behalf of the region. Yes, round of applause for that very powerful statement. Monique,
you grew up in Haiti, so your relationship is going to look a little bit different. Tell us how you came into this work given that background.
I don't know that I came into this work. I am who I am, and that's what I do. And I'm trying to kind of connect the dots from what the sister just said, and also what the professor said. There are a few things that I want to say linked to that. One of them is undeniably everything that has been said about Haiti is very true. However, today, to me, I really want to come to today, because today we are going through practically an existential crisis. And I think it's important to kind of put some, bring some attention, some more attention to that. There are some names that I don't mention, like the name that you mentioned a little while ago. I don't mention that because I really am into a resistance movement against fascism, against violence, against all that is oppressing us right now. But one point I want to make in terms of solidarity, for example, with the Caribbean. Haitians need visas practically for every Caribbean state. So if we're talking about solidarity, let's be serious. Even to come here. Yeah, I was told I did not need a visa, but yes, I needed a visa. And fortunately, I had a European visa. And Barbados allowed me in because I had a 6-month on my European visa. So if we're talking about solidarity, let us be serious. And the passport I carry says Caribbean community, but I can't come into the Caribbean community without a visa. So I think these little things are important, extremely important. So solidarity must accompany, there are some measures that must accompany this solidarity. So that is an important point. I go back a little bit. Yes, Bolivar, we held Bolivar, etc. But wait a minute, there are 2 points. The first point is the first time that there was a meeting of Latin American states, Haiti was not invited because we were black. We were not invited. Granted, today what had happened a few years ago in terms of the Petro-Caribe, we were given billions of dollars through the Petro-Caribe Fund, and in large part because of President Hugo Chavez. However, one of the big issues we have is most of that money was stolen by Haitian leadership, Haitian authorities. So, and there is still a lot of impunity going on because we still don't know. We have ideas of who stole the money, and we say follow the money, but they are still the ones who are in power. So right now, we do not have, we are paying the debt because it was a loan. Venezuela lent us the money for social development, for education, for culture, for all of that. But none of that happened because they stole the money. So there is, I believe, we can talk about the solidarity, but we really need to face up to the fact that there is a huge governance problem in Haiti, and it is man-made by us.
as well as by the international community. And yes, I do agree, and I did mention that in terms of the UN is not going to resolve our problems. OAS certainly is not going to resolve our problems. And CARICOM, where is CARICOM in that? What is the role of CARICOM? And it's not very clear to us. Is our interest being put on the top on priority? It is not clear to us in terms of Haitian voices of resistance. And one last point that I want to make is that there is significant resistance in Haiti. There are groups of citizen groups, there are groups of neighborhood associations, there are civil society organizations. We are into resistance mode in Haiti. So I don't want to talk about the ones who are oppressing us or who are saying they are revolutionaries. This is bullshit. Got that right. No. I'm sorry. There are true revolutionaries in Haiti. We have a social justice agenda. We have a pro-democracy agenda. There is a feminist agenda. And there are social forces in Haiti right now that must be heard, that must be pushed, that must be supported, and these are the voices that I choose to talk about, that I choose to bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. It sounds like you are a platform for a lot of these voices, the other side of the narrative that the mainstream media typically does not talk about. Now, Professor Pellicer, Venezuelan perspective, historian, researcher, how did you get involved in your work with Haiti?
Sí. Yo, cuando hablamos de Haití desde la historia,
When
es
we
porque
When we speak about Haiti from a historical point of view,
la historia es pasado, presente y futuro. No es
history is
el pasado.
past, present, and future.
Nada que ver. Pero el recuerdo de Bolívar para los venezolanos y las venezolanas,
But the memory of Bolivar for
la
us,
deuda de amor de Bolívar para los venezolanos y las
the
venezolanas,
debt of love
es presente.
Bolivar is present for us.
Es un legado
It's heritage, something we inherited.
que nos dejó Bolívar
That's
con el
something
pueblo de
that
Haití.
Bolivar left with us.
No para asistir ni para ayudar,
Not to
sino
attend,
para estar con el pueblo de Haití, quien estuvo con el pueblo
but to be
de
with
Venezuela.
the people of Haiti
No,
who were with Bolivar.
perdóname que no lo mencioné, pero fue antes.
Sorry if I didn't mention it before.
1795. José Leonardo Chirino,
José Leonardo
negro
Chirinos,
de la serranía de Coro,
black from Coro in Venezuela,
que aprendió de la revolución
who learned about the
en Haití
revolution in Haiti.
e hizo el primer movimiento independentista republicano
Did the first independence
en
movement
Venezuela,
in Venezuela,
enseñado por la gente de Toussaint Louverture.
having been taught by the people of Toussaint Louverture.
Entonces la historia para nosotros no es el pasado, la historia es
So
este
for us,
presente.
history is not just the past.
Es esta
present, and the
solidaridad
future. It's that
que
solidarity
tenemos que tener
that
como
we have to
tenemos,
have, as we have,
no solamente como un sentimiento, sino con esas pequeñas, grandes cosas que tú
with
mencionas.
those little big things that you mentioned.
También Venezuela no
Also-
tiene visas. También los venezolanos no tenemos visas. Somos negros también.
But we Venezuelans are also the black people.
En eso no nos equivocamos.
We're not mistaken.
Y ciertamente habría que comprender que cuando Estados Unidos
You would have to understand that when the United States
le pone precio a la cabeza
put a price on the head
de una persona,
of a person,
uno duda
one doubts
si esa persona es buena o no es buena para su
if that
pueblo.
person is good or bad.
Venezuela tiene muchas dudas porque le han puesto precio a la cabeza de un presidente
Has
honesto,
many doubts because they have put a lot of prices on the different heads.
solidario, que ha combatido el narcotráfico.
All those people who have been in solidarity,
Más bien,
who have fought
él
against
les echa a perder el negocio. Deben estar muy ofendidos los narcotraficantes del mundo
for example, the
por eso que
drug
le hicieron
traffickers in the world must be
al
very
presidente de Venezuela. Ellos deben estar muy
angry
ofendidos
for
porque son
what they have done
mafiosos.
to the president of Venezuela.
Y para ellos es un honor
For them, it's not an
ser
honor
lo que son los mafiosos, ¿verdad?
to be what they are.
Y que le den un premio de el mayor mafioso del mundo a un no mafioso.
And they give a prize to the biggest mafia leader in the world, somebody
los debe
who's not
ofender.
a mafia leader.
Cierto que las élites corruptas
It is true that the corrupt elite
de nuestros países
of our countries
son culpables
they
de las
they're to be
situaciones.
blamed, yes.
En algún momento un compañero dijo, es preferible no darle nada de solidaridad a esta gente. Hablando de Puerto Rico,
One of our
en ese momento.
supporters said it's best not to give any
Porque es
solidarity
dárselo
to
a las
those
élites.
countries, but give it to the people
Ladronas,
because they're thieves.
títeres del imperialismo.
They are
Títeres del imperialismo
used
norteamericano,
by the North American
del colonialismo europeo.
of the European
Es la misma
colonialists.
lucha.
It's the same struggle
500 años de
for
lucha
500 years of struggle.
nuestra, de todos y de todas
Our struggle
nosotros.
of all of us, the struggle of all of us.
Y tiene que ser juntos y juntas
And we have to struggle together.
que nos podamos liberar de esta,
That's where we can liberate ourselves
definitivamente, de
once
esas
and for all
cadenas.
from those chains.
Solo en el entendimiento de esa unidad
The
podemos hacerlo. Y no es
understanding
retórica.
that this,
Es
unity
la verdad
of the people. It's not rhetorical, it's the truth
de una historia compartida
of our shared history.
de Bolívar,
Bolívar
que le agradeció a
who
Petión
thanked Petion
sin tener medios de agradecer,
without having the means of thanking him,
mandándole unos remedios
sending him
hierbas.
some medicines
para el reumatismo.
for rheumatism.
En medio de la guerra de independencia, Bolívar estaba
the-
pendiente de su amigo y hermano
In
y
the
padre,
middle of the
Petión,
war of independence, he was really looking after
que le
his
dolía
friends
la
of-
rodilla y tenía que curarlo,
and he wanted to cure
sanarlo, como tenemos que sanarnos
him, as we
ahorita
have to
nosotros,
heal
todos
ourselves,
y todas
all of us.
nosotros.
I'm going to
together.
ask the translator to use the same amount of vigor that he's using right now because I feel it from over here. But I want to recenter the conversation. I want to act a bit like a griot in this conversation where I am helping to bring the story from the beginning, the middle, to the end. And I want to do that by grounding us in the past. So the role that Haiti and Haitian history played in the past, the present, and then the future. What does the future look like for Haiti? So in doing that, starting with the past, Haiti's past, the history of Haiti, I want to start with the professor helping to ground us in understanding the role that Haiti played in the 1800s
as the first independent Black republic, and what that meant for the region, what that looked like, and how that helped countries like Venezuela and Colombia also obtain their independence. What did that symbolism look like in the region at that time?
La primera manifestación
The first manifestation
es el miedo
is fear.
a la revolución
Fear of the revolution.
de los negros.
The revolution of the black people.
En el mundo, Haití aterrorizó al mundo.
In the world, Haiti put fear in the whole world.
Blanco,
The white world,
dominador,
which was dominating,
esclavista, colonizador.
us enslaving and colonizing the other people.
Bolívar sí entendió Haití.
When Bolivar really understood Haiti,
Petión le pidió a Bolívar una sola cosa.
Petión asked Bolivar one single thing.
Dale la libertad a los esclavos en cada pueblo que liberes.
Free the slaves in every country that you conquer.
Bolívar cumplió su palabra.
Bolivar did what he was asked.
Pidió, como por su propia vida, por la libertad de todos los esclavizados en el territorio de Colombia, la Grande.
He asked for his own life. Instead, he offered to give his own life if he didn't get the freedom of the slaves in all the territories, like Colombia, for example.
Pero no se nos olvide.
But they didn't go along with it.
Nos volvieron a esclavizar.
They continued to enslave us.
Tenemos que insistir
We have to insist
en la libertad como legado de Haití y como legado de Latinoamérica, de Bolívar, de Petión, de Toussaint Louverture, de nuestras mujeres y nuestros hombres.
We have to insist that
del pasado y del presente.
Liberty is an inheritance from our people,
de Chávez,
our country, our women, and from Chávez.
Professor, so does this mean
Eso significa
that in a way, despite Haiti helping many of these Latin countries, there was
a pesar
betrayal?
de que Haití ayudó a muchos, había traición.
Traición en Haití y traición en toda Latinoamérica. Traición al proyecto bolivariano de unidad latinoamericana.
Okay.
Traición.
There was that in Haiti and of the whole tradition of liberty in Latin America.
I want to route the question to Monique from a different perspective. We're still in the past. We have not yet moved into the present. At the time of the Haitian Revolution, there were many women involved in the revolution, but so few of them have been documented as heroes. Can you center us around that narrative and what can be done to help bring those stories into the fore today, especially as an activist in human rights and women empowerment?
I think that's kind of a hidden story of the Haitian Revolution, and perhaps it's a hidden story of all revolutions, because the patriarchal societies or the patriarchal domination is such. But we have, for example, with some colleagues, documented what we call the mothers of the nation. And there are quite a few. Cécile Fatma, there is also Marie-Louise, who was the wife of the Emperor Henri, le roi, l'empereur Henri in the north. There is also the wife of Dessalines. I forget the names now. Sorry, I wasn't prepared. Claire Heureuse, thank you very
Claire
much.
Heureuse.
There is the Haitian delegation behind. Thank you very much. Yes. And I wanted to, I will make a parenthesis afterwards. There is Catherine Flon, who sewed the flag. There is also the woman who was called, I'm having a senior moment now, in terms of picked up because Dessalines was assassinated. And there was a woman, Défilé, they called her Défilé La Folle, who picked up the body of Dessalines. And there is so there are quite a lot of women, and we are trying, we of the feminist movement in Haiti are pushing forward the fact that documenting what they did and also trying to see even if that can be put in the curricula in the schools. But right now it is informally that a lot of that is being done. And if, am I allowed to go into today with that?
Not yet.
Not
yet.
Eh,
We're
thank
still in the
you.
past, but we are now going to move into the present with Margaret. Margaret, the narrative of Haiti today is not the narrative of what we know from its past. First independent Black republic, a beacon of hope and light for Black people all over the world, a symbol of freedom. Today, what's going on in Haiti and what the media talks about almost overshadows that powerful history. And you have been very involved in the narrative aspect of that in present day. Can you share a little bit about your work in that space in terms of what's happening on the ground, how that's being communicated, and how that can help or hurt the way people respond to Haiti as a result of the narrative?
Yes, thank you for that. And I really appreciate the sister here also saying you want to talk about what is happening now related to your question. And the historian who talked about how Haiti shook the world. I just want to say, underscore that. This was a major international event, the height of the slave trade, when you had Black people who barely had a pot to you-know-what in to defeat these colonial powers. It really shook the whole of the capitalist international order, and they have never forgotten that. And that's why to this day, when you have the core group with France and Canada and the United States, because you know the United States played their role with the 60-year boycott, etc. But I also want to say that Selma James, who is the widow of CLR James, Selma always said one of the things that really upsets her is that a lot of people like to talk about the Black Jacobins of the past. And they don't want to talk about the Black Jacobins of today, that are the people who are resisting that the sister spoke about. And that resistance is very much happening today. But another reason for that, and another reason why they want to cover over and white out Haiti's history, getting back to the importance of it to the whole of international capital, Haiti was a bad example. It was a bad example for the Irish, okay? Not only Black people, but people who are oppressed anywhere, who are saying, if the Haitians could do it, we could also do it. That can't happen. Another reason they wanted to crush the, the federation. But getting back to what is happening today, working in journalism and listening to the coverage in the lead up to 2004, the coup that happened in 2004. All you heard at CNN and all of the major news outlets in the United States, is you have this tyrant in Haiti named Aristide. He was just bad. He was just, you know, there's certain words when the United States in particular wants to go after somebody like they did with Chavez, they use words like strong man, dictator, okay? All kinds of negative things. So people in the United States listening to that didn't have a clue about what was happening and what Aristide was actually trying to do and why he was elected with such a great majority of people. Okay, so there's a whole layer of propaganda that happens to confuse the Western world, to confuse the Caribbean region so that we don't know who's who and who to believe and who not to believe. Okay, the thing about just a quick story too. One of the trips I made to Haiti was part of a delegation that included Congresswoman Maxine Waters, right? Because a Congresswoman was there, we were met at the airport by the U.S. Embassy, you know, the ambassador, you know, the officials, etc. Interestingly enough, they knew about Sojourner Truth, the show that I do, and they knew my name. So they, you know, they keep an eye out on things. They had various meetings with the intelligence community and naval intelligence and this and that, and they brought them in because they're supposed to be briefing this U.S. Congresswoman, right? Then they wanted photo op, which I didn't want to have anything to do with because I wasn't going to show up in pictures with any of those people. But afterwards, when they were taking us to a project to show the good work the U.S. was doing, one of the people from the embassy, without acting like he was actually talking to me, he walked past me and he said, "We know it's not gangs." That's very significant, all right? Because I call them death squads. They're criminal elements that are involved in it. We know that very well, but that playbook isn't only in Haiti. This is a playbook they do in Venezuela. This is a playbook they do in Guatemala. This is a playbook they do all over the damn world. Bring in criminal elements, right? So people get confused. Is this a death squad? Are these death squads? Who is backing them? Sorry, I named some names. That's kind of, I know you can't, but I do. And I do it on the radio as well. You know, because there are forces that look like they're friends, like in the embassy, but meanwhile, there's a whole other program that's going on. That's part of what is happening on the ground in Haiti today. There's a lot of, you know, all these weapons that are coming in. You think the average poverty-stricken Haitian youth has the money to be going and buying high-powered sniper weapons? These are questions we have to ask. And they're questions we have to ask right here in Barbados and throughout the Caribbean region, where we're increasingly seeing violence on the ground and all these guns coming in. There are efforts to destabilize, okay? And we have to ask, in whose interest is it to destabilize? I just want to say something quick about Chavez. Because when that coup against Aristide happened, and they were killing all kinds of people on the ground on Haiti, supporters of Lavalas, a lot of them. And those of us, and Daya from Guyana and other people, friends in Trinidad and whatnot, and we knew that we needed to get some people out. Talk about solidarity, practical solidarity. I went to Venezuela with Danny Glover, with some human rights people, and we met with Chavez. And we didn't have to paint the whole picture for him. He understood exactly what was going on. He says, I know, because I remember the time when they were taking people in helicopters in Venezuela and throwing them into the sea. You don't have to explain that to me. I know how these things operate. And he helped people. A lot of people don't know that. He helped to save Haitian lives at that time. Another person I saw recently, Gonzalez from St. Vincent and Grenada, I have to mention him too, because he was another one that we were able to go to Gonzalez And Gonzalez stood up, and Gonzalez helped, and he helped to get people out. And when I saw him the other day, I thanked him for it. Because we're not going to forget Chavez, and we're not going to forget Gonzalez, because we knew what they were doing was for Haiti, but it was also for the rest of us. And I also got to mention Cuba, because when Aristide, after the people mobilized for 7 years, whatever it is, a long time to get him back out of exile, and we were waiting for him to arrive, we were in a courtyard with who? Some Cuban doctors. The Cuban doctors had been on the ground on Haiti like they were in Venezuela, like they were throughout the Caribbean people, helping us, okay, providing medical care, the teachers. But if you listen to the United States, when you talk about Cuba, you don't hear any of that. You hear these same words: strongman, dictatorship, communism, terrible. They say the same thing, about Chavez. So when we're trying to understand the situation on the ground today, it's very important to have eyes in front of you, at the back of your head, and on the two sides, all around. Because there's a whole COINTELPRO operation. If you don't know what COINTELPRO is, that they pulled in the United States to destroy the civil rights movement and the militant black movement, the Black Panther Party. There's COINTELPRO operation going on in Haiti, and there's COINTELPRO operation happening in other parts of the Caribbean region as well. And we better be very, very much aware of that. Beacon of Hope. The sister, somebody who called me about the panel, she said, Margaret, I'm tired of Haiti being a pity story, right? And I could understand that. Oh, poor Haiti, this and that, poor Haiti. When you look at what people on the ground are doing in Haiti, people had a plan, the sister mentioned it, to be able to move forward with Haiti, but that was not in the interest of the powers that be. So they didn't want to put that plan in place. UNIFA, that university that is now graduated, I've attended at least 2 or 3 of the graduations at UNIFA. They're training doctors, they're training lawyers, they're training physical therapists, they have an agronomy department. And when you look at their graduations and you see thousands of young Haitians who are ready to do the work of building the nation and lifting up the nation, that is hope. And that is not reported, The New York Times and Washington Post, they're not going to do a story about that. They're going to do a story about the gangs, and they're going to do a story about how much of the country is controlled by gangs. But they're not going to give the story of how Haitians themselves are mobilizing themselves to move their nation forward. So when we look at what is happening on the ground, we have to remember that. And I want to chide the University of the West Indies, I know some of them are friends and they're here. But Haiti needs that support. Where is Mona and Cave Hill and the rest of them when it comes to the university over there, okay? We need that. So please, if you're here and you're listening in the audience, solidarity also has to do with practical help. You could send money. You could send professors. If you can't get there, you don't speak the language on social media. You're able to speak to the young people, speak to the students, who are there. So I think that we have to look to the youth. We have to look for the positive things that are happening, the self-defense groups that people have organized against these death squads. There's also a lot of really bad reporting about them happening, right now, about they're worse than the gangs and the this and the that. Okay, and just 2 days ago, Trump is talking about now we need an occupying force in Haiti. So all of this is happening on the ground now, and I can't forget the Haitians who have fled for their lives or fled extreme poverty, who are now being deported by the United States, but not only that, throughout the Caribbean region. You talked about the visas, right? But how many Haitians are getting put out? So these are the challenges that we as Caribbean people, we can't just
ignore,
talk
Yes.
We can't talk. We have to take action. We have to move forward. I know I see you with the time over there. I didn't get to give an opening statement, but there are a couple of things that I really wanted to make sure to say.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Practical solidarity, taking leadership and direction from the people on the ground who are working for democracy and who are working to complete their revolution.
Absolutely. And so Haiti's present day narrative is very complex and layered. There's a lot happening that we know, there's a lot happening that we don't know. And the media, in a way, feels like it's been complicit in helping to tell a story that is not complete and certainly not of both sides. I want to switch it up a little bit, still staying in the present day, bringing Monique into this conversation. You've led national efforts in Niger to end child marriage and launch award-winning girls' empowerment initiatives. And you've seen how targeted programs can transform societies. Drawing on that experience, what do you see as the most urgent political and social challenges facing Haiti today, and how can similar strategies be applied to address them?
Okay, thank you. You know, the first overwhelming challenge is security. We cannot go out of our homes. If you go to your home, there is the risk of kidnapping. There are so many people who have lost their homes, have lost the properties. There are over, according to statistics, 1 million people who are displaced. And displaced means you are in your country, but you are removed from your home for various reasons. But the particular reason is security. So the overwhelming challenge in Haiti right now is, how do you get security in the area, in the west area, which is about where about 1/3 of the population is, to the Tibonite area, particularly the Rice Belt, and to the Plateau Central area, which leads to the Dominican Republic and leads to the northern part. So these are threats that are there, meaning they are in the Plateau Central and they may move forward. So that is the overwhelming priority today. The second overwhelming priority is humanitarian assistance. When you have close to 1 million people, that's almost 10% of your population, that is not home. And that is where what I mentioned with the mass manipulation of the gangs, where recently they told people, well, you can come back to Solino, you can come back to Del Mar with the people, you need to go back home. And a lot of them have said, let me try, but when you get there, your home is not there. Even the roof has been taken from some of the homes. So that is the overwhelming challenge in terms of humanitarian assistance. What do? You have children who have not gone to schools for 2 years, for 3 years. What do? You have thousands of girls and women who have been raped, and they are continuing to be raped every day. And a lot of the rapes are gang rapes, and a lot of the rapes are in front of their family members. How do you get over that? How do you move forward with that? So humanitarian assistance needs are enormous. What do you do with that? And then you have this whole idea when people talk about security, it's like bringing arms, bringing mercenaries, whatever. But you have about 60% of the population that's under 24 years old. So there is a major challenge in terms of social injustice. education, healthcare, job training, culture, the cultural spaces to build community. So the needs are enormous. And we are talking about actually remaking a lot of, at least 1/3 of the country in terms of what has been destroyed. People have lost their homes, the homes that have been burnt. The Ministry of Education recently, just this week, a lot of the buildings were burned down. So you are talking about an area that is wiped out. You are talking about people who are lacking major necessities. So yes, we are into resistance mode. So we need that solidarity. We need to know that others can support us. And we need, bottom line, to define what is the way forward to get into a Haiti that we want, that is at peace. Because bottom line, in terms of the population, we have gangs, authorities, I said, in terms of suits and ties, as well as gangs in sandals, who are at war with us, the population. And bottom line, we don't know why. We don't know what we have done to be assaulted in this manner. So there are massive things that need to be done: security, humanitarian, social justice, and then just governance. Get honest people in government so that the money is not being stolen. There are huge justice needs. The justice system is broken up. So there are huge, it's really kind of remaking. But then there are examples. There is Rwanda. Rwanda went through a genocide. And Rwanda is now really a kind of wonder in not only in Africa, but throughout the world. There are the Asian tigers. Singapore is one example. So we do have hope. We are not desperate in terms of the resistance movements that are going on. We are fighting. There are neighborhoods that are fighting. And we're not talking about limited neighborhoods, but pretty much throughout they are fighting. And the fact that the gangs have not taken over totally, it is because there are viable resistance movements that are going on in different neighborhoods. So I think it is important. But the main problem is there political will with the authorities that are there, that I call the gangs in suits and ties, to resolve some of the issues? I am not sure that there is that.
It sounds like there might be a need for a total reset. I work in the world of technology, and this sounds like reformatting the entire operating system completely.
Absolutely.
Without losing the history. So I want to end on a final point, because we are at time. I want to bring us into the future. You brought a few examples, Monique, of blueprints that exist. So despite the fact that Haiti is in the situation that it is today, having been a symbol of liberation and freedom, and to be in a sort of bondage around its own narrative and governance and human rights today, which is a complete paradox to the past, there is still hope for the future. And we have seen examples from Singapore, which is a similar situation of having been an impoverished, colonized nation, and is now a destination for innovation in Asia. We have seen examples from Rwanda that suffered a genocide, but is now one of the most forward-thinking nations on the African continent. We have also seen examples from Estonia, that was battling for a very long time, being an Eastern European country, hovered over by Russia, and impoverished because of where it is situated, is also now one of the most innovative countries in Eastern Europe. You can actually set up your e-citizenship in Estonia in 24 hours. So if anybody here wants to be a citizen of Estonia, you can do it from your phone right now, which is powerful. So there are blueprints that exist of countries who have gone through similar hardships and have gone through the fire and have transformed themselves as an entirely different nation, a different brand of their nation. So I want to ask each of the panelists in a very short, very brief statement, how can we bring Haiti into the future? Very short, very brief. Let's start with Professor Pellicer.
Pasar al futuro de Haití con la solidaridad de los pueblos. Los comités de solidaridad con Haití en toda América Latina y el Caribe son muy importantes este momento.
It's very important to have solidarity of all these different forces of the peoples of Haiti in the Caribbean.
Creo que es mientras el pueblo haitiano logra, por su parte,
so long as the Haitian people, on their part,
recuperar la legitimidad,
manages to get back their legitimization.
El pueblo haitiano tiene cómo hacerlo.
The Haitian people have to know.
Ante la imposibilidad de estar en Haití,
considering that I can't be in Haiti,
quería saber qué pensaban los jóvenes de Haití.
I would like to know what the young people in Haiti think.
Y vi muchos grupos de rap.
And I see many different groups
de protesta social en Haití.
Many groups of social protests in
y ahí vi no vi violencia.
And I didn't see
Se ve más violencia en grupos gringos, norteamericanos de esta música que en los grupos de rap haitiano.
I see more violence among the groups, the young people groups in the United States than the rap groups in
Yo recomendaría como uno de esos grupos recomienda.
I would like to recommend, as one of the groups recommended,
cabeza fría.
Keep a cool head.
Okay, so your perspective is the youth, is the future, and a cool head is the future. Monique, in a brief, measured statement, how do we bring Haiti into the future?
Monique.
Sure. Margaret.
I was about to say it really is up to the Haitians to say how they should be brought into the future. I mean, you know, it's a good question. We have to think about it. But I don't feel like I'm in a position to be able to say for Haiti or Haitians how they should be brought into the future. I could say something about those of us outside of Haiti who want to do some practical solidarity, some of the things we can do. You know what I mean? And I think that it's also very important to me. You talked about the young people. I absolutely agree with that. You know, Bob Marley talked about, you know, liberate your minds from mental slavery. When I was in Haiti, I heard a lot of conversation about that among the young people. They were really discussing in depth what does this mean to liberate, you know, from mental slavery. But I think it's also important when we're looking for examples and we're looking at the international examples and arena. Look, things are not necessarily going in a straight line. It's not as straightforward. Look at what happened with South Africa, okay, and what's going on in South Africa today. A lot of us were involved in that liberation movement for South Africa. The women's network that I helped to build is a global women's network. We're in the global south and we're also in the global north. We're not connected to political parties of the right, left, or center. We're independent and autonomous, right? And our network in the UK were very upset when the UK was making a deal with Rwanda to deport people who are fleeing poverty and whatnot, dying, you know, in the strait between France and England and trying to get out of Libya, et cetera, to do that. And now Trump has the same idea where he's negotiating with countries to send people to those countries who are not from those countries. So all I'm saying is that there's a lot of pressure on individual countries when they try to do something. We see that with Venezuela. We saw what happened with Allende in Chile. You try to do something, there's a lot of pressure on you. So, you know, victory is not always guaranteed. And I think sometimes we underestimate the forces that we are up against, and that's always a mistake. We cannot underestimate those forces, but we also have to recognize the autonomy of people on the ground who have every right to be able to determine their own destiny. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I think Colombia and Medellin is an example of that. I had the pleasure of visiting Medellin last year, and it used to be a destination for violence and drug trafficking. And one of the slums, as they would call it, Comuna 13, actually has gone through a transformation over the past 20 years and is now an artistic destination with thousands of tourists visiting Comuna 13 every single day. And this is a slum that used to be a center for violence. So again, there is a blueprint out there. So we conclude with you, Monique, on how we bring Haiti into the future.
Yeah. Before that, I want to give a shout out to one of the brightest, most powerful Haitian artists around today, Erol Josué. Please stand up, shout out. That was the voice that introduced my film. Erol Josué is a voodoo priest, dancer, singer extraordinaire, and one of the foremost artists of Haiti. Okay, thank you. One of the big challenges for us in the pro-democracy resistance movement is that our friends, in quotation mark, tend to support pretty much what is there. And in the past, for example, you had all the countries supporting Duvalier, even though they knew he was killing us. But it was, well, he's the one who is there. And we had the United States actually in 2011 decide that the person who had actually, people who had won the election really did not win the election. And the number 3 came to number 2, and then the number 2 came to number 1. So you have a situation where then Michel Martelly became the president because they changed the numbers, they changed that. So Haitians, for the most part, are saying, what's the use of me voting? Because when I vote, but it doesn't mean anything because the United States will change the numbers and put somebody else in place. We are at that level. And so the support of other countries for leaders who have stolen money, who are killing people, who've had massacres on their watch, is still going on, and that is that is linked to what you had said in terms of do not estimate your enemies. So that is a real issue because we have drawn up alternatives, but the alternatives are bypassed for others who are, that is the status quo, that is the person that is there. Let's go with that. So to me, in terms of the future, it is what are Haitians pushing these days? What is civil society saying? We have been saying, for example, now, for over a year, that the governance system that we have now is not working.
That's right.
It is corrupt. It is linked with the gangs. However, all the countries in the world, including the UN, including OAS, including CARICOM, that is what is being recognized. So it seems to me that the plans that we are drawing up, and we don't lose hope, but the plans we are drawing up in terms of social justice agenda, in terms of humanitarian, and also in terms of possible security, because we have been saying for 5 years, control the arms traffic. It has not been controlled by the United States. It has not been controlled by the Dominican Republic, where a lot of the arms are going on. So in terms of solidarity, I think one of the things that is important is stop saying Haitian-led and actually listen to it and actually push that agenda forward. And I think, to me, in terms of the future, if we can get our friends, our allies, our neighbors to believe that not to believe, but to push really the Haitian-led solutions that we are pushing forward, to me, that is the present and that is the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Monique. Thank you, Professor Pellicer. Thank you, Margaret. Powerful panel tonight. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. Just want to close with what we discussed. We anchored the conversation in Haiti's past and the role that it played, and the role that the Haitian Revolution played in Black liberation, not only in the Caribbean and in the region, but in the world. We talked about the current situation in the country and what can be done, and how the narrative, particularly the narrative that is portrayed by mainstream media, is hurting Haitian history, is hurting Haitian present, is hurting the way people understand Haiti today, including the diaspora. And then we went into the future and talked about how important it is for the youth to be involved, how important it is for institutions to pay attention and allow Haitian-led solutions to be led by Haitians and to be implemented by Haitians. And we talked about the need for collaboration within the region and across the world. With that, I say thank you to CARICOM.
Shaina. Thank you. Thank you.
And have a wonderful night, everyone.
Que tengan una buena noche.